The Republic died in a single night, and almost nobody watching understood what they were seeing. What follows is everything that came after, from the day the Jedi fell to the last Skywalker to pick up a lightsaber more than a century and a half later. Empires rise here, and empires burn. The galaxy gets invaded by something that was never part of it, and the children of its greatest heroes turn on each other. Relax, sit back and enjoy as we explore the entire story of Star Wars. The Clone Wars are about to end, but not the way anyone expects. After 3 years of galactic conflict, the Republic stands on the edge of victory. The Separatists are retreating on every front. Count Dooku's leadership is failing. General Grievous runs from battle after battle. Everything points to the war's conclusion within months, maybe weeks. But wars don't always end with parades and peace treaties. Sometimes they end with the winners destroying themselves from within. The Battle of Coruscant erupts without warning. In the most audacious military operation of the entire war, General Grievous launches a surprise attack on the Republic capital itself. His fleet drops out of hyperspace directly above Coruscant, catching the home fleet completely off guard. Hundreds of Separatist ships engage Republic defenders in orbit, while the city planet's population watches the sky burn. The target isn't territory or resources. It's Chancellor Palpatine himself. Grievous deploys his flagship, the Invisible Hand, like a massive trap. Magna Guards storm the Chancellor's bunker, while battle droids secure the government district. Within hours, the cyborg general has captured the most powerful man in the Republic and is preparing to escape with his prize. The rescue mission falls to the Republic's 2 best generals. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker race through the space battle in their starfighters, dodging turbo-laser fire and buzz droids, while Republic and Separatist fleets tear each other apart around them. Their destination is Grievous's flagship, somewhere in the chaos above Coruscant's endless cityscape. R2-D2 accompanies them, flying Anakin's fighter with his usual combination of bravery and mechanical genius. When buzz droids attach to Obi-Wan's ship and start cutting it apart, the little astromech saves the day by zapping them with electric charges. It's a small moment that perfectly captures why these 3 have survived so many battles together. The Invisible Hand's hangar bay becomes a war zone as the Jedi infiltrate Grievous's ship. Battle droids mass to stop them, but lightsabers cut through their ranks like energy through smoke. Obi-Wan and Anakin fight side by side, their teamwork polished by 3 years of war. Every move is coordinated, every strike calculated to support the other. They reach the observation deck where Palpatine waits, chained to a chair and apparently helpless. But he's not alone. Count Dooku stands ready for a rematch, his curved lightsaber already ignited. This time, the Sith Lord faces 2 opponents instead of 1. This time, the outcome will be very different. The duel showcases how much Anakin has grown since Geonosis. Where he once rushed in recklessly, he now fights with deadly precision. His saber work has evolved beyond mere technique into something approaching artistry. When Dooku uses the Force to hurl Obi-Wan against the wall, knocking him unconscious, Anakin doesn't lose control. He gets angry. An angry Anakin Skywalker is terrifying. The fight becomes personal. Dooku's taunts about Anakin's mechanical hand only fuel his rage. Every parry becomes an attack. Every defensive move flows into offensive combinations that push the older Sith back, step by step. When Anakin finally crosses his lightsabers at Dooku's throat, the Count knows he's lost. Palpatine's voice cuts through the moment like a blade. The words carry weight beyond mere suggestion. They're a command that bypasses rational thought and appeals directly to Anakin's darkest impulses. His hands move before his mind can object, severing Dooku's head in one clean stroke. The moment changes everything. Anakin has just executed a helpless prisoner at the Chancellor's urging. His immediate regret shows he knows it was wrong, but the deed is done. The line between justice and vengeance has been crossed, and there's no going back. Grievous reveals his true nature as the invisible hand starts breaking apart around them. The cyborg general splits his flagship in half rather than let his prisoners escape, turning their rescue into a desperate survival mission. The forward section plummets toward Coruscant's surface with everyone aboard, its engines failing and hull compromised. Anakin's impossible landing saves them all. Using the Force to guide a ship that has no business staying in the air, he brings the massive hull down on one of Coruscant's industrial landing strips. The impact creates a fireball visible from orbit, but somehow everyone walks away. It's the kind of miracle that makes Anakin Skywalker a legend. But legends cast long shadows, and Anakin's shadow is growing darker by the day. The private reunion between Anakin and Padme takes place in their secret apartment, high above Coruscant's traffic streams. She's pregnant, and the news should be cause for celebration. Instead, it terrifies Anakin. The Jedi Code forbids attachments for good reasons, and now he has the ultimate attachment growing inside the woman he loves. His nightmares start immediately. Visions of Padme dying in childbirth, screaming his name as life leaves her body. The dreams are too vivid to dismiss, too specific to ignore. They remind him of his visions about his mother and how helpless he felt watching Shmi die in his arms. He won't let that happen again. He can't. The Jedi Council assigns Anakin to spy on Chancellor Palpatine, but they make a critical error. They appoint him to the Council as the Chancellor's representative but deny him the rank of Master. The slight cuts deep, feeding resentments that have been building for years. Anakin sees it as proof that the Jedi don't trust him, don't value his contributions, don't understand his potential. Master Windu delivers the news with typical bluntness. Anakin's appointment is unprecedented, but his youth and the unusual circumstances mean the rank doesn't come with it. The explanation sounds reasonable, even necessary. To Anakin, it sounds like another excuse to keep him in his place. The Council's request that he spy on Palpatine puts Anakin in an impossible position. The Chancellor has been a mentor and father figure for over a decade, offering guidance and support when the Jedi seem distant or critical. Now, they want him to betray that trust by gathering intelligence on the Republic's leader. The mission violates everything Anakin believes about loyalty and friendship. Palpatine plays his role perfectly. During their conversations at the opera in his office, walking through Coruscant's corridors, he gradually reveals how much he knows about Anakin's fears and desires. The Chancellor understands the young Jedi's frustration with the Council, his anger at being held back, his terror of losing Padme. The story of Darth Plagueis the Wise comes at precisely the right moment. Palpatine tells it like a legend, a cautionary tale about the dangers of seeking power over death. But to Anakin, desperate to save Padme, it sounds like hope. The idea that someone once possessed the power to prevent death becomes an obsession. Obi-Wan's mission to Utapau removes the last stabilizing influence from Anakin's life. The two Jedi part as master and former apprentice, brothers in all but blood who've fought side by side for years. Their goodbye is casual, routine, neither suspecting it might be their last peaceful moment together. Utapau itself is a harsh world of sinkholes and wind, inhabited by two species who've learned to coexist in their vertical cities. The Pau'ans rule from the upper levels while the smaller Utai work in the depths, both united in their desire to see the Separatists leave their world. When Obi-Wan arrives hunting Grievous, he finds allies among both peoples. The confrontation with Grievous showcases the cyborg general's greatest weakness. For all his lightsaber training and tactical knowledge, he lacks the Force. Obi-Wan exploits this limitation, using telekinesis and precognition to counter Grievous's four-armed fighting style. When the general's cybernetic body starts failing, brute force becomes his only option. Their final duel abandons lightsabers entirely. Grievous uses his enhanced strength and metal limbs, while Obi-Wan relies on agility and the Force. The battle ends when Obi-Wan literally tears apart Grievous's chest cavity and shoots his organic heart with the general's own blaster. It's a victory born of practicality rather than elegance. The revelation scene between Palpatine and Anakin takes place in the Chancellor's office as Coruscant's sun sets through the massive windows. Palpatine has been preparing for this moment for over a decade, carefully building trust and dependency while Anakin remained unaware of his true nature. The conversation starts innocuously enough. Palpatine mentions the tragedy of Darth Plagueis, expanding on the story he told at the opera. When Anakin asks what happened to this Sith Lord who could prevent death, Palpatine's answer changes everything. His apprentice killed him in his sleep. It's ironic that he could save others from death, but not himself. The implication hangs in the air like smoke. Anakin realizes he's talking to someone who knows far too much about Sith history. When he directly asks if Palpatine is a Sith Lord, the answer comes without hesitation or shame. Palpatine has been Darth Sidious all along, orchestrating the war from both sides while building an empire from the Republic's bones. Anakin's hand moves to his lightsaber, but Palpatine stops him with words rather than force. The Jedi want to control the galaxy just as much as the Sith do, he argues. The only difference is their methods. And right now, he's the only one who can teach Anakin the power to save Padme from death. The internal struggle tears Anakin apart. His duty as a Jedi demands he arrest or kill Palpatine immediately. But his love for Padme requires him to learn whatever knowledge the Sith Lord possesses. In the end, love wins over duty. Anakin agrees to think about Palpatine's offer and report him to the Jedi Council. Master Windu's response to Anakin's revelation is swift and decisive. He gathers Jedi Masters Kit Fisto, Agen Kola, and Saesee Tiin for an immediate arrest mission. These are some of the Order's finest warriors, but they're walking into a trap decades in the making. Palpatine's office becomes a battlefield as 4 Jedi Masters face the most powerful Sith Lord in galactic history. The combat is brutally efficient. Kit Fisto, Agen Kola, and Saesee Tiin die within seconds, their lightsabers no match for Palpatine's speed and fury. Only Mace Windu has the skill to stand against the Emperor's lightning and win. The duel between Windu and Palpatine is more than a clash of lightsabers. It's a confrontation between two philosophies of power, two visions of what the galaxy should become. Windu's purple blade represents the Jedi path of sacrifice and service. Palpatine's Force lightning embodies the Sith creed of passion and domination. Windu wins through a combination of skill, determination, and the dark side's inherent weakness. Palpatine's hatred makes him powerful, but also predictable. When the Sith Lord unleashes his full fury, Windu deflects it back with his lightsaber, scarring Palpatine's face and revealing the monster beneath the politician's mask. Anakin arrives to find his worst nightmare realized. Mace Windu stands over a defeated Palpatine, lightsaber raised for the killing blow. The Jedi Master speaks of justice and necessity, but Anakin hears only the end of his hope to save Padme. Without Palpatine's knowledge, she will die, and their child with her. The choice that defines Anakin's fate happens in seconds. Windu raises his blade to execute Palpatine, speaking of ending the Sith threat forever. Anakin's own blade flashes out, severing the Jedi Master's hand. The purple lightsaber falls while Palpatine unleashes Force lightning that hurls Windu from the window to his death. The transformation is immediate and total. Anakin kneels before Darth Sidious and accepts the Sith name Darth Vader. 22 years of Jedi training evaporate in moments, replaced by promises of power and salvation. The young man who once freed the slaves of Tatooine becomes the enforcer of galactic tyranny. Order 66 spreads across the galaxy like a plague. The coded transmission reaches clone commanders on thousands of worlds simultaneously, activating behavioral modifications implanted before birth. Suddenly, loyal soldiers become executioners, turning on the Jedi generals they've served alongside for years. The montage of betrayal is heartbreaking in its scope. On Magito, Ki-Adi-Mundi falls to his own troops while leading a charge. Aayla Secura dies on Felucia, shot in the back by Commander Bly. Plo Koon's starfighter explodes over Cato Nemodia when his clone pilots open fire. Stas Ali's speeder bike becomes her funeral pyre on Saleucami. Only Master Yoda survives the initial purge, his connection to the Force warning him moments before Commander Gree can shoot. The assault on the Jedi Temple represents Anakin's final transformation into Darth Vader. Leading the 501st Legion through halls he once called home, he shows no mercy to the Jedi inside. Masters, knights, and Padawans fall to his lightsaber while clone troopers secure the building. The younglings in the training areas receive no special consideration. The scene with the younglings is brief but devastating. A young boy recognizes Anakin and asks what they should do about the clone troopers attacking the temple. Anakin ignites his lightsaber in response. The camera cuts away, but the implication is clear. The Chosen One has become the very thing he was destined to destroy. Palpatine's transformation into Emperor begins with a special session of the Galactic Senate. His scarred face and damaged voice tell the story of the Jedi's alleged assault on democracy. The injuries make him seem vulnerable, a victim rather than a victor. His words carry new weight as he describes how close the Republic came to destruction. The Senate chamber fills with thunderous applause as Palpatine announces the formation of the Galactic Empire. Senators cheer the end of the war, the promise of security, the transformation of their failing democracy into a strong autocracy. Princess Leia won't be born for hours, but her future adoptive mother watches democracy die with perfect clarity. Padme Amidala sits among the celebrating senators, understanding what no one else seems to grasp. This isn't the end of the war, but the beginning of something worse. When she whispers that this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause, she's witnessing the birth of tyranny disguised as salvation. Vader's mission to Mustafar eliminates the last witnesses to Palpatine's deception. The Separatist Council waits in the mining facility's conference room, believing they've won the war. Newt Gunray expects rewards for his service. Wat Tambor anticipates new technological projects. San Hill counts the profits from 3 years of conflict. They receive death instead. Vader cuts through the Separatist leadership with methodical efficiency, his lightsaber work precise and emotionless. These beings orchestrated the deaths of millions, but they die not as war criminals facing justice, but as pawns eliminated by their hidden master. Obi-Wan and Yoda's return to Coruscant reveals the scope of the catastrophe. The Jedi Temple burns while clone troopers patrol the streets. Bodies litter the halls where younglings once played, and Padawans learn the ways of the Force. The beacon that should call scattered Jedi home instead broadcasts a trap set by their enemies. The security recordings show the truth in holographic detail. Anakin Skywalker, the young man Obi-Wan trained and loved like a brother, kneeling before Darth Sidious. The transformation is complete, the betrayal absolute. Everything they fought for, everyone they tried to protect, has been destroyed by someone they trusted completely. Padme's journey to Mustafar represents her last desperate attempt to save the man she loves. She believes Anakin can still be reached, that beneath Vader's armor and hatred, some trace of goodness remains. Her love blinds her to how completely he's changed, how thoroughly the dark side has consumed his soul. Obi-Wan stows away aboard her ship, knowing this confrontation is inevitable. He's lost his apprentice, his order, and his faith in the future. But he still has his duty, and that duty requires him to face what Anakin has become. The thought of fighting his former student sickens him, but the alternative is worse. Mustafar itself embodies the conflict to come. A volcanic world where lava flows like rivers and the air burns with sulfur and ash. The mining facility perches on platforms above the molten surface, a monument to industrial ambition in a place that should never have been colonized. The confrontation between Padme and Vader shows how completely Anakin has changed. She pleads with him to run away together, to leave the war and politics behind for a simple life raising their child. He responds by describing his plans to overthrow Palpatine and rule the galaxy himself. Power has replaced love as his primary motivation. When Obi-Wan emerges from Padme's ship, Vader's fury explodes into violence. He sees only betrayal, another example of people he trusted plotting against him. The Force choke that drops Padme unconscious demonstrates how far he's fallen. The man who once fought to protect her has become someone willing to hurt her in anger. The lightsaber duel between Obi-Wan and Vader spans multiple levels of the mining facility. Their combat showcases perfect knowledge of each other's techniques built over years of sparring and battlefield cooperation. Every attack meets a prepared defense. Every strategy encounters a perfect counter. The emotional weight transforms what could be mere spectacle into genuine tragedy. These aren't just skilled warriors fighting for opposing causes. They're former master and apprentice, brothers who trained together and saved each other's lives countless times. Their battle tears apart bonds that once seemed unbreakable. Obi-Wan fights defensively, trying to end the conflict without killing Vader. His strikes target limbs rather than vital organs, seeking to disable rather than destroy. But Vader shows no such restraint. His attacks carry the full fury of his hatred, each swing intended to kill the man who supposedly held him back. The duel's turning point comes when they reach the lava river. Fighting on a mining platform that drifts toward a waterfall of molten rock, both men know the battle must end soon. When Obi-Wan leaps to higher ground, he warns Vader not to attempt the same jump. It's a final gesture of compassion towards someone who no longer deserves it. Vader's arrogance proves his undoing. Believing his power in the Force makes him invincible. He launches himself at Obi-Wan despite the tactical disadvantage. The lightsaber stroke that costs him 3 limbs happens too quickly to counter. In trying to destroy his former master, Vader destroys himself. Obi-Wan's anguish as Vader burns beside the lava river captures the personal cost of galactic events. His cry about Anakin being the chosen one, meant to destroy the Sith rather than join them, echoes across the volcanic landscape. The prophecy has been fulfilled, but not in any way the Jedi expected. Palpatine's rescue of Vader from Mustafar begins the process of creating the galaxy's most feared enforcer. The medical facility on Coruscant becomes a workshop where damaged flesh and bone are replaced with mechanical alternatives. The suit that will define Vader's appearance for the next 2 decades takes shape around his broken body. The transformation is as psychological as physical. The mask that hides Vader's scarred features also severs his last connection to his former identity. When he takes his first breath through the artificial respirator, Anakin Skywalker effectively dies. Only Darth Vader remains. The revelation of Padme's death completes Vader's fall into darkness. His anguished scream at learning he killed her in his anger demonstrates that some capacity for pain remains beneath the armor. But rather than leading to redemption, this knowledge drives him deeper into the dark side's embrace. The birth of Luke and Leia on Police Massa offers the galaxy's only hope for eventual liberation. Padme uses her last strength to deliver the twins and name them before her broken heart finally stops beating. Her final words about there still being good in Anakin plant seeds that won't bloom for decades. Yoda and Obi-Wan's decision to separate the twins reflects their understanding of what's at stake. Luke goes to Tatooine with Owen and Beru Lars, hidden in the one place Vader would never willingly visit. Leia becomes Princess of Alderaan, raised by Bail and Breha Organa, in luxury and security that will prepare her for leadership. The final scene aboard the first Death Star demonstrates the Empire's new priorities. Construction on the battle station began during the Clone Wars as a separatist project, but now it serves Imperial ambitions. The weapon capable of destroying entire planets represents everything the Sith stand for, taken to its logical extreme. Vader and Palpatine stand together watching construction continue, master and apprentice planning galactic domination. Their conversation hints at the years of oppression to come, the rebellion that will eventually arise, and the family connections that will ultimately destroy them both. But for now, darkness has won. The Jedi are extinct, the Republic is dead, and the Empire rises from their ashes. The galaxy enters its darkest period, where hope seems impossible and freedom becomes a memory. 20 years will pass before Luke Skywalker grows old enough to challenge his father's empire. The transformation is complete. Anakin Skywalker, once the galaxy's greatest hope, has become its greatest threat. The Clone Wars that began with the promise of protecting democracy have ended with democracy's destruction. And in the shadows of their victory, two Sith Lords plan a reign that will last for generations. The revenge of the Sith is absolute. But somewhere on Tatooine, under twin suns that have watched over the Skywalker family for generations, a new hope takes his first breaths. The wheel of fate continues to turn, carrying with it the seeds of the Empire's eventual downfall. In losing everything, the light side of the Force has gained something the dark side cannot understand. Not power or control, but the possibility of redemption. Kamino sank into its own ocean and took the last of the clone program down with it. The work did not stop. It moved into a mountain the Empire kept off every chart, and it ran for years before anyone came looking. Order 66 was supposed to be perfect, but sometimes machines break down, and Clone Force 99 was already broken to begin with. They called themselves the Bad Batch because their genetic modifications made them different from regular clone troopers. Hunter tracks enemies with enhanced senses. Wrecker demolishes anything in his path. Tech hacks systems that should be impossible to crack. Crosshair makes shots that defy physics. These defects that make them special also make their inhibitor chips malfunction when the order comes down. The mission on Kala starts like any other Clone Wars operation. Jedi General Depa Billaba and her young Padawan Caleb Dume fight alongside the Bad Batch to secure a separatist outpost. Victory seems certain until a coded transmission changes everything. Regular clone troopers immediately turn their weapons on the Jedi. Crosshair raises his rifle, his chip working exactly as programmed. But Hunter hesitates just long enough for the boy to escape into the forest. That moment of doubt marks them as unreliable in the eyes of Admiral Tarkin, who arrives on Kamino to evaluate clone effectiveness. Their first Imperial mission sends them to Onderon to eliminate insurgents led by Saw Gerrera. But the so-called terrorists turn out to be freedom fighters protecting their homes from occupation. The Bad Batch discovers their new empire expects them to kill civilians who refuse Imperial rule. Hunter refuses the order and turns his squad into fugitives. Their escape from Kamino introduces Omega, a young medical assistant who reveals herself as another clone when Imperial forces threaten her life. Unlike the millions of male clones bred for war, she carries unmodified Jango Fett DNA. That makes her genetically priceless for future cloning projects. The transformation from Republic to Empire happens faster than anyone expects. The Clone Wars officially end, but fighting continues under different names. Former separatist worlds face occupation by the same armies that liberated them from droid control. Resistance movements spring up on dozens of planets as populations realize their new government is worse than their old one. On Saleucami, they encounter Cutlaw Quain, a clone deserter who built a family during the war. The Empire's new chain code system threatens to expose his illegal status and destroy everything he's created. Their mission to help his family escape demonstrates how the Empire views clone troopers as property rather than people, even those who served loyally for years. Cid's Cantina on Ord Mantell becomes their base as they transition from soldiers to mercenaries. The Trandoshan bartender provides jobs that usually involve helping people caught between imperial policies and criminal organizations. These missions reveal how quickly civilization breaks down when authority becomes oppressive rather than protective. The systematic decommissioning of clone troopers accelerates as the Empire recruits human volunteers to replace them. Millions of soldiers who fought the Clone Wars find themselves discarded like obsolete equipment. Some adapt to civilian life. Others join criminal organizations. A few, like Captain Rex, organize underground networks to help their brothers escape Imperial service. The discovery of inhibitor chips hidden in every clone's brain explains the totality of the Jedi Purge. These behavioral modification devices forced absolute obedience to specific commands, turning loyal soldiers into unwilling executioners. The surgical removal of Wrecker's malfunctioning chip takes place on Bracca, surrounded by wreckage of Republic warships being scrapped for Imperial projects. Crosshair chooses to serve Imperial interests even after removing his chip, believing that order and strength matter more than freedom or justice. His pursuit of his former brothers demonstrates how ideology can be more powerful than programming. The separation of the squad deepens when he leads Imperial forces against them, using his intimate knowledge of their tactics. Kamino's destruction marks the end of the clone program and the beginning of Imperial historical revisionism. Admiral Rampart orders the bombardment of Tipoca City to eliminate evidence of the Republic's secret army and the conspiracy that created it. The ocean world that birthed millions of clone troopers disappears beneath orbital bombardment, taking most of its population with it. The Bad Batch arrives during the attack, but can only save a handful of civilians from the systematic genocide. They watch their birthplace burn, while Imperial propaganda claims the facility suffered an unfortunate accident. The destruction erases one of the last connections between the Old Republic and Palpatine's New Order. Dr. Hemlock's experiments at Mount Tantiss reveal Imperial plans for genetic engineering and Force research. The facility conducts horrific medical procedures on clone prisoners while studying Force-sensitive children for Project Necromancer. This research connects directly to Emperor Palpatine's obsession with immortality and unlimited power. The cloning technology that created the Republic's army now serves Sith goals of conquering death itself. Hemlock's work involves injecting clones with midi-chlorians to create Force-sensitive subjects. Every failure teaches him more about the process that will eventually allow Palpatine to return from death in a cloned body. Tech's sacrifice during their escape from Imperial forces on Eriadu demonstrates the personal cost of resistance. The brilliant clone who could solve any technical problem faces a situation where calculations can't provide solutions. His decision to cut their escape line and fall from the rail car saves his squad, but costs the galaxy one of its most capable minds. The loss changes how the Bad Batch approaches their missions. Hunter becomes more protective, unwilling to risk losing anyone else to Imperial forces. Wrecker's cheerful nature gives way to grim determination. Echo throws himself into rescue missions for captured clones. Their family becomes smaller, but more precious. Omega's capture by Imperial forces brings all their fears to reality. Hemlock finally has the genetic material he needs for his experiments, while the Bad Batch loses the person they've sworn to protect. The hunt to find and rescue her drives them to take risks that would have been unthinkable during their military service. Inside Mount Tantiss, Omega reunites with Crosshair, who's been subjected to conditioning experiments designed to turn him into a specialized assassin. The process traumatizes him severely, causing a tremor in his shooting hand that ruins his legendary marksmanship. Their shared imprisonment begins his slow journey back toward his brothers. Nala Se protects Omega by secretly destroying her blood samples before they can be tested. The Kaminoan scientist understands that Omega's unique genetics make her invaluable to Project Necromancer. When she can no longer sabotage the tests, she helps Omega escape with Crosshair, just as her sample yields positive results for midi-chlorian compatibility. Emperor Palpatine's personal visit to Mount Tantiss confirms the facility's importance to his long-term survival plans. His inspection of the cloning chambers and approval of Hemlock's work grants the project unlimited Imperial resources. The scene connects the Bad Batch's story directly to the sequel trilogy's revelation of Palpatine's return. Crosshair's redemption comes through actions rather than words. His willingness to warn his former brothers about Imperial threats begins the process of rebuilding trust. When he helps Omega escape Tantiss despite his own trauma, he proves that loyalty to family matters more than ideology or programming. The reunion between Crosshair and the rest of Clone Force 99 remains tense and complicated. Years of separation and conflict can't be erased overnight. But their shared commitment to rescuing Omega from Imperial captivity provides common ground for rebuilding their brotherhood. Asajj Ventress emerges from hiding to test Omega's force sensitivity, confirming what Hemlock suspected about her blood. The former Sith assassin has survived into the Imperial era and now works to protect Force-sensitive children from Imperial capture. Her involvement shows how the Emperor's cloning experiments threaten everyone with Force abilities. The discovery that Omega possesses the key to successful midi-chlorian transfer makes her the most valuable person in the galaxy. Her blood can create Force-sensitive clones that retain their abilities rather than rejecting them like other subjects. This breakthrough brings Project Necromancer closer to its ultimate goal. The final assault on Mount Tantiss becomes a coordinated effort between Rex's clone underground and the Bad Batch's rescue mission. Their combined attack frees dozens of prisoners while destroying valuable Imperial research data. Clone troopers who've spent years in captivity finally taste freedom again. Crosshair's steady shooting hand returns at the crucial moment when Hemlock threatens Omega. His perfect shot breaks the restraints binding her to the Imperial scientist, allowing Hunter to finish what they started. The moment represents both personal redemption and tactical victory for the squad. Nala Se's sacrifice to destroy Hemlock's research data ensures that Project Necromancer suffers a major setback. Her detonation of the laboratory eliminates years of genetic research and genetic samples, forcing the Empire to start over with their cloning experiments. the last Kaminoan dies, protecting the children she helped create. The destruction of Mount Tantiss scatters its survivors across the galaxy. Clone prisoners gain freedom while Imperial scientists flee with whatever research they can carry. Some of these escaped projects will resurface decades later when the Emperor reveals his survival to a shocked galaxy. Emery Karr's defection from Imperial service shows how witnessing atrocities can change even loyal soldiers. The clone scientist who worked for Hemlock chooses to help rescue the imprisoned children rather than continue serving the Empire's cruel experiments. Her decision represents the moral awakening that eventually undermines Imperial authority. Omega's rescue reveals how much she's grown during her imprisonment. No longer the innocent child who left Kamino, she's learned to survive among enemies while maintaining her humanity. Her leadership among the other captive children demonstrates natural abilities that will serve the galaxy well in years to come. The series finale epilogue shows an adult Omega preparing to join the rebellion. Her departure from Pabu represents the next generation taking up the fight against Imperial oppression. The choice to leave her peaceful life for dangerous resistance work honors the sacrifices made by those who came before. Hunter, Wrecker, and Crosshair settle into retirement on Pabu, finally finding the peace that eluded them throughout the Clone Wars and Imperial era. Their decision to step back from active combat allows younger fighters like Omega to carry on their mission. The cycle of mentorship and sacrifice continues. Echo chooses to continue working with Rex's clone resistance network rather than retire with his squad. His commitment to helping other clones escape Imperial service reflects his unique position as both Bad Batch member and regular clone trooper. The work of liberation continues even as the war officially ends. The Bad Batch's story illuminates how ordinary people resist extraordinary oppression through small acts of courage and defiance. Their missions save individual lives rather than entire worlds, but those personal victories accumulate into something larger. Every family helped, every prisoner freed, every act of resistance adds another crack to the Empire's foundation. Their transformation from soldiers to protectors reflects changes happening across the galaxy during these crucial years. Military values of discipline and hierarchy give way to family bonds and personal loyalty. Orders from distant authorities become less important than protecting people within reach. The Empire's early years see rapid expansion of authoritarian control alongside growing pockets of resistance. Imperial policies create the very opposition they're designed to prevent. The Bad Batch witnesses this process firsthand as their network of allies expands beyond anything they originally imagined. Crosshair's journey from loyal Imperial to protective brother demonstrates that redemption remains possible even after terrible choices. His willingness to sacrifice for Omega and his squad proves that family bonds can overcome years of programming and ideology. The capacity for change offers hope during the galaxy's darkest period. The destruction of Mount Tantiss deals a significant blow to Imperial cloning research, but scattered scientists continue their work in hidden facilities. These projects will eventually bear fruit when Palpatine returns in a cloned body decades later. The Bad Batch's victory is real but incomplete, like most victories against tyranny. Their story bridges the gap between the Republic's fall and the Rebellion's rise. During these crucial years when the Empire seems invincible and hope seems impossible, small groups of dedicated people preserve the values that will eventually topple Palpatine's regime. They prove that freedom survives in the choices made by individuals who refuse to surrender. The galaxy moves toward larger conflicts that will define the Imperial era. Criminal organizations adapt to new opportunities created by Imperial corruption. Jedi survivors remain in hiding while building networks that will eventually support the rebellion. The seeds of future resistance take root in the soil of present suffering. As the Empire consolidates power and resistance movements begin forming, the Bad Batch's example inspires others to similar acts of courage. Their defiance against unjust orders, protection of the innocent, and rejection of authoritarian control establish patterns that will eventually destroy the regime they helped create. In a galaxy where hope becomes treason, they prove that some things are worth fighting for, regardless of the cost. The Clone Wars are over. The Empire rules with an iron fist, and criminals are having the time of their lives. 10 years after Palpatine seized power, the galaxy has become a playground for smugglers, gangsters, and anyone willing to bend the rules for a quick profit. This is where we find a young street rat on Corellia who dreams of becoming the greatest pilot in the galaxy. His name is Han, and he doesn't have a last name yet. Corellia isn't the glamorous capital world of Coruscant or the peaceful lakes of Naboo. It's an industrial nightmare of shipyards and factories where children grow up fast or don't grow up at all. Han survives by stealing, scamming, and staying one step ahead of the local crime bosses who run the planet like their personal kingdom. The White Worms gang controls Han's neighborhood from the sewers beneath Coronet City. Their leader is Lady Proxima, a massive serpentine creature who uses orphaned children as thieves and pickpockets. Han works for her because he doesn't have a choice, but he dreams of escape every single day. His partner in crime is Kira, a girl around his age who shares his dreams of leaving Corellia behind. They've been planning their escape for months, saving up credits and stolen goods to buy passage off-world. When they finally make their move, everything goes wrong almost immediately. The job involves stealing coaxium, a volatile hyperfuel that powers starships across the galaxy. Han and Kira manage to steal enough refined coaxium to buy their way to freedom, but Lady Proxima's enforcers catch up with them before they can reach the spaceport. The chase through Coronet City showcases Han's natural piloting skills as he weaves his speeder through traffic, construction sites, and narrow alleyways that would challenge experienced racers. They reach the Imperial recruitment station where off-world transport awaits anyone willing to join the Imperial Navy. Han bribes the Imperial officer with their stolen coaxium and secures passage for both of them. But Lady Proxima's creatures attack at the last moment, separating the young lovers just as Han boards the transport. Kira gets dragged back into the depths of Corellia while Han watches helplessly through the transport's windows. He promises to return for her, a vow that will drive his actions for the next 3 years. The Imperial recruiter asks for his family name, and since Han doesn't have one, the officer assigns him Solo because he's traveling alone. 3 years later, Han Solo is serving as an infantryman on the mud planet Mimban after getting kicked out of the Imperial Flight Academy for insubordination. The Empire is fighting a vicious ground war against the native Mimbanese. using overwhelming firepower and chemical weapons to crush any resistance. Han meets his future while serving in the trenches. A group of criminals posing as Imperial soldiers catches his attention because they're obviously not regular military. Their leader is Tobias Beckett, a grizzled veteran smuggler whose crew includes Val, an explosives expert, and Rio Durant, a four-armed pilot. When Han tries to blackmail his way onto Beckett's crew, the older man has him arrested and thrown into a pit with a beast that turns out to be Chewbacca. The Wookiee has been captured by Imperial forces and is being used as an execution method for troublesome soldiers. Han's ability to understand Shiri-Wook saves both their lives as he convinces Chewbacca to work together rather than fight each other. Their escape from the pit marks the beginning of the most famous partnership in galactic history. Chewbacca owes Han a life debt according to Wookiee tradition, but their relationship quickly grows beyond obligation into genuine friendship. Beckett's crew reluctantly accepts the two fugitives for their next job. They're planning to steal a shipment of refined coaxium from an Imperial conveyex transport, a massive cargo train that travels through the snowy mountains of Vandor. The train is heavily defended by range troopers in specialized cold-weather armor. Enfys Nest and her Cloud Riders attack the train at the same time Beckett's crew is trying to rob it. These masked raiders on speeder bikes interfere with Beckett's careful plan and cost him half his crew. Val dies in an explosion that destroys a bridge, sacrificing herself to complete the mission. Rio Durant gets shot by range troopers while piloting their escape ship. By the time the smoke clears, Beckett has lost his partner and his pilot, leaving him with just Han and Chewbacca to face his angry employer. That employer is Dryden Voss, the public face of the Crimson Dawn crime syndicate. His luxury yacht orbits the planet Savareen like a floating palace, decorated with artifacts stolen from across the galaxy. Voss presents himself as a gentleman gangster with impeccable manners and refined tastes, but his facial scars change color with his emotions, revealing the monster beneath the sophisticated exterior. When Beckett arrives empty-handed, Voss considers killing him for wasting Crimson Dawn's time and money. Han convinces the crime lord to give them another chance by proposing an even bigger score. There's unrefined coaxium in the spice mines of Kessel, enough to replace what they lost on Vandor and pay back their debt with interest. The reunion between Han and Kira aboard Voss's yacht reveals how much both have changed during their separation. She's no longer the street thief from Corellia, but a polished lieutenant in a criminal organization, skilled in both politics and violence. She's learned Teräs Käsi fighting techniques that make her deadly in close combat, and understands the complex relationships between crime syndicates and Imperial officials. The Kessel job requires a fast ship, which leads them to Lando Calrissian. The smooth-talking smuggler owns the Millennium Falcon, supposedly the fastest freighter in the galaxy. He's also a professional gambler who makes his living playing sabacc in high-stakes games across the Outer Rim. Han challenges Lando to a card game with the Falcon as the prize, but Lando cheats with a hidden sabacc card to ensure victory. The older smuggler agrees to join their mission for a percentage of the profits, bringing his ship and his droid co-pilot L-337. L-337 represents a unique perspective on droid rights and artificial consciousness. She's modified herself with parts from various droid types and advocates for droid liberation throughout the galaxy. Her relationship with Lando challenges traditional assumptions about the nature of consciousness. The journey to Kessel reveals the Millennium Falcon in its prime. Lando has customized every system and maintained the ship in perfect condition. The pristine hull and spotless interior contrast sharply with the battered freighter Han will pilot years later. Kessel itself embodies everything wrong with Imperial rule. The spice mines use slave labor to extract valuable minerals under horrific conditions. Wookiees, humans, and various alien species work until they die in tunnels that stretch deep into the planet's core. The operation is run by the Pike Syndicate with Imperial approval. The rescue mission becomes a full-scale slave revolt when L-337 incites the imprisoned droids to rebellion. Her actions trigger a massive uprising as slaves of all species fight for their freedom. The chaos provides cover for Han's team to steal 12 canisters of unrefined coaxium, but it also forces them to flee through a war zone. L-337's destruction during the escape devastates Lando and changes the Falcon forever. Her navigational database gets uploaded into the ship's computer, giving it the unique personality that Han will later describe as temperamental. The droid's sacrifice to help enslaved beings escape represents artificial intelligence applied to the cause of freedom. The Kessel Run becomes legend as Han pilots the damaged Falcon through the Akadis maelstrom. The route takes them through dangerous graveyards and cosmic phenomena that would destroy most ships. Imperial forces pursue them while the unrefined coaxium becomes increasingly unstable, threatening to explode. Han's piloting during the run establishes his reputation as one of the galaxy's best star pilots. He makes impossible maneuvers through asteroid fields and gravitational anomalies while TIE fighters try to shoot them down. The route he takes cuts through hyperspace in ways that shouldn't be possible, shortening the traditional Kessel Run from 18 to 12 parsecs. The escape sequence culminates with an encounter with a massive space creature called a Summer Verminoth. The tentacled monster attacks the Falcon in the maw, forcing Han to inject coaxium directly into the engines for extra power. Their narrow escape cements the ship's reputation for making impossible journeys. The rendezvous on Savareen brings all the competing factions together for the story's climax. Dryden Voss arrives to collect his coaxium. Enfys Nest appears with her Cloud Riders to steal it. Han tries to play all sides against each other while Beckett prepares to betray everyone for his own survival. The revelation that Enfys Nest is a teenage girl fighting against Imperial oppression reframes the entire conflict. Her Cloud Riders aren't pirates, but freedom fighters who redistribute stolen Imperial resources to worlds suffering under authoritarian rule. They represent the grassroots resistance that will eventually become the Rebel Alliance. Han's plan to trick Dryden Voss demonstrates his growth from naive idealist to cunning strategist. He creates fake coaxium to sell to the crime lord while giving the real shipment to the rebels. It's a complex scheme that requires perfect timing and absolute trust between people who have every reason to betray each other. Beckett's betrayal teaches Han the hardest lesson about criminal life. The mentor he's come to trust sells him out to save his own skin, revealing the information about Han's double cross to Dryden Voss. It's a devastating moment that shows how survival often requires abandoning loyalty and friendship. The final confrontation aboard Voss's yacht becomes a three-way battle between crime syndicate enforcers, rebel fighters, and the core characters. Kira demonstrates her combat skills, while Han learns that blasters are sometimes more effective than clever plans. Kira kills Dryden Voss in single combat, finally freeing herself from his control. But instead of escaping with Han as he expects, she chooses to stay and claim power for herself. Her decision to contact Voss's superior reveals hidden depths to her character and sets up future conflicts. The revelation that Darth Maul leads Crimson Dawn connects the criminal underworld to larger galactic events. The former Sith apprentice has survived his apparent death and built a new power base through organized crime. His cybernetic legs and continued hatred for those who wronged him make him a formidable opponent. Maul's appearance explains how the Sith maintain influence even after the Empire's rise. While Palpatine and Vader control the official government, Maul operates in the shadows through criminal networks. His conversation with Kira suggests long-term plans that could threaten Imperial stability. Han's confrontation with Beckett provides closure to their mentor-student relationship. The older smuggler's final lesson about trusting no one comes at the cost of his life, as Han shoots him before he can draw his weapon. It's a cold-blooded moment that marks Han's transition from idealistic youth to hardened criminal. The loss of Kira to Crimson Dawn forces Han to accept that some relationships can't survive the choices people make to survive. She chooses power and security over love and freedom, following a path that takes her away from everything they once shared. Their separation sets up the cynical attitude Han displays when Luke Skywalker meets him years later. The final sabacc game between Han and Lando provides a satisfying conclusion to their rivalry. This time, Han wins the Millennium Falcon through skill rather than luck, having stolen the card Lando used to cheat in their first game. The victory gives him the ship that will become his most valuable possession. The film ends with Han and Chewbacca departing for Tatooine to investigate a job opportunity mentioned by Beckett. That job will presumably lead them to Jabba the Hutt and the smuggling career that defines their lives for the next decade. The promise of future adventures hangs in the air as they jump to hyperspace in their newly won ship. Solo establishes several key elements that resonate throughout the Star Wars saga. Han's relationship with Chewbacca provides the emotional foundation for his later heroism. His complicated history with Lando explains the tension between them in the original trilogy. His cynical worldview stems from betrayals and losses he experiences during this formative period. The connection between criminal activity and political resistance emerges as organizations like Crimson Dawn fill the power vacuum created by Imperial policies. These criminal networks become stepping stones for people seeking power or simply trying to survive. Enfys Nest's rebels use criminal methods to fight Imperial oppression, while Han learns that sometimes breaking the law is the only way to help people suffering under unjust authority. The Imperial military's brutality on Mimban demonstrates how the Empire maintains control through overwhelming force and casual cruelty. The chemical weapons, mass casualties, and pointless violence show that Imperial peace comes at the cost of freedom and dignity for countless beings throughout the galaxy. Criminal organizations like Crimson Dawn operate with Imperial approval on worlds like Kessel, where slave labor extracts valuable resources under horrific conditions. The Empire profits from suffering while maintaining plausible deniability about the methods used to generate wealth and materials for the war machine. Solo reveals an empire at the height of its power, but already showing signs of the corruption that will eventually destroy it. The heavy-handed security measures drive people toward criminal enterprises and resistance movements. Each act of oppression creates new enemies, while criminal networks provide resources and motivation for future rebellion. The time period between the Bad Batch's resistance and the organized rebel alliance shows how individual acts of defiance accumulate into larger patterns of opposition. Enfys Nest's Cloud Riders represent one of many groups fighting Imperial authority across the galaxy. Their activities lay groundwork for the coordinated rebellion that will eventually challenge the Empire's rule. As the Empire tightens its grip and criminal organizations adapt to new opportunities, the stage is set for the next phase of galactic conflict. The seeds of rebellion continue growing in the suffering of oppressed populations, while figures like Han Solo learn to navigate the dangerous waters between Empire and Resistance. Ten years have passed since the galaxy fell into darkness, and the man who could have stopped it all lives like a broken hermit in the desert. Ben Kenobi spends his days hiding in a cave on Tatooine, watching over young Luke Skywalker from a distance while carrying the weight of his greatest failure. The Jedi Master, who once commanded clone armies and counseled senators, now struggles to meditate without falling apart. His connection to the Force has withered like a plant without water. Every attempt to reach out to his dead master Qui-Gon Jinn ends in silence. The guilt of training Anakin Skywalker, of watching him become Darth Vader, has eaten away at his spirit until barely anything remains. Obi-Wan's daily routine has become a cycle of survival and regret. He wakes in his cave in the Jundland Wastes, tends to his few possessions, and occasionally ventures to the edge of Owen Lars's moisture farm to check on Luke. The boy is growing up healthy and strong, but Owen makes it clear that Ben should keep his distance. The farmer wants no part of Jedi business or galactic conflicts. The Empire has turned the galaxy into a place where hope goes to die. On world after world, Imperial forces hunt down anyone who might have served the Republic or shown Force sensitivity. The Inquisitorius, led by the Grand Inquisitor, systematically tracks down surviving Jedi with ruthless efficiency. Most who escaped Order 66 have been found and killed. The few who remain live in constant fear. Among the Inquisitors hunting Jedi survivors is the Third Sister, a young woman whose hatred burns brighter than her red lightsaber. Reva Savander carries secrets that even her fellow Inquisitors don't know. She was once a Jedi youngling, one of the children who witnessed Anakin Skywalker's massacre at the temple 10 years ago. Everything she's done since has been building toward one goal: getting close enough to Darth Vader to kill him. Her plan begins on Alderaan, where 10-year-old Princess Leia Organa already shows the intelligence and courage that will define her future. During a formal ceremony in the royal palace, Leia demonstrates her ability to see through political lies and adult deceptions. She knows when people are trying to manipulate her, and she's not afraid to call them out on it. But even royal security can't protect her from what's coming. Reva orchestrates Leia's kidnapping as bait to draw Obi-Wan out of hiding. She knows that Bail Organa was close to the Jedi during the Clone Wars, and she's gambling that he'll reach out to any surviving friends when his daughter disappears. The kidnapping happens during what should have been a normal day in the Alderaanian forest. Leia plays among the trees while her cousin and security detail watch from nearby. When hooded figures emerge from the shadows, the guards react too slowly. Within minutes, the princess is gone, spirited away by mercenaries working for the Empire without knowing it. Bail Organa's desperate journey to Tatooine brings him face to face with a man he barely recognizes. The Obi-Wan Kenobi he once knew was confident, decisive, ready to take on any challenge. This broken hermit living in the desert seems like a completely different person. But Bail has nowhere else to turn. His daughter is missing, and old friends are all he has left. Obi-Wan's initial refusal to help reveals how completely he's lost himself. He insists he's not the man Bail remembers, that he's failed at everything that mattered. His responsibility is to Luke now, not to other people's children. But Bail's words about Leia's parentage cut through his defenses. This isn't just any child in danger. This is Anakin's daughter, Padme's daughter, the twin sister of the boy he's supposed to protect. The journey to find Leia takes Obi-Wan to Daiyu, a neon-soaked urban world where criminals and refugees blend together in the shadows. The planet's towering cities never sleep, filled with beings trying to disappear from Imperial attention. It's the perfect place to hide a kidnapped princess, but also the perfect place for hunters to wait for their prey. Daiyu's criminal underworld includes people like Haja Estray, a con artist who pretends to be a Jedi to scam desperate families. He charges credits to help people escape Imperial persecution, using simple tricks and sleight of hand to convince them he has Force powers. When he realizes he's dealing with a real Jedi, his first instinct is fear. Real Jedi tend to complicate things for people in his line of work. Obi-Wan's attempts to use the Force fail catastrophically. His Jedi mind tricks don't work on anyone. His lightsaber feels foreign in his hands. Even basic Force senses that once came naturally now require tremendous effort. 10 years of guilt and isolation have severed his connection to the very power that once defined him. The search for Leia leads through Daiyu's Undercity, where the desperate and dangerous gather in equal measure. Spice dealers work corners while Imperial sympathizers report suspicious activity to earn rewards. The princess has been hidden somewhere in this maze of crime and corruption, but finding her requires skills Obi-Wan no longer possesses. When Reva reveals herself as the mastermind behind the kidnapping, her true plan becomes clear. She doesn't want to capture Obi-Wan for the Empire. She wants to use him as bait for a much bigger target. Darth Vader, the man who killed her fellow younglings, will come running if he knows his former master has been found. And when he does, she'll be ready. The confrontation on Daiyu's rooftops showcases how far both Obi-Wan and the Inquisitors have fallen. The Grand Inquisitor arrives to stop Reva's unauthorized operation, leading to a three-way conflict between former Jedi who now serve different masters. Lightsabers clash above the city's neon landscape while civilians scatter below. Obi-Wan's escape with Leia marks the beginning of their unlikely partnership. The 10-year-old princess is nothing like her father at that age. Where young Anakin was impulsive and emotional, Leia is calculating and controlled. She questions everything, trusts no one completely, and already shows the leadership instincts that will serve the rebellion. Their journey together becomes a masterclass in how to stay ahead of Imperial forces. Leia's knowledge of politics and people helps them navigate dangerous situations, while Obi-Wan's experience and connections provide resources they need. Slowly, his protective instincts toward Padme's daughter begin to reawaken his connection to the Force. The path network they encounter represents one of the galaxy's few sources of hope during these dark times. This underground railroad helps Jedi survivors and Force-sensitive families escape Imperial persecution. Safe houses hidden across multiple worlds provide temporary refuge for people with nowhere else to turn. The organization operates in absolute secrecy, using coded symbols and trusted contacts to move people to safety. Tala Durith represents the Empire's greatest weakness: good people trapped within an evil system. As an Imperial officer, she has access to codes, schedules, and intelligence that make her invaluable to the Resistance. But every day she spends helping enemies of the state brings her closer to discovery and execution. Her choice to aid the path, despite the personal cost, demonstrates the courage ordinary people can find when confronted with extraordinary evil. The Fortress Inquisitorius on the moon Nur serves as the Empire's center for Jedi hunting and torture. This underwater facility processes captured Force sensitives, breaking them through physical and psychological abuse until they either die or join the Inquisitors. The fortress's trophy room contains the preserved remains of Jedi who refused to turn, a grisly monument to the Empire's systematic extermination of hope. Obi-Wan's infiltration of the fortress brings him face to face with the scope of Imperial evil. Seeing the bodies of younglings preserved like hunting trophies breaks something inside him, but it also rekindles the righteous anger that once made him a formidable warrior. These children died because he failed to stop Anakin. Their deaths are his responsibility, and he owes them justice. The rescue mission becomes a desperate race against time as Imperial forces converge on the fortress. Tala and her loyal subordinate Wade sacrifice themselves to buy time for the others to escape. Their deaths serve as stark reminders that heroism in the Imperial era comes with a price that few survive to collect. But none of these dangers compare to what emerges from the shadows of Obi-Wan's past. Darth Vader has finally learned that his former master survived Mustafar, and he's coming to finish what their duel began. The confrontation between them will settle old scores and determine whether any hope remains for the galaxy's future. Their first encounter on the industrial world, Mapuzo, demonstrates how completely the balance of power has shifted. The Obi-Wan who once defeated General Grievous and dueled Count Dooku now struggles against an opponent he trained from childhood. Vader's power has grown enormously during his decade as a Sith Lord, while Obi-Wan's abilities have withered from disuse and despair. Vader's use of fire as a psychological weapon creates deliberate parallels to their Mustafar duel. He drags Obi-Wan through flames, letting his former master experience the pain he endured beside that lava river. The torture isn't just physical. It's a reminder of how their roles have reversed, how the student has surpassed the teacher in every way that matters to the dark side. Tala's timely rescue saves Obi-Wan from certain death, but it also forces him to confront his limitations. He can't defeat Vader in his current state. Years of self-imposed exile have cost him the skills and confidence he needs to protect anyone, including himself. If he's going to save Leia and help other innocents, he needs to find his way back to the Force. The process of reconnection begins slowly, with small moments of clarity and purpose. Training with Leia, whose natural Force sensitivity reminds him why the Jedi existed in the first place. Meditating on his failures without letting them consume him. remembering that strength comes not from avoiding pain, but from accepting it and choosing to act despite it. Leia's own growth during their adventure reveals the woman she'll become. Her compassion for other children in danger, her refusal to abandon friends even when escape seems impossible, her instinctive understanding of right and wrong all point toward her future as a leader of the rebellion. Padme's daughter carries her mother's heart and her father's determination, but she's learned to control both. The final confrontation between Obi-Wan and Vader takes place on a barren moon, where their past can finally be laid to rest. This time, Obi-Wan fights not from weakness, but from renewed strength. His connection to the Force has returned, but more importantly, he's remembered who he chose to be before guilt and shame clouded his judgment. The duel itself becomes a conversation conducted with lightsabers. Every strike and parry carries emotional weight. Every force, push and pull represents years of history between them. Obi-Wan fights defensively at first, trying to reach whatever remains of Anakin beneath Vader's armor. But when it becomes clear that his former apprentice is truly gone, his tactics change. The moment when Obi-Wan cracks Vader's mask reveals the depth of both characters' transformations. Vader's scarred face, visible through the damaged helmet, shows what hatred and the dark side have cost him physically. But it's his words that reveal the true extent of his fall. When he declares that he destroyed Anakin Skywalker, he's not just speaking to Obi-Wan. He's convincing himself that the man he used to be never existed. Obi-Wan's response shows how completely he's healed from his own wounds. His apology for everything that happened carries genuine remorse, but also acceptance. He can't change the past, but he can choose how to move forward. When Vader insists that Anakin's destruction wasn't Obi-Wan's failure, it frees the Jedi Master from a decade of self-imposed guilt. The escape from their confrontation marks the end of Obi-Wan's journey back to himself. He's no longer the broken hermit who hid from his responsibilities. The man who emerges from this trial is someone who can face the future with hope, knowing that even in the galaxy's darkest hour, light can be found by those willing to seek it. Reva's parallel journey leads her to a different kind of redemption. Her pursuit of Luke on Tatooine forces her to confront what she's become in her quest for revenge. When she finds herself standing over an innocent child with a lightsaber in her hand, the ghost of her younger self stops her from completing the cycle of violence that began in the temple 10 years ago. Her choice to spare Luke represents the victory of her original nature over the darkness that consumed her. The youngling who once played in the temple halls still exists beneath the Inquisitor's armor. By choosing mercy over vengeance, she honors the memory of her fallen friends better than any act of violence could. The reunion between Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon's Force ghost provides closure to a relationship that began decades ago. Qui-Gon's explanation that Obi-Wan needed to heal before he could see him again validates the journey the younger Jedi has taken. Sometimes the greatest strength comes from admitting weakness and working to overcome it. Leia's return to Alderaan includes a moment of recognition that will echo through the saga. When Obi-Wan tells her about her parents, describing their courage and compassion, he plants seeds that will bloom years later. Her request to remember her real mother will become Luke's mission decades in the future, when he asks her to describe what she remembers about Padme. The final meeting between Obi-Wan and Luke establishes the relationship that will define the young Skywalker's destiny. When Ben Kenobi introduces himself to the boy for the first time, using the name that will become his identity for the next decade, he's beginning a friendship that will save the galaxy. Luke's wide-eyed wonder at seeing the Force in action mirrors his father's reaction at the same age, but without the fear and anger that led Anakin astray. Owen Lars' grudging acceptance of Obi-Wan's presence in their lives represents a small victory against the forces trying to divide them. The farmer's protective instincts toward Luke remain strong, but he's learned that some threats require allies he'd rather not trust. His agreement to let Obi-Wan maintain contact acknowledges that dark times require difficult choices. The Empire's continued hunt for Jedi survivors ensures that Obi-Wan's renewed activity won't go unnoticed forever. Imperial intelligence will eventually connect the dots between the Fortress Inquisitorius attack, Leia's rescue, and reports of Jedi activity in the Outer Rim. But by then, the galaxy will have other problems to worry about. The Path Network's expansion following Tala's sacrifice creates new opportunities for resistance against Imperial tyranny. Every family helped to safety, every Force-sensitive child smuggled away from Inquisitor attention represents a small victory against the Empire's attempt to extinguish hope. These individual acts of courage will eventually coalesce into something larger and more dangerous to Imperial interests. Reva's transformation from Inquisitor to Protector adds another Guardian to watch over potential threats to the Empire. Her knowledge of Imperial methods and Inquisitor operations makes her a valuable ally for anyone trying to stay hidden from official attention. The third sister is dead, but the youngling who survived Order 66 has finally found her true purpose. Vader's recognition that Obi-Wan has returned to full strength adds a new element to his calculations about the future. The weak hermit he defeated on Mapuzo has been replaced by the Jedi Master who once cut him down on Mustafar. This development complicates his plans, but also provides an opportunity. Strong opponents make victory more satisfying when it finally comes. The episode's themes of redemption and renewal extend beyond individual characters to the galaxy itself. Hope has been nearly extinguished, but small flames still burn in hidden corners. The Empire's power seems absolute, but it depends on fear and despair to maintain control. When people remember that resistance is possible, tyranny becomes vulnerable. 10 years after the Republic's fall, the seeds of its restoration have been planted. Luke Skywalker grows stronger under twin suns, protected by guardians who understand his importance. Leia Organa learns leadership on Alderaan, preparing for responsibilities she doesn't yet comprehend. Across the galaxy, survivors of the Old Order remember what they're fighting to restore. The Empire believes it has won permanently, that the Jedi are extinct and democracy is dead forever. But empires built on fear carry the seeds of their own destruction. Every act of cruelty creates new enemies. Every innocent death inspires new heroes. The Sith think they've learned from their ancient mistakes, but they've only postponed their inevitable reckoning. Obi-Wan Kenobi's journey from broken hermit to renewed protector demonstrates that even the deepest despair can be overcome through choice and commitment. The Force flows through all living things, but it requires living beings to choose hope over fear, action over paralysis, connection over isolation. His example will inspire others to make similar choices when their time comes. The galaxy's darkest hour is not yet over, but it's no longer growing darker. Light has begun to return to corners where shadows seemed permanent. The Empire's reign of terror continues, but its foundations have started to crack. And in the distance, still years away but drawing closer with each passing season, the dawn of a new hope begins to break over the horizon. Balance will be restored to the Force, but not through the Chosen One anyone expected. The path forward leads through sacrifice and loss, through trials that will test every hero's resolve. But it also leads through friendship and love, through connections that prove stronger than any weapon the Empire can deploy. The Kenobi who emerges from this crucible is ready for whatever comes next. He's found his way back to the light, and he's prepared to help others find theirs as well. The galaxy has forgotten what freedom looks like, but he remembers. And when the time comes, he'll help teach a new generation of heroes how to fight for it. The waiting is almost over. The pieces are falling into place. And somewhere in the Force, the future stirs with possibilities that will reshape everything once again. Kenobi went back to his watch over the boy, and Tatooine kept it secret. The Empire spent those same years getting very good at what it did. It learned that fear governed cheaper than soldiers ever could, and it spent the next 2 decades proving it. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the cure for chaos is worse than the disease, and that freedom once lost might take a generation of blood and sacrifice to reclaim. Emperor Palpatine wasted no time transforming his political victory into total control over galactic civilization. The empire that emerged from the Republic's ashes was designed to eliminate every weakness that democracy had exposed during the Clone Wars. Where the Republic had been slow to act, the Empire moved with ruthless efficiency. Where senators had debated endlessly, regional governors now implemented orders without question. The campaign of imperialization began immediately with the nationalization of key industries and the implementation of human-centric policies that reduced alien species to second-class citizens or outright slaves. The Clone Wars had been sold as a fight for freedom and democracy, but the empire that followed made clear that those ideals had been discarded in favor of order and security at any cost. Darth Vader emerged as the Emperor's primary enforcer, a black-armored figure who could strangle subordinates with a gesture and whose very presence struck fear into Imperial officers and rebel sympathizers alike. His transformation from the Republic's greatest hero into the Empire's most terrifying weapon demonstrated how completely the dark side could corrupt even the most well-intentioned individuals. The transition from clone troopers to Imperial stormtroopers symbolized the Empire's evolution from a temporary military force into a permanent occupation army. The clones who had fought for the Republic were gradually replaced by recruited humans who served the Empire out of loyalty, fear, or simple economic necessity. This new generation of soldiers had no memory of fighting for democratic ideals. Construction of the Death Star began almost immediately after the Empire's formation, using plans that the Geonosians had originally designed for Count Dooku during the Separatist crisis. The massive space station represented everything the Empire stood for, taken to its logical extreme. It was a weapon capable of destroying entire planets, turning the threat of extinction into official government policy. The initial construction took place in secret above Geonosis before being moved to other locations as the project expanded. Enslaved Wookiees from Kashyyyk provided much of the manual labor, their homeworld having been brutally subjugated as punishment for their loyalty to the Republic during the Clone Wars. The Death Star became a monument to Imperial cruelty built with the suffering of conquered peoples. Core worlds like Coruscant enjoyed relative prosperity and stability under Imperial rule. Their populations kept compliant through propaganda that emphasized security and economic growth over political freedom. The Empire understood that maintaining support in these wealthy systems was crucial for projecting legitimacy throughout the galaxy. But in the Outer Rim territories, Imperial rule revealed its true nature through brutal pacification campaigns that crushed any hint of resistance. The Gorman Massacre saw Grand Moff Tarkin's ship land directly on protesters, killing them to make a point about the consequences of defying Imperial authority. Such atrocities became routine as the Empire expanded its control. The devastation of Kamino demonstrated how the Empire dealt with core worlds that harbored Jedi survivors. This peaceful planet of the Kamino species was bombarded from orbit as punishment for hiding fugitive Jedi, showing that even traditionally loyal systems weren't safe from Imperial retribution if they violated the New Order's rules. Regional governors called Moffs and Grand Moffs replaced the old senatorial system, giving the Emperor direct control over local administration while bypassing any remaining democratic institutions. Grand Moff Wilhuff Tarkin became the most powerful of these officials, commanding the Outer Rim territories from his position as overseer of the Death Star project. The Tarkin Doctrine formalized the Empire's philosophy of ruling through fear rather than respect. Instead of building loyalty through good governance, Imperial officials were encouraged to make examples of troublemakers while demonstrating that resistance would only bring worse consequences. The Death Star was the ultimate expression of this philosophy. Surviving Jedi like Kanan Jarrus, Cal Kestis, and Ahsoka Tano lived in hiding while specialized Imperial agents called Inquisitors hunted them across the galaxy. The Great Jedi Purge continued for years after Order 66, with Vader personally leading missions to eliminate any Force users who had escaped the initial slaughter. Obi-Wan Kenobi's exile on Tatooine and Yoda's retreat to Dagobah represented the end of an era when Jedi could openly serve as guardians of peace and justice. These legendary masters were reduced to hermits watching over hidden children while their order's legacy crumbled under Imperial persecution. The first seeds of organized resistance came from politicians like Bail Organa and Mon Mothma, who used their positions to quietly aid those suffering under Imperial rule. Their early efforts focused on helping refugees and political prisoners rather than direct military action, but they were laying the groundwork for something much larger. Local rebel cells began forming on worlds where Imperial oppression was particularly severe. Saw Gerrera's partisans on Onderon and Cham Syndulla's freedom fighters on Ryloth conducted sabotage operations and rescued civilians, but these groups operated independently without central coordination or strategic direction. The gradual linking of these disparate cells into a unified movement required leaders who could operate across multiple systems while avoiding Imperial detection. Ahsoka Tano's work, under the codename Fulcrum, connected various resistance groups, while Senators Organa and Mothma provided political cover and resources for expanding operations. By the time Mon Mothma openly denounced Palpatine in the Senate and defected to lead the rebellion, the underground network was strong enough to support a formal alliance to restore the Republic. The Corellian Treaty brought together rebel leaders from across the galaxy under unified command structure that could challenge Imperial rule directly. The theft of the Death Star plans became the rebellion's highest priority once they learned about the weapon's existence. In Legends continuity, this involved multiple operations by agents like Kyle Katarn and Rhianna Saren, culminating in Princess Leia carrying the completed data aboard her diplomatic vessel. Leia Organa's role as both an Imperial senator and secret rebel operative demonstrated how the Alliance operated within the system while working to destroy it. Her diplomatic immunity allowed her to courier messages and supplies across the galaxy while maintaining the facade of loyal service to the Empire. The dissolution of the Imperial Senate in the months before the Death Star's completion removed the last pretense of representative government from the Empire. Regional governors now held absolute power over their territories, answerable only to the Emperor himself. Democracy had been replaced by autocracy with the enthusiastic support of populations that valued security over freedom. The destruction of Alderaan marked the moment when the Empire's true nature became undeniable to the entire galaxy. Grand Moff Tarkin's decision to obliterate a peaceful core world as a demonstration of Imperial power crossed a line that even many Imperial supporters couldn't accept. The death of billions in moments showed what happened to those who opposed the New Order. Bail Organa's death with his adopted homeworld eliminated one of the rebellion's key leaders while making the conflict personal for Princess Leia. The man who had helped hide Luke and Leia as infants and spent decades building the rebel movement was vaporized along with everything he had worked to protect. The Alderaan massacre achieved the opposite of what Tarkin intended. Instead of terrorizing the galaxy into submission, it sparked outrage that drove millions of new recruits into the rebellion's ranks. The Empire had revealed itself as a regime capable of genocide, making resistance a moral imperative rather than a political choice. The stage was now set for the Galactic Civil War that would determine whether the galaxy would remain under Imperial rule or whether the democratic ideals of the Old Republic could be restored. The Empire possessed overwhelming military superiority and control over most inhabited systems, but the rebellion had something more powerful than weapons or territory. They had hope. Hope that tyranny could be defeated by ordinary people willing to sacrifice everything for freedom. Hope that the dark side's triumph was temporary rather than permanent. And hope that somewhere in the galaxy, new heroes were rising who could challenge an empire that seemed invincible. The Death Star plans hidden in a small astromech droid represented more than technical specifications for a superweapon. They were proof that even the Empire's greatest achievements had weaknesses that could be exploited by those brave enough to try. The battle station that was supposed to crush all resistance had instead provided the tools for its own destruction. The Empire had reached the height of its power, but it had also planted the seeds of its own downfall. In trying to rule through fear, they had given their enemies the motivation to fight harder than any Imperial soldier ever could. Not everyone who fought the Empire came to it fresh. Some had been soldiers already, built for a war that ended years before and left them with nothing left to do. 3 of them were living inside a broken walker out in the desert, waiting to be forgotten. When the smoke cleared after Order 66, the galaxy had fundamentally changed. The Republic that Rex had fought for had been transformed into the Galactic Empire overnight. The Jedi were branded as traitors and hunted to near extinction. And the clone troopers, once celebrated as heroes, were gradually being phased out in favor of recruited stormtroopers. For Rex, this new reality demanded a complete reinvention of his life. Being officially listed as killed in action gave him a precious advantage. While the Empire meticulously tracked down surviving Jedi, they weren't looking for a clone commander they believed to be dead. This anonymity became his shield as he navigated the dangerous early days of Imperial rule. His first act as a free man spoke volumes about his character. Despite the risks involved, Rex traveled to Saleucami to warn Cutlaw Quan about the inhibitor chips. The clone deserter, who had once challenged Rex's notions of duty, now needed protection. Rex explained what had happened, warned Cut to be vigilant about potential activation of his own chip, and helped him prepare contingency plans to protect his family. This journey back to Lo Quain's farm came full circle from their first meeting, showing how completely Rex's perspective had evolved. The man who once might have reported a deserter now risked his own safety to protect one. As the Empire consolidated its power, Rex made a crucial decision. He wouldn't simply hide and wait out the storm. He would actively resist, focusing particularly on helping his clone brothers escape Imperial control. He established a covert network of allies dedicated to rescuing clones who wished to remove their chips and desert from Imperial service. This resistance effort connected Rex with unlikely allies. The Martez sisters, Trace and Rafa, who had previously helped Ahsoka Tano, became key collaborators in his underground operations. Their knowledge of Coruscant's criminal underworld and smuggling routes proved invaluable for moving fugitive clones off Imperial worlds. Through these missions, Rex's network saved dozens of his brothers from continued servitude or the decommissioning that awaited clones deemed no longer useful by the Empire. Each rescue was personally meaningful to Rex. These weren't just soldiers to him. They were family, men created from the same template, who shared his face and much of his experience. Each clone who managed to escape the Empire's control represented a small victory against the system that had used them all as disposable weapons. During these early Resistance years, Rex received intelligence about Clone Force 99, the experimental unit known as the Bad Batch. These genetically divergent clones had responded differently to Order 66 due to their modified DNA. Tracking them to Ord Mantell, Rex reunited with his old squadmate Echo, who had joined the unusual clone unit after his rescue from Skako Minor. The reunion was tense but vital. Rex warned the Bad Batch about their inhibitor chips and helped them understand the danger they posed. Though most of the squad had naturally resisted the chip's programming due to their genetic modifications, Rex insisted on surgically removing them all to eliminate any risk of future activation. After helping them with this procedure, he offered the skilled team a place in his resistance operations. While they initially declined, preferring to forge their own independent path, this encounter strengthened Rex's connection with Echo and laid groundwork for future collaboration. As the years passed and the Empire's grip tightened across the galaxy, Rex eventually sought a quieter existence. He settled on the remote desert planet Selos, accompanied by two fellow clone veterans who had also managed to remove their chips and escape Imperial service. Commander Wolf from the 104th Battalion and Commando Gregor, a former Republic commando. Their home was as unconventional as their situation, a modified ATTE walker, repurposed from a war machine into a mobile dwelling. The three veterans survived by hunting massive worm-like creatures called yupas, selling their meat to the few traders who ventured to such an isolated world. This life on the fringes of the galaxy gave them space to process their experiences and come to terms with their complicated past. The three clones dealt with their wartime trauma in different ways. Rex maintained his sense of purpose, still believing in the possibility of resisting the Empire. Gregor displayed erratic behavior, his mental state affected by his intense combat experiences and the experimental procedures he had endured as a commando. Wolf proved the most fearful, haunted by nightmares of Order 66 and terrified that the Empire would eventually find them. Their relative peace was interrupted years into the Imperial era, when Ahsoka Tano, now operating under the codename Fulcrum as an intelligence agent for the growing rebel movement, attempted to contact Rex. The messages she sent contained coded references to their shared past, designed to be recognized only by him. But Wolf, paranoid about Imperial retribution, intercepted and hid these communications, afraid that responding would bring the Empire to their doorstep. When Ahsoka realized her messages weren't getting through, she sent the crew of a rebel ship called the Ghost to find Rex in person. Led by former Jedi Kanan Jarrus and his Padawan Ezra Bridger, the rebel team tracked the clone veterans to their walker on Selos. Their arrival triggered Wolf's fears, leading to a tense confrontation before Rex could establish the rebels' genuine intentions. The meeting between Rex and Kanan revealed the lasting wounds of Order 66. Kanan, who had witnessed his Jedi Master gunned down by clone troopers, harbored deep distrust toward all clones. Rex, understanding this perspective, patiently worked to prove that he and his companions had removed their chips and had never willingly participated in the Jedi Purge. This initial friction would take time to heal, as both men carried scars from the same traumatic event, experienced from opposite sides. When an Imperial probe droid discovered their location, followed by a full assault force, Rex and the Ghost crew were forced to work together against the common enemy. The battle showcased Rex's tactical genius as he coordinated their defense using the ATTE Walker's remaining weapon systems against more modern Imperial walkers. This successful collaboration against Imperial forces changed something in Rex. After years of hiding and small-scale resistance, the thrill of direct combat against the Empire reignited his warrior spirit. When the Ghost crew prepared to leave, Rex made a life-changing decision. He would join the formal rebellion against the Empire, specifically the Phoenix Rebel cell operating in the Lothal sector. It was time to stop merely surviving and start actively fighting to restore freedom to the galaxy. His arrival at the Rebel base led to an emotional reunion with Ahsoka Tano. These two survivors of the Clone Wars, who had faced Order 66 together and forged their own paths in its aftermath, found in each other a connection to their shared past and a renewed purpose for the future. Their reunion symbolized the resilience of loyalty and friendship even in the darkest times. Within the rebellion, Rex found new meaning as a military advisor. His decades of combat experience and intimate knowledge of Imperial protocols inherited from Republic military structure made him an invaluable resource for Rebel commanders. Former enemies became comrades as Rex worked alongside Jedi survivors and freedom fighters from across the galaxy, united by their opposition to Imperial tyranny. His relationship with Kanan Jarrus gradually evolved from mutual suspicion into genuine respect. Through shared missions and battles, they moved beyond the trauma that initially divided them, forming a bond based on their current choices rather than their painful history. This healing process reflected Rex's larger journey of reconciliation with his past, neither denying his role in the Clone Wars nor allowing it to define his future. One old soldier finding a cause does not make a rebellion. All across the galaxy, other people were arriving at the same idea on their own, on worlds that had never heard of each other. None of them knew yet how big the thing they were joining would become. The Empire rules the galaxy with absolute power, and hope seems like a forgotten dream. But in the shadows of tyranny, two very different groups of people are about to discover that even the smallest spark can light a fire that burns down empires. 5 years before Luke Skywalker destroys the Death Star, rebellion stirs on opposite ends of the galaxy. On the outer rim world of Lothal, a teenage street thief named Ezra Bridger stumbles into a crew of freedom fighters calling themselves the Spectres. Meanwhile, on the industrial planet Ferrix, a man named Cassian Andor kills 2 corrupt security officers in self-defense and sets off a chain of events that will transform him from survivor to revolutionary. These aren't the clean-cut heroes of legend. They're desperate people living under the boot of oppression, making impossible choices just to see another sunrise. But their separate journeys will converge into something the Empire never expected, a rebellion that can actually win. The Ghost Crew operates from a modified light freighter that's seen better decades. Captain Hera Syndulla pilots their ship with skill inherited from her father Cham, who fought separatists during the Clone Wars and now fights the Empire on Ryloth. Her calm leadership holds together a group of misfits who probably shouldn't work together, but somehow do. Kanan Jarrus carries the weight of being one of the last Jedi in the galaxy. He survived Order 66 as Padawan Caleb Doom, watching his master die to save him. For years, he's hidden his lightsaber and suppressed his connection to the Force, but training Ezra forces him to rediscover what it means to be a Jedi in a galaxy that's forgotten their purpose. Sabine Wren brings Mandalorian warrior skills and an artist's eye to their operations. Her graffiti tags mock Imperial propaganda, while her explosives expertise gives their raids extra punch. She's running from her past as an Imperial Academy cadet who created weapons used against her own people, seeking redemption through rebellion. Garazeb Aurelios, called Zeb by his friends, is one of the last Lasat warriors. The Empire wiped out his homeworld and most of his species, leaving him with strength, rage, and a bow rifle that extends into a staff weapon. His hatred for the Empire runs deeper than personal. It's genocidal fury given purpose. Chopper rounds out their crew as the most temperamental astromech droid in the galaxy. Built from spare parts and held together by stubbornness, he's been with Hera since the Clone Wars and shows more personality than most organic beings. His wartime service gives him skills and attitude that make him invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. Ezra's recruitment happens by accident when he tries to steal cargo the Ghost Crew is already planning to liberate. His natural force sensitivity draws him to their ship, where he encounters his first lightsaber and discovers abilities he never knew he possessed. Kanan recognizes the signs immediately. Here's a force-sensitive teenager who needs training before the Empire finds him. The planet Lothal becomes their primary base of operations, though it's anything but safe. Imperial forces occupy the world, exploiting its resources while oppressing its people. Governor Arehanda Price rules with increasing brutality, turning peaceful farmers and factory workers into reluctant supporters of rebellion through her harsh policies. Grand Moff Tarkin takes notice when rebel activity on Lothal escalates beyond local security's ability to handle. His solution is typically imperial, overwhelming force applied with ruthless efficiency. The Grand Inquisitor arrives to hunt down any surviving Jedi, turning the Ghost Crew's small-scale resistance into a fight for survival. The Inquisitor represents everything the Empire has done to corrupt Force users. Once a Jedi Temple guard, he's been twisted into a hunter of his former brothers and sisters. His spinning double-bladed lightsaber and knowledge of Jedi combat forms make him a terrifying opponent for Kanan, who's spent years avoiding exactly this kind of confrontation. Their first duel reveals how much Kanan has lost during his exile. The Inquisitor easily defeats him, demonstrating superior technique and tactical awareness. Only intervention from the rest of the Ghost Crew saves Kanan's life, but the encounter forces him to confront his limitations as both Jedi and teacher. Meanwhile, thousands of light years away, Cassian Andor's life unravels on Ferrix when those two security officers end up dead. The corporate sector authority investigates the killings, bringing imperial attention to a world that's tried to stay beneath notice. Cassian's adoptive mother, Marva, urges him to run, but leaving means abandoning everything he's ever known. The investigation draws Deputy Inspector Cyril Khan, an ambitious bureaucrat who sees solving this case as his path to advancement within imperial security. His pursuit of Cassian becomes personal when the corporate sector authority dissolves and his career prospects collapse. The case consumes him, driving him to obsessive lengths that will define his future. Cassian's escape from Ferrix leads him to Luthen Rael, an antiques dealer on Coruscant, who's actually one of the rebellion's key organizers. Luthen recognizes potential in Cassian, not as a hero or believer, but as someone desperate enough to take risks others won't. Their partnership begins with mutual distrust and grows into something approaching respect. Luthen's shop serves as a front for recruiting rebels and moving resources to resistance cells across the galaxy. His collection of artifacts from fallen civilizations reminds visitors of what the Empire destroys, while his connections reach into the highest levels of imperial society. He's spent years building networks that can strike at the Empire without revealing their true scope. The Aldhani heist represents Luthen's strategy in action. A small team infiltrates an Imperial treasury during a celestial event that happens once every few years, stealing payroll funds intended for an entire sector. The operation succeeds, but costs most of the team their lives, demonstrating the price of rebellion while funding future operations. Cassian's role in the heist transforms him from reluctant participant to committed rebel. Seeing how the Empire treats ordinary people, farmers forced off their land, civilians murdered for convenience, awakens something in him that money alone never could. The deaths of his teammates weigh on him, but their sacrifice gives meaning to his own survival. Back on Lothal, the Ghost Crew's activities attract increasingly dangerous attention. Agent Callus of the Imperial Security Bureau becomes their primary hunter, using tactics learned during the Empire's genocide of the Lasat. His personal vendetta against Zeb adds emotional weight to their conflict, with both warriors carrying guilt over Lasan's destruction. Ezra's training accelerates under pressure from Imperial pursuit. Kanan teaches him lightsaber techniques, while Hera shows him piloting skills. Sabine demonstrates explosives handling, and Zeb covers hand-to-hand combat. The teenager's natural abilities grow rapidly, but so does his impatience with Jedi restraint and philosophy. The discovery of other rebel cells changes everything for the Ghost Crew. What they thought was isolated resistance reveals itself as part of a larger movement. Phoenix Squadron, led by Commander Jun Sato, coordinates multiple rebel operations across the Outer Rim. Their ships are few and their resources limited, but they're building something the Empire fears: hope. Ahsoka Tano's introduction as the mysterious Fulcrum operative connects their rebellion to the larger galactic conflict. Her guidance helps coordinate rebel activities while keeping individual cells isolated for security. When she finally reveals herself to save the Ghost Crew from an Imperial trap, her identity shocks everyone who remembers the Clone Wars. The reunion between Ahsoka and Rex demonstrates how Order 66's survivors have adapted to Imperial rule. The former clone captain has removed his inhibitor chip and now fights against the Empire that betrayed him. His military expertise helps train rebel pilots and soldiers, while his loyalty to Ahsoka bridges the gap between clone and Jedi experiences. Darth Vader's arrival changes the entire dynamic of the rebellion. His presence on Lothal signals Imperial recognition that local rebel activity threatens their larger plans. When Vader's TIE Advanced engages rebel fighters, his superior skills nearly wipe out Phoenix Squadron single-handedly. Only coordinated sacrifice saves any rebels from his attack. The confrontation between Ahsoka and Vader on Malachor creates one of the rebellion's darkest moments. Their duel reveals Anakin Skywalker's identity beneath the mechanical suit, confirming Ahsoka's worst fears about her former master's fate. The Sith Temple's collapse appears to kill them both, though Ahsoka's survival remains uncertain until much later. Ezra's discovery of a Sith holocron during the Malachor mission tempts him with dark side knowledge. The artifact's whispers promise power to protect his friends, but its influence gradually corrupts his judgment. Kanan's growing blindness, caused by Maul's lightsaber, forces the Padawan to take more responsibility while struggling with darker impulses. On Coruscant, Mon Mothma's political maneuvering provides crucial support for the rebellion's activities. As a sitting senator, she can't openly oppose the Empire, but her resources and connections enable Luthen's operations. Her careful balance between public service and secret rebellion becomes increasingly difficult as Imperial surveillance intensifies. Saw Gerrera represents the rebellion's more extreme elements. His partisans on Jedha fight the Empire with tactics that blur the line between resistance and terrorism. When Cassian encounters Saw's forces, he sees what he could become if revenge becomes more important than justice. The meeting forces him to examine his own motivations and methods. The revelation of the Death Star project unites different rebel factions around a common threat. Galen Erso's message about the battle station's vulnerability reaches the rebellion through his daughter Jyn, setting up the desperate mission to steal the Death Star plans. This shared purpose finally brings scattered rebel cells together into a unified alliance to restore the Republic. Grand Admiral Thrawn's assignment to deal with the Lothal Rebellion demonstrates how seriously the Empire takes their growing threat. The blue-skinned Chiss studies his enemies through their art and culture, using psychological insights to predict their strategies. His methodical approach succeeds where brute force failed, systematically dismantling rebel operations. Thrawn's campaign against Phoenix Squadron forces them to abandon multiple bases and lose valuable ships and personnel. His tactical brilliance makes every rebel victory costly, while Imperial defeats become learning experiences. The rebels win battles but find themselves losing the larger war against an opponent who adapts faster than they do. The liberation of Lothal requires Ezra to make the ultimate sacrifice. Using his connection to the Purgil space whales, he calls them to attack Thrawn's forces during the final assault on the planet. The whales grab both Ezra and Thrawn, carrying them into hyperspace to parts unknown. Lothal gains its freedom, but the cost is the loss of its greatest defender. Cassian's journey culminates on Scarif, where he leads the desperate mission to steal the Death Star plans. His partnership with Jyn Erso bridges their different approaches to rebellion, her idealism balanced by his pragmatism. Together, they sacrifice everything to ensure the Death Star's weakness reaches the Rebel Alliance in time. The transmission of the Death Star plans represents the culmination of everything both rebellion stories have built toward. Years of small victories, painful losses, and gradual growth create the moment when the Empire's ultimate weapon becomes vulnerable. Luke Skywalker will destroy the Death Star, but only because rebels like Ezra and Cassian made that victory possible. The Ghost Crew's epilogue shows how their rebellion evolves into the New Republic. Hera becomes a general, leading starfighter squadrons against Imperial remnants. Zeb discovers other Lasat survivors, proving his species wasn't completely wiped out. Sabine continues her search for Ezra, eventually joining Ahsoka on that mission years later. Rex's participation in the Battle of Endor connects the Clone Wars generation to the Empire's final defeat. The clone, who once served Anakin Skywalker, helps destroy the regime that Darth Vader built. His presence at the victory celebration represents both personal redemption and historical justice for Order 66's betrayal. The formation of the Rebel Alliance from scattered resistance cells demonstrates how tyranny creates its own opposition. The Empire's cruelty turns loyal citizens into enemies, while its incompetence gives rebels opportunities to strike. What begins as desperate survival grows into organized resistance and eventually triumphant rebellion. Both stories emphasize the human cost of resistance against overwhelming power. Every victory requires sacrifice. Every success demands payment in blood and loss. The rebels who survive carry the weight of those who didn't, using their grief as fuel for continued fighting. Hope becomes a weapon as powerful as any starfighter or blaster. The overlap between Rebels and Andor during the same time period shows rebellion from multiple perspectives. Ezra's force-powered adventures contrast with Cassian's grounded espionage, but both serve the same cause. Their different approaches, mystical versus practical, combine into a movement strong enough to challenge galactic tyranny. Mon Mothma's transformation from senator to rebel leader bridges both stories' political themes. Her public denouncement of the Emperor and flight from Coruscant signals the end of peaceful opposition and the beginning of open warfare. The rebellion no longer hides in shadows, but stands ready to fight for the galaxy's future. The Death Star's construction provides a timeline that connects both narratives to the larger saga. What begins as rumors of a secret Imperial project becomes the ultimate threat that unifies all rebel factions. The weapon designed to ensure Imperial dominance instead becomes the catalyst for the Empire's destruction. Vader's hunt for rebel leaders drives much of the conflict in both stories. His presence terrifies rebels while inspiring them to greater sacrifice. The Dark Lord, who once brought hope to the galaxy, now serves as a reminder of what the Empire destroys. His very existence proves that evil can triumph, but also that good can fall and still find redemption. The Jedi's role in the rebellion evolves from hiding to leadership. Kanan and Ezra represent hope's return to the galaxy, while Ahsoka bridges the old Republic's memory with the new rebellion's promise. Their use of the Force inspires others to believe that the Empire's power isn't absolute, that mystery and wonder still exist. Technology plays crucial roles in both rebellions. The Ghost's modifications enable daring escapes, while Cassian's intelligence gathering provides strategic advantages. Imperial overconfidence in their superior equipment creates vulnerabilities that clever rebels exploit. Sometimes old ships and desperate courage prove more valuable than the newest weapons. The cultural diversity of the rebellion reflects the galaxy's richness that the Empire tries to suppress. Twi'leks, Lasat, humans, Chiss, and dozens of other species unite against Imperial human supremacy. Their different perspectives and abilities strengthen the movement while proving that cooperation defeats oppression. Family bonds motivate many rebel actions. Ezra seeks parents lost to Imperial persecution, while Cassian honors his adoptive mother's teachings. Hera follows her father's example of resistance, and Sabine tries to save her homeworld from her own weapons. Love becomes rebellion's greatest strength and the Empire's fatal weakness. The transition from scattered cells to unified alliance shows how movements grow and mature. Early rebels fight for personal reasons: revenge, survival, protection of loved ones. Gradually, they develop shared ideology and common purpose. The Rebel Alliance emerges when individual motivations align with galactic necessity. Both stories end at the same point: the Death Star plans in rebel hands and the Empire's ultimate weapon vulnerable to attack. The journey from desperate resistance to organized rebellion creates the foundation for everything that follows. Luke Skywalker's heroics become possible only because others paid the price in preparation. The legacy of these rebels extends far beyond their immediate victories. They prove that ordinary people can challenge extraordinary power when they work together. Their example inspires future generations to resist tyranny in all its forms. The Empire falls not to superior force, but to superior spirit, and that spirit begins with rebels like these. Everything the rebels have been building toward comes down to one desperate mission that nobody expects to survive. After years of scattered resistance and secret operations, the rebellion finally has a chance to strike at the Empire's most terrifying weapon, but the cost will be higher than anyone imagines. It's been weeks since the Rebel Alliance officially formed from scattered cells across the galaxy. The Death Star is nearly complete, and Imperial Director Orson Krennic believes his superweapon will end the rebellion before it can truly begin. What he doesn't know is that the man forced to build his ultimate weapon has been planning its destruction from the very beginning. Galen Erso stands in his laboratory aboard the Death Star, putting the finishing touches on a reactor design that will power the station's planet-killing laser. To everyone around him, he's the brilliant scientist who solved the Empire's energy problems. In reality, he's been carefully engineering a fatal flaw that will give the rebels their only hope of victory. The scientist's story began years earlier on the peaceful farming world of Lamu, where he lived in hiding with his wife Lyra and young daughter Jin. Director Krennic's arrival shattered their quiet life, forcing Galen back into Imperial service while Lyra died protecting their family. Little Jin escaped into the wasteland, eventually rescued by Saw Gerrera's partisans. Now 15 years later, that same Jyn Erso rots in an Imperial labor camp, using the survival skills Saw taught her to stay alive one day at a time. She's become exactly what the Empire creates: a criminal, a rebel, someone with nothing left to lose. The Rebel Alliance needs that desperation, even if they don't fully trust it. Captain Cassian Andor leads the rescue mission that breaks Jyn out of Imperial custody. His orders come directly from Mon Mothma herself: bring Galen Erso's daughter to the rebellion, because she might be their only way to reach Saw Gerrera. The extremist leader has captured an Imperial pilot who claims to have a message from Galen about the Death Star. K2SO accompanies Cassian on the extraction, a reprogrammed Imperial security droid whose dry humor masks lethal combat capabilities. The towering black droid was once a prison guard until Cassian turned him into a rebel asset. His Imperial appearance allows the team to move through checkpoints, while his programming gives them access to classified information. Jin's initial meeting with the Rebel Alliance leadership reveals how far apart they still are from the heroes of legend. These people argue constantly, disagree about tactics, and seem more interested in politics than action. Some want to negotiate with the Empire, others demand immediate military strikes, and most simply hope the Death Star rumors aren't true. Mon Mothma tries to convince Jyn that her father can be saved, that they can extract him safely and learn how to destroy his creation. The offer sounds genuine until Cassian reveals his real mission: kill Galen Erso before the Empire can complete their weapon. The rebellion needs the Death Star project ended, regardless of who dies in the process. The journey to Jedha takes them to a moon sacred to Force users throughout the galaxy. The Empire has occupied this holy world to mine kyber crystals for the Death Star's superlaser, turning temples into strip mines while forcing believers into hiding. It's the perfect testing ground for their new weapons' smaller-scale applications. Jedha City feels like a powder keg ready to explode. Imperial patrols march through ancient streets while pilgrims try to maintain their faith under occupation. Saw Gerrera's partisans launch random attacks against Imperial forces, creating an atmosphere of constant tension and barely contained violence. Cassian's contact leads them through the city's crowded bazaars, where vendors sell everything from holy relics to black market weapons. The mission goes sideways when Saw's fighters attack an Imperial convoy, turning their intelligence gathering into a running battle through narrow streets and crumbling buildings. The chaos introduces them to Chirrut Imwe and Baze Malbus, unlikely allies who represent different responses to Imperial oppression. Chirrut is a guardian of the Whills, a blind warrior monk whose faith in the Force guides his staff work and crossbow aim. Baze was once a believer himself until the Empire's destruction of sacred sites turned him into a cynical heavy weapons specialist. Their partnership reflects Jedha itself, faith tested by brutality, hope struggling against overwhelming odds. Chirrut still believes the Force will provide, while Baze trusts only in firepower and bitter experience. Together, they've protected their city's remaining believers while fighting a war they know they can't win. Saw Gerrera's hideout in the catacombs beneath Jedha reveals what years of fighting the Empire has done to the man. Paranoid, broken, sustained by life support systems, he's become as much machine as Vader himself. His interrogation methods have alienated potential allies, while his extremist tactics horrify even other rebels. The Imperial pilot Bodhi Rook tells his story under the glow of Saw's truth-reading creature. He was just a cargo hauler until Galen Erso entrusted him with a message for Saw. The Death Star has a weakness, but only if someone can steal the complete technical readouts from the Imperial data vault on Scarif. Galen's holographic message finally explains the full scope of his sabotage. The reactor design that powers the Death Star contains a deliberate flaw, a chain reaction that will destroy the entire station if someone can target the main reactor. But reaching that weakness requires the complete Death Star plans, stored in the most secure Imperial facility in the galaxy. Before they can process this information fully, the sky lights up with an energy beam that turns part of Jedha's surface into expanding plasma. The Death Star has arrived for weapons testing, and Director Krennic is demonstrating his creation's power on the Holy City. The partial blast gives them minutes to escape before the moon's destruction becomes complete. Their desperate flight from Jedha's surface showcases the Death Star's terrifying capabilities on a smaller scale. What was once a thriving city becomes a crater of molten rock and ash. Thousands die instantly while survivors flee in whatever ships they can find. The Empire's ultimate weapon works exactly as designed. Cassian's mission to kill Galen takes him to the rain-soaked platform of Eadu, where the scientist oversees the Death Star's final adjustments. Watching through his rifle scope, the sniper sees not a war criminal but a broken man trying to protect his research team from Imperial reprisals. When rebel bombers arrive ahead of schedule, the decision becomes irrelevant. Galen dies in his daughter's arms after Director Krennic shoots him for sabotage. His final words confirm what the message already revealed. The Death Star can be destroyed, but only if someone steals the plans and exploits the weakness he built into its reactor. The dying scientist passes responsibility for stopping his creation to the daughter he barely knew. The Rebel Alliance leadership splits over what to do with this information. Some want to scatter the fleet and hide until the Death Star threat passes. Others argue for an immediate evacuation to the Outer Rim. Very few support the desperate assault mission that might actually succeed, and those who do lack the authority to order it. Jin's speech to the Alliance Council captures the moment when the rebellion must decide what it truly believes. She describes her father's sacrifice and the opportunity it created, but also the cost of failure. The Death Star will hunt down every rebel base until the Alliance is extinct. They can run and die slowly, or fight and die with purpose. The Council votes against the mission, but individual rebels choose differently. Admiral Radus commits his fleet to supporting the assault, while volunteers gather around Jin and Cassian. They become Rogue One, an unauthorized mission that will either save the rebellion or die trying. The assault on Scarif represents everything the rebellion has learned about fighting the Empire. They can't match Imperial firepower or numbers, but they can use speed, surprise, and sacrifice to achieve what seemed impossible. The plan requires perfect coordination between ground and space forces with no room for error. Scarif itself is a tropical paradise turned into the Empire's most secure archive. Palm trees and beaches surround the data vault that contains technical readouts for every Imperial weapon, including the Death Star. The facility's beauty masks its importance. This is where the Empire stores the information it kills to protect. Cassian leads a strike team onto the planet's surface while Admiral Thrawn brings his ships out of hyperspace to engage the Imperial fleet. The space battle erupts immediately, with Mon Calamari cruisers trading fire with Star Destroyers, while X-Wings and TIE fighters dogfight above the planet's blue oceans. The ground assault becomes a race against time as Jyn and Cassian fight their way into the data vault, while their friends hold off Imperial reinforcements. K2SO sacrifices himself to keep the blast doors sealed, buying them precious minutes to locate the Death Star plans among thousands of data tapes. Bodhi's stolen Imperial shuttle becomes their lifeline, establishing communications between the ground team and Radis's fleet. The cargo pilot turned rebel hero coordinates their extraction while directing tactical strikes against Imperial positions. His cargo hauling experience proves invaluable for managing the complex logistics of the evacuation. Chirrut's faith finally receives its ultimate test when the master switch controlling Scarif's communications array gets stuck in the open position. The blind guardian walks through blaster fire, trusting the Force to guide his steps while repeating his mantra, "I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me." His death activating the communications array allows Baze to relay the Death Star plans to the rebel fleet, but the heavy weapons specialist doesn't survive the Imperial counterattack. The two Guardians die as they lived, protecting something greater than themselves while holding on to hope despite overwhelming odds. Director Krennic's arrival with a squad of Death Troopers turns the data vault into a final battlefield between the Empire's arrogance and the Rebellion's desperation. His pursuit of Jyn and Cassian leads to the transmission tower, where the Death Star plans wait to be broadcast to the Rebel fleet. The transmission succeeds just as Krennic falls to Cassian's blaster fire, but their victory comes with a terrible price. Darth Vader's Star Destroyer arrives in orbit and immediately begins jamming Rebel communications while deploying fighters to prevent any ships from escaping with the stolen data. Vader himself boards Admiral Radis's flagship to retrieve the Death Star plans personally. His lightsaber cuts through Rebel defenders while his Force powers tear bulkheads apart. The corridor becomes a slaughter as Rebels desperately try to pass the stolen data from hand to hand before dying. The Rebel Marines fight a running battle through the ship's corridors as Vader advances behind them like an unstoppable force of nature. They sacrifice themselves one by one to keep the Death Star plans moving toward the escape pods where Princess Leia waits aboard her diplomatic vessel. Princess Leia receives the Death Star plans just as Vader's forces reach the final blast door. Her ship jumps to hyperspace moments before the Dark Lord can board, carrying the Rebellion's only hope away from the dying fleet above Scarif. Meanwhile, on the planet's surface, Jyn and Cassian watch the Death Star approach through Scarif's tropical sky. The super laser fires directly at their position, turning the entire Imperial facility into an expanding wall of energy that vaporizes everything in its path. Director Krennic dies in the blast, never knowing that the Death Star plans have already escaped or that his perfect weapon contains a fatal flaw. The station's first demonstration of full power eliminates all evidence of the security breach while giving the Empire false confidence in their ultimate weapon. The destruction of Scarif marks the end of Rogue One's mission, but the beginning of everything that follows. Within days, those stolen plans will reach the Rebel base on Yavin 4, where Princess Leia will hide them inside R2-D2 before being captured by Vader's forces. Her capture aboard the Tantive 4 leads directly to the droid's crash landing on Tatooine, where a moisture farmer named Luke Skywalker will discover the Death Star plans and begin his own journey. The circle closes as one story ends and another begins, connected by the sacrifice of heroes whose names will never be remembered. The rebels who died at Scarif succeed in their mission, but pay the ultimate price. Jyn Erso, Cassian Andor, K2SO, Bodhi Rook, Chirrut Imwe, and hundreds of others give their lives to steal information that will save the galaxy. Their deaths make Luke Skywalker's victory possible, though he'll never know their names. Years of scattered resistance and secret operations finally converge into this single moment of triumph and tragedy. The Death Star plans contain Galen Erso's hidden weakness, but exploiting that flaw will require another group of heroes willing to risk everything for freedom. The Rebellion's first major victory against the Empire costs them an entire fleet and strike force, but it also proves that the seemingly invincible Death Star can be beaten. The stolen technical data will soon reach Alliance headquarters, where desperate analysts will discover the thermal exhaust port that leads directly to the main reactor. And with that, the stage is set for the most iconic movie trilogy ever put out to the public. Because of Rogue One, a new hope is born. One princess, one farm boy, one smuggler. These three unlikely heroes are about to change the course of galactic history. But first, they have to survive long enough to find each other. Princess Leia Organa races through space aboard her diplomatic vessel, the Tantive 4, carrying the most important secret in the galaxy. The Death Star plans stolen by the Rebellion at such terrible cost are hidden in her ship's computer banks. But Darth Vader is closing in fast, and her small corvette can't outrun an Imperial Star Destroyer forever. The chase ends above Tatooine when Vader's flagship, the Devastator, captures the Rebel ship in its tractor beam. Stormtroopers blast through the airlock, while Leia makes a desperate decision. She downloads the Death Star plans into R2-D2's memory banks and sends both droids to the planet below in an escape pod. The little astromech carries the Rebellion's only hope as his pod streaks toward the desert world. Vader himself boards the captured ship, his breathing echoing through corridors filled with fallen Rebel soldiers. When his troopers bring him Captain Antilles, the ship's commander, Vader demands to know where the stolen plans are hidden. The captain claims this is a diplomatic vessel on a mercy mission, but Vader crushes his throat with one hand. Diplomatic immunity means nothing to the Empire's enforcer. Princess Leia faces Vader in the corridor where this nightmare began. She maintains her cover story about diplomatic missions and Senate business, but Vader sees through every lie. He orders her taken to an Imperial detention center where they'll extract the truth by whatever means necessary. The plans she's hidden may have already reached the planet below. On Tatooine's surface, R2-D2 and C-3PO argue about which direction to travel after their pod crashes in the Dune Sea. The protocol droid wants to head toward what looks like civilization, while R2 insists on going the opposite way toward rocky badlands. They split up in frustration, each sure the other is making a fatal mistake in this wasteland. C-3PO doesn't get far before Jawas capture him with their ion blasters. These small robed scavengers make their living collecting and selling discarded technology across Tatooine's deserts. Their massive sandcrawler already holds R2-D2, who was caught trying to reach some destination only he understands. The two droids are reunited in the Jawa mobile fortress as it trundles across the sand toward their next sail. The Lars moisture farm sits on the edge of nowhere, extracting water from Tatooine's thin atmosphere to sustain life in an impossible place. Owen Lars and his wife Beru have spent years building a simple existence from hard work and determination. Their nephew Luke Skywalker helps with the farm while dreaming of adventure among the stars. The Jawas arrive with their collection of mechanical goods for sale. Owen needs new droids to help with the harvest season, and the Jawas have several models available. Luke spots R2-D2 among the merchandise and feels drawn to the little droid for reasons he can't explain. But Owen chooses a different red R5 unit instead, leaving R2 with the Jawas. The red droid's motivator fails within minutes of activation, giving R2-D2 his chance. Luke suggests they take the blue astromech instead, and Owen reluctantly agrees. C-3PO comes as part of the package deal, though his prissy personality grates on everyone immediately. The protocol droid's memory has been wiped so many times he barely remembers his own past. That evening, Luke begins cleaning the droids in the garage and discovers something that changes everything. While removing dust from R2-D2's sensors, he accidentally triggers part of Leia's message. The hologram shows a beautiful young woman in white robes pleading for help from someone called Obi-Wan Kenobi. She claims this droid contains information vital to the rebellion's survival. Luke recognizes the name immediately. Old Ben Kenobi lives alone in the Jundland wastes, a hermit that most people consider harmless but strange. Could this mysterious woman be talking about the same person? R2-D2 refuses to play the rest of the message, claiming something about a restraining bolt that needs removal. Unable to sleep, Luke finds R2-D2 missing from the garage. The little droid has removed his restraining bolt somehow and rolled off into the desert night. Luke and C-3PO follow his tracks in a land speeder as twin suns rise over the rocky badlands where Ben Kenobi makes his home. They find R2-D2 in a narrow canyon, but they're not alone. Tusken Raiders attack without warning, their Gadurfi sticks whistling through the air as they charge. Luke falls unconscious from a blow to the head while C-3PO topples down a cliff face. The Sand People are looting their land speeder when a strange cry echoes through the canyon. Ben Kenobi appears like a ghost from the rocks, making sounds that send the Tusken Raiders fleeing in terror. He helps Luke to his feet while explaining that the Tuskens spook easily but will return in greater numbers. They need to leave this place quickly, but first, Luke has questions that have been burning in his mind for years. The old hermit's cave reveals more than Luke expects. Ancient boxes hold relics from a forgotten time, including something wrapped in rough cloth that Ben handles with special care. When Luke asks about Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ben's face changes. He hasn't heard that name in a very long time. Ben Kenobi tells Luke the truth about his father, that Owen and Beru never could. Anakin Skywalker was a Jedi Knight who served as Ben's apprentice during the Clone Wars. He was a skilled pilot, a cunning warrior, and a good friend. But he was betrayed and murdered by a young Jedi named Darth Vader, who turned to the dark side and helped the Empire hunt down the remaining knights. The lightsaber Ben gives Luke belonged to his father. Elegant weapon for a more civilized age, before the Empire replaced honor with fear. Luke ignites the blade and feels something awakening inside him, a connection to power he never knew existed. Ben watches with eyes that have seen too much tragedy to feel anything but sadness. R2-D2 finally plays Princess Leia's complete message, and her words transform their quiet afternoon into something much larger. She explains that she's placed information vital to the rebellion's survival into this droid's memory. The plans must be delivered to her father on Alderaan immediately. She begs Obi-Wan Kenobi to help her because he's her only hope. Ben recognizes Leia as Bail Organa's adopted daughter and realizes the plans she mentions must be incredibly important to risk so much. Luke wants to help, but he can't abandon his aunt and uncle during harvest season. Ben respects his decision, but warns that the droids will draw Imperial attention to the farm eventually. Luke changes his mind when they discover the Jawa sandcrawler destroyed in the desert. Imperial stormtroopers have slaughtered every Jawa aboard while searching for the missing droids. The precision of the attack and the cover-up attempt convince Luke that his family is in terrible danger. The speeder race back to the Lars farm takes forever and no time at all. Luke's heart pounds as they crest the rise overlooking his home, hoping against hope that somehow the Imperials haven't connected the droids to his family. Instead, he finds smoking ruins and two bodies burned beyond recognition in the courtyard. Owen and Beru Lars die for the crime of buying droids from Jawas. The Empire's investigation led them to the Moisture Farm, where stormtroopers demanded information about missing droids and stolen plans. When Owen and Beru couldn't provide answers they didn't have, the soldiers killed them and burned the buildings to cover their tracks. Luke kneels beside the bodies of the only parents he's ever known while Binary Sunset plays and twin suns set behind him. Everything that anchored him to this desert world has been destroyed in a single afternoon. The farm that represented safety and routine now offers only memories and pain. Ben's gentle hand on his shoulder offers the first comfort Luke has felt since discovering the massacre. The old hermit understands loss in ways that few people can. He's watched the galaxy burn, seen friends become enemies, and lived with the consequences of choices made long ago. But he also knows that sometimes tragedy becomes the catalyst for something greater. Luke's decision to join Ben happens without fanfare or dramatic declarations. There's nothing left for him on Tatooine except graves and painful memories. If he's going to honor his aunt and uncle's sacrifice, he needs to ensure the information they died protecting reaches the rebellion. Princess Leia needs their help, and Ben Kenobi represents his only connection to the larger galaxy. The journey to Mos Eisley Cantina introduces Luke to a world that exists beyond Imperial control. The spaceport thrives on smuggling, black market deals, and questions that nobody asks too loudly. Ben advises Luke to keep his mouth shut and his eyes open in a place where the wrong word can get you killed. The cantina itself assaults Luke's senses with alien music, exotic smells, and creatures he's never imagined. Humans mix with Rhodians, Duros, Twi'leks, and dozens of other species while conducting business that would horrify Imperial authorities. This is the galaxy's underbelly, where desperation and opportunity create strange partnerships. Ben approaches the problem of finding transport with the patience of someone who's negotiated in dangerous places before. They need a fast ship with a captain who won't ask questions about their cargo or destination. The bartender points them toward a booth where a young smuggler argues with a green-skinned Rhodian about money and debts. Han Solo embodies everything Luke has dreamed about and everything Ben distrusts. The Corellian pilot wears his independence like armor, owing nothing to anyone except what serves his own interests. His ship might look like junk, but the Millennium Falcon has made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. For the right price, he'll take them anywhere in the galaxy. The negotiation reveals Han's desperate situation. He owes money to Jabba the Hutt for dumping a cargo shipment rather than let Imperial forces board his ship. The crime lord's patience has run out, and bounty hunters like Greedo are already hunting him. Ben's offer of 17,000 credits represents salvation, but only if they survive long enough to collect payment. Greedo's attempt to collect Jabba's bounty ends with the Rhodian slumped dead in the cantina booth. Han shoots first without hesitation or regret, because hesitation gets you killed in his business. The blaster shot barely registers above the cantina's noise level as Han drops credits on the table and walks away like nothing happened. Luke gets his first taste of real violence watching alien blood pool on the cantina table. This isn't the clean heroism of Holovids or the noble warfare Ben described from the Clone Wars. This is survival at its most basic level, where good reflexes matter more than good intentions. The lesson terrifies and thrills him in equal measure. The Millennium Falcon looks like something that should have been scrapped decades ago. Rust stains cover her hull while mismatched components suggest a ship held together by willpower and prayer. Luke wonders aloud if she'll survive the journey to Alderaan, earning a lecture from Han about engines and capabilities that matter more than appearances. Chewbacca's roar of greeting nearly knocks Luke backward with its volume and alien intensity. The Wookiee co-pilot towers over everyone aboard the ship, his strength obvious in every movement. Ben greets him in the Wookiee language, earning a surprised growl of recognition that hints at shared history none of them discuss. Imperial stormtroopers arrive at the spaceport just as the Falcon's engines begin their startup sequence. The white-armored soldiers spread through Mos Eisley with military precision, checking identification and searching for the missing droids. Han guns the engines and launches without clearance, racing through Tatooine's atmosphere as TIE fighters scramble to intercept. The pursuit through Tatooine's upper atmosphere showcases Han's piloting skills and the Falcon's hidden capabilities. Despite her rough appearance, the ship responds to his touch like a musical instrument. They outrun the TIE fighters and jump to hyperspace just as Star Destroyers emerge from behind Tatooine's moons. Hyperspace travel gives Luke his first lesson in the Force from the only surviving Jedi Master in the galaxy. Ben produces a remote training device that hovers around Luke's head while firing low-power blaster bolts. With his lightsaber ignited and a blast helmet obscuring his vision, Luke must rely on instinct and feeling rather than sight to deflect the shots. The training session reveals Luke's natural connection to the Force. His first few attempts end with stinging shots to his legs and arms, but gradually his deflections improve. When he successfully blocks several shots in a row, Ben explains that Luke has taken his first step into a larger world that connects all living things. Han's skepticism about hokey religions and ancient weapons irritates Ben, but amuses Luke. The smuggler believes in firepower and fast ships, concrete things he can understand and control. The Force sounds like superstition to someone who survived through wit and reflexes in the galaxy's dangerous corners. Their arrival at Alderaan's coordinates reveals empty space where a planet should exist. Asteroids drift in slow orbits around Alderaan's sun, all that remains of one of the galaxy's most beautiful and peaceful worlds. The Death Star's first test has eliminated Bail Organa, his people, and Princess Leia's adoptive home in a single devastating demonstration. The small Imperial fighter that Han chases toward what he thinks is a small moon turns out to be an escape pod from the Death Star. But the moon itself proves far more dangerous when it doesn't move like any celestial body should. The massive space station's tractor beam captures the Millennium Falcon, despite Han's desperate attempts to escape its pull. Luke's horror at seeing the Death Star up close reflects the magnitude of what they're facing. This isn't just a space station, but a weapon capable of destroying entire civilizations. The metal sphere bristles with weapons, docking bays, and communication arrays that coordinate the Empire's reign of terror across the galaxy. Hidden compartments in the Falcon's smuggling holds keep them alive when Imperial scanning crews board the ship. Han's modifications allow passengers to hide beneath the floor plates, while automated systems fool sensors into detecting empty cargo space. They listen in silence as stormtroopers search for the missing droids and stolen plans. The stormtrooper disguises that get them off the ship work because Imperial armor makes everyone anonymous. White helmets hide faces while identical voices emerge from vocal processors. Luke struggles with the armor's weight and limited vision while C-3PO provides computer access and R2-D2 offers technical support. Princess Leia's rescue from detention cell 22187 becomes a comedy of errors that somehow succeeds through luck and determination. Luke's attempt at official procedure collapses immediately when Leia demands to know why he's so short to be a stormtrooper. Her royal training didn't prepare her for rescue by amateurs who make up plans as they go. The garbage masher trap nearly kills them all when Leia's blaster shot seals them inside with walls that slowly close together. The mechanical crusher treats them like waste to be compacted, indifferent to their struggles and screams for help. Only R2-D2's technical skills save them by shutting down the compactor just before the walls meet. Ben's lightsaber duel with Darth Vader echoes across the Death Star's corridors as two former friends face each other for the last time. Their blade work lacks the acrobatic fury of younger duelists, but every strike carries decades of history and regret. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi facing the monster that Anakin Skywalker became. Vader's mechanical breathing and synthesized voice cannot hide the hatred that drives him. 20 years of serving the Emperor have not diminished his anger at the man who left him burning on Mustafar. Their confrontation represents everything wrong with the galaxy: master fighting apprentice, light opposing dark, hope struggling against despair. The moment when Ben sacrifices himself sears itself into Luke's memory forever. Vader's red blade passes through his former master, just as Luke watches from the hangar entrance. Ben's body disappears, leaving only empty robes and a lightsaber that clatters to the deck. His voice echoes from everywhere and nowhere, urging Luke to run. The escape from the Death Star happens under covering fire from Luke's newfound marksmanship and Han's expert piloting. TIE fighters swarm around the Falcon as it races toward the hangar entrance, but something feels wrong about their pursuit. The Imperials seem to be herding them rather than trying to destroy them outright. Leia's realization that they've been allowed to escape comes too late to change course. Grand Moff Tarkin has placed a tracking device aboard the Falcon, using their rescue mission to locate the hidden rebel base. Every second they spend in hyperspace brings the Death Star closer to the rebellion's destruction. The rebel base on Yavin 4 represents everything the Empire opposes. Hidden in ancient temples on a jungle moon, the Alliance operates with minimal resources and maximum determination. Pilots, technicians, and commanders work together without regard for species or social rank, united by their opposition to imperial tyranny. General Dodonna's briefing reveals the Death Star's weakness, discovered by the Bothan spies who died bringing the plans to Alderaan. A small thermal exhaust port leads directly to the station's main reactor, but hitting it requires a precise shot down a narrow shaft while under heavy fire. The target is only 2 meters wide, smaller than Womp Rats back on Tatooine. Luke volunteers for the mission despite having no formal military training or combat experience. His background as a pilot and marksman qualifies him for a spot in Red Squadron, but veteran pilots question whether a farm boy belongs in such a desperate battle. Commander Willard reluctantly assigns him the call sign Red 5. The Death Star's approach toward Yavin gives the rebellion perhaps 30 minutes to launch their attack and destroy the battle station. Technicians fuel X-Wing and Y-Wing fighters, while pilots receive last-minute briefings on the station's defenses. Everyone understands that failure means not just their own deaths, but the end of organized resistance to the Empire. Han Solo's decision to leave rather than join the attack surprises nobody except Luke. The smuggler has earned his payment and wants to clear his debt with Jabba before bounty hunters catch up with him. His survival depends on staying ahead of his enemies, not fighting hopeless battles for causes he doesn't believe in. Red Squadron's launch from Yavin 4 begins the rebellion's most desperate gamble. 30 fighters race toward the Death Star, while the massive station prepares to fire on their moon base. The approaching battle will determine whether hope survives in a galaxy under Imperial rule or dies with the last organized resistance. The Death Star's defenses activate as rebel fighters approach the massive station. Turbolaser batteries track the incoming craft, while TIE fighter squadrons scramble from launch bays. The space around the battle station fills with energy blasts and explosion debris as the two forces clash in three-dimensional combat. Red leader Garvan Dryce leads the first attack run down the Death Star's Meridian Trench, but his squadron faces overwhelming firepower from the station's defensive guns. Surface cannons track their approach, while TIE fighters dive from above. The trench provides some protection from the larger guns, but makes them sitting targets for the smaller craft. Luke's journey through the battle teaches him lessons about warfare that no simulation could provide. Friends disappear in explosions of metal and flame, while enemy fighters hunt him through the Death Star's surface canyons. He watches Red Leader's final run end in failure and death, leaving only a handful of pilots to continue the attack. Darth Vader's personal intervention changes the battle's dynamics completely. His advanced TIE fighter and Force-enhanced reflexes make him nearly impossible to target, while he systematically eliminates Rebel pilots. His wingmen provide cover while he focuses on the most dangerous targets with mechanical precision. Luke's final attack run begins with Vader in pursuit and only seconds remaining before the Death Star fires on Yavin 4. The targeting computer shows the exact angle needed to hit the exhaust port, but Ben's voice encourages him to trust his feelings instead. The Force flows through him as he switches off the computer and relies on instinct. The proton torpedoes that Luke fires seem too small to damage something as massive as the Death Star. But they follow the path that Galen Erso designed decades earlier, racing down the exhaust shaft toward the station's reactor core. The explosion that follows tears the battle station apart from within, creating a new star visible from Yavin's surface. Han Solo's last-second return saves Luke's life just as Vader lines up for the killing shot. The Millennium Falcon's sudden appearance sends the Dark Lord's fighter spinning into space while clearing the way for Luke's successful attack. The smuggler's change of heart proves that even cynics can become heroes when the stakes are high enough. The victory celebration on Yavin 4 feels both joyous and hollow. The Death Star's destruction deals the Empire a terrible blow, but the cost in Rebel lives has been enormous. Luke receives a medal from Princess Leia, while Chewbacca roars approval and Han grins with satisfaction. They've won a battle, but the war has only just begun. The ceremony in the ancient temple where the rebellion makes its headquarters connects past and future in ways none of them understand. Luke Skywalker has taken his first steps toward becoming the Jedi Knight the galaxy needs. Princess Leia has proven herself as a leader worth following into battle. Han Solo has discovered that some things matter more than money. But somewhere in the galaxy, Darth Vader survived the Death Star's destruction and reports its loss to his master. The Emperor will not tolerate such defiance from the rebellion, and his response will test these new heroes in ways they cannot imagine. The Empire will strike back with everything at its disposal. For now, though, hope lives. The impossible has happened. A handful of fighters have destroyed the Empire's ultimate weapon and proven that tyranny can be defeated. Luke Skywalker has begun the journey that will either save the galaxy or destroy it completely. The Force has awakened in a new generation, and nothing will ever be the same. Three years have passed since the Death Star's destruction, and the galaxy has learned a hard truth. Winning one battle doesn't win a war. The Empire has struck back with a vengeance that makes their previous cruelty look restrained. The rebellion now operates from Echo Base on the ice planet Hoth, hidden in a frozen wasteland where few would think to look. The base tunnels deep into glacial caverns, while tauntauns serve as patrol mounts across the endless snowfields. It's a harsh place to call home, but harsh places offer the best hiding spots from Imperial forces. Luke Skywalker has grown into his role as a rebel commander, leading patrols across Hoth's dangerous terrain while learning to survive in one of the galaxy's most hostile environments. His connection to the Force has strengthened over the years, though he lacks proper training to understand what's happening to him. Sometimes he knows things he shouldn't know, feels things he shouldn't feel. Princess Leia commands the rebel base with the same determination she showed during her rescue from the Death Star. The destruction of Alderaan still haunts her dreams, but she's channeled her grief into fierce dedication to the cause. Every Imperial defeat brings her closer to avenging her adoptive parents and the billions who died when Tarkin tested his superweapon. Han Solo remains with the rebellion despite his ship being repaired and his debt to Jabba still unpaid. He tells himself he's staying for the money they owe him, but everyone knows better. The smuggler who once cared only for himself has found something worth fighting for, even if he won't admit it out loud. The romantic tension between Han and Leia crackles through every conversation they share. She maintains her royal dignity while he pushes every boundary with cocky charm and roguish humor. Their arguments sound more like flirting to everyone who witnesses them, but neither will make the first move towards something deeper. Luke's patrol near Echo Base takes a deadly turn when a Wampa ice creature attacks without warning. The massive predator's claws rake across his face before dragging him back to its cave lair. The beast hangs him upside down from the ceiling like meat in a freezer, planning to feed when hunger strikes again. Escaping the Wampa's cave requires Luke to reach deeper into the Force than ever before. His lightsaber lies just beyond his fingertips in the snow, but desperation gives him strength he didn't know he possessed. The weapon flies to his hand with a surge of telekinetic power that surprises him as much as it saves his life. The lightsaber blade cuts through ice and Wampa arm with equal ease, freeing Luke to stumble into Hoth's killing cold. Night falls rapidly on the ice planet, dropping temperatures to levels that freeze exposed flesh in minutes. Luke's wounds slow him down, while exhaustion saps what little body heat he has left. Ben Kenobi's spirit appears as Luke collapses in the snow, his former mentor materializing like a ghost against the aurora-lit sky. The Force Ghost tells Luke to go to the Dagobah system and find Yoda, the Jedi Master who trained him. But first, Luke must survive the night, and even Jedi spirits can't generate heat in a frozen wasteland. Han Solo's search for Luke leads him across Hoth's nighttime landscape on a tauntaun that collapses from the cold before reaching its destination. The smuggler finds Luke barely alive in a snowdrift, his body temperature dropping toward the point of no return. With his mount dead and the temperature still falling, Han makes a desperate decision to keep them both alive. The emergency shelter Han creates from his tauntaun's carcass saves their lives through the night. Using Luke's lightsaber to cut open the creature's belly, he stuffs his unconscious friend inside the warm body cavity before the internal heat dissipates. It's disgusting and desperate, but it works long enough for rescue teams to find them at dawn. The Imperial probe droid that lands on Hoth changes everything for the hidden rebel base. The mechanical scout transmits detailed scans of the area before Han Solo destroys it with his blaster. But the damage is already done. Imperial intelligence now knows exactly where to find the rebellion's main headquarters. Admiral Ozzel's skepticism about the probe's findings costs him his life when Darth Vader decides the evidence points clearly to a rebel base. The Dark Lord of the Sith Force chokes his admiral through a view screen while promoting Captain Piet to fill the position. Vader's patience for incompetence ended years ago, if it ever existed at all. The Imperial fleet drops out of hyperspace too close to Hoth, alerting the rebels to their presence and giving them precious time to evacuate. Vader's fury at this tactical error claims another officer's life, but Admiral Piet proves more competent than his predecessors. The Empire deploys ground forces while the fleet establishes a blockade to prevent escape. General Veers leads the Imperial assault on Echo Base with a force of AT-AT walkers that stride across Hoth's surface like mechanical giants. These armored transports tower 4 stories tall, their heavy laser cannons capable of reducing fortified positions to rubble. The rebels have never faced anything like them before. The Battle of Hoth begins with desperate rebel pilots launching in snow speeders against impossible odds. These atmospheric craft were never designed for combat against military vehicles, but they're all the rebellion has available. Wedge Antilles leads the attack while Luke serves as his wingman in the first real test of their aerial tactics. Luke's innovative strategy of using tow cables to trip the AT-AT walkers proves that sometimes the simplest solutions work best against sophisticated technology. His speeder circles the lead walker's legs while Wedge fires the harpoon and cable. The massive machine crashes to the ice with enough force to register on seismic sensors. The ground battle rages through Echo Base's trenches and corridors as Imperial snowtroopers overwhelm rebel defenses through superior numbers and firepower. Princess Leia coordinates the evacuation while Han Solo prepares the Millennium Falcon for departure. Every minute they delay gives the Empire more time to tighten their trap. Luke's escape from Hoth takes him away from his friends and toward a destiny he doesn't understand. Instead of joining the evacuation fleet, he follows Ben Kenobi's instructions and sets course for the Dagobah system. R2-D2 accompanies him in the X-Wing fighter, their journey beginning the most important phase of Luke's education. The Millennium Falcon's chase through the asteroid field showcases Han Solo's piloting skills and the ship's hidden capabilities. Imperial TIE fighters pursue them through tumbling rocks and floating debris, while Star Destroyers coordinate the hunt from safer distances. The asteroids provide cover, but also threaten to crush them with every collision. C-3PO's constant calculation of their survival odds annoys Han, but accurately reflects their desperate situation. The protocol droid's assessment that successfully navigating an asteroid field has odds of approximately 3,720 to 1 doesn't account for force-enhanced reflexes or pure stubbornness. The space slug's nearly successful attempt to eat the Millennium Falcon adds another layer of danger to their hiding place inside what they thought was a cave. The massive creature's digestive system extends for kilometers through the asteroid, complete with its own atmosphere and ecosystem of parasitic Minocs that attack the ship's power cables. Dagobah presents Luke with a world unlike anything he's experienced. The swamp planet's dense atmosphere drips with moisture, while exotic life forms call from every shadow. Ancient trees tower overhead while their roots disappear into water that might be inches or meters deep. It's a place where the Force flows like a living river. Luke's crash landing in Dagobah's swamp puts his X-Wing fighter beyond easy recovery. The spacecraft sinks into murky water while he and R2-D2 struggle to shore through vegetation that seems almost alive. Without the ship, they're stranded on this world until Luke can figure out how to raise it from the depths. The creature that emerges from Dagobah's swamp appears to be nothing more than a scavenging hermit interested in Luke's equipment and food supplies. Small, green-skinned, and speaking in backward sentence structure, he seems harmless but annoying. Luke has no idea he's talking to the most powerful Jedi Master in galactic history. Yoda's test of Luke's patience and character begins immediately, though Luke doesn't recognize it as such. The little creature examines Luke's belongings, argues about food, and generally behaves like a senile old being who's been alone too long. His apparent weakness and age frustrate Luke, who expected to find a great warrior. The revelation of Yoda's true identity comes after Luke has failed the test of recognizing power in unexpected forms. When Ben Kenobi's spirit appears and addresses the little creature as Master Yoda, Luke realizes his mistake. The greatest teacher of Jedi Knights has been watching him for hours, evaluating his readiness for training. Yoda's reluctance to train Luke stems from the boy's age and emotional attachments. At 23, Luke is far older than Jedi normally begin their training. His love for his friends and desire for adventure remind Yoda too much of another promising student who fell to the dark side. The risk of creating another Darth Vader terrifies the ancient master. The Force, training that follows, pushes Luke beyond everything he thought possible. Yoda teaches him to lift objects with his mind, to sense the future through meditation, to understand that size matters not when dealing with the energy that binds all living things together. But Luke's impatience undermines every lesson. The dark side cave on Dagobah pulses with malevolent energy that makes both Luke and R2-D2 uncomfortable. Yoda warns Luke that the cave contains nothing but what he takes with him, but the young student straps on his lightsaber despite his teacher's advice. Fear and aggression have no place in Jedi training, but Luke hasn't learned that lesson yet. Luke's vision inside the cave shows him confronting and killing Darth Vader, but when he cuts off the Dark Lord's head, his own face appears behind the shattered mask. The prophetic dream reveals the choice that awaits him between light and darkness, between becoming a Jedi Knight or following his father's path to destruction. Cloud City represents everything the Empire claims to offer its citizens. The Tabana gas mining operation on Bespin floats in the planet's upper atmosphere, where breathable air and stunning sunsets create an almost paradise-like environment. Lando Calrissian rules this corporate enclave with charm and practical politics that keep everyone happy. The Millennium Falcon's arrival at Cloud City seems like salvation after their desperate flight from Hoth. Lando greets Han with the enthusiasm of an old friend while welcoming Princess Leia and Chewbacca to his floating city. But something feels wrong about their reception. A tension that Han notices but can't quite identify. Darth Vader's presence in Cloud City reveals the trap that Lando has been forced to spring. The Dark Lord arrived before the Millennium Falcon with enough stormtroopers to occupy the station and enough threats to ensure Lando's cooperation. The administrator's choice comes down to betraying old friends or watching his city burn. The dinner that turns into an ambush showcases Vader's patience and strategic thinking. Rather than capturing Han's group immediately, he allows them to enter Cloud City and lower their guard. When the dining room door opens to reveal the Dark Lord sitting at the table, their shock is complete and their escape impossible. Boba Fett's presence as Vader's ally adds another layer of danger to the trap. the Mandalorian bounty hunter has tracked Han Solo across the galaxy, seeking Imperial payment and the reward from Jabba the Hutt. His silence and efficient movements make him more intimidating than the stormtroopers who outnumber him 50 to 1. Han Solo's torture serves no interrogational purpose beyond causing Luke Skywalker pain through their connection in the Force. Vader understands that physical agony inflicted on Luke's friends will draw the young Jedi to Cloud City faster than any direct challenge. The Dark Lord needs Luke alive, but he doesn't need Han intact. The carbon freezing chamber represents Vader's ultimate test of the hibernation technology he plans to use on Luke. Han Solo serves as the experimental subject, his body frozen in carbonite that preserves life while rendering him completely helpless. If he survives the process, Luke will face the same fate. Leia's declaration of love for Han comes at the moment when she might lose him forever. Her royal training never prepared her for watching someone she cares about disappear into carbonite freeze, possibly dying in the process. Han's response that he knows becomes legendary for its perfect blend of confidence and tenderness. The carbon freezing process succeeds beyond Vader's expectations. Han Solo emerges from the chamber perfectly preserved in carbonite, his face frozen in an expression of determined defiance. Boba Fett can transport him to Jabba the Hutt without worry about escape attempts or rescue missions during the journey. Luke's arrival at Cloud City springs Vader's trap exactly as planned. The young Jedi rushes to save his friends without considering that his arrival might be exactly what the enemy wants. His connection to the Force has grown stronger, but his wisdom lags far behind his power. The lightsaber duel between Luke and Darth Vader reveals the enormous gap between them in skill and experience. Luke's training with Yoda has taught him basics, but Vader has spent decades perfecting his technique while learning to channel rage and hatred into devastating attacks. This isn't a fair fight. Vader's psychological warfare proves as effective as his blade work. He taunts Luke about his lack of training, his weakness in the Force, his inability to control his anger. Every word is calculated to push the young Jedi toward the dark side emotions that feed Sith power. The carbon freezing chamber becomes their battleground as Vader attempts to capture Luke alive for the Emperor. The Dark Lord wants to avoid killing his son if possible, but he's prepared to sacrifice Luke's life rather than let him escape. The machinery around them provides both weapons and obstacles in their deadly dance. Luke's fall into the carbon freezing pit should end the duel, but his Force abilities allow him to leap back up and continue fighting. However, his burst of anger at nearly being frozen gives Vader the opening he needs to drive Luke back toward the reactor shaft and the chamber's exit. The reactor gantry high above Cloud City's central core provides the setting for their duel's conclusion. Catwalks suspended over the abyss leave little room for error, while industrial machinery creates hazards that both combatants must navigate. One missed step or poorly timed attack means death. Vader's lightsaber strike that severs Luke's right hand recreates the injury that cost Anakin Skywalker his arm on Geonosis decades earlier. The parallel between father and son is exact, from the weapon used to the appendage lost. History repeats itself in ways that neither of them fully understands. The revelation that destroys Luke's understanding of everything comes as he dangles from the gantry, his severed hand and lightsaber falling into Cloud City's depths. Vader's words that he is Luke's father shatter the young man's worldview more completely than any physical injury could. Luke's choice to fall, rather than join his father, represents his final rejection of the dark side's temptation. The drop through Cloud City's lower atmosphere should kill him, but the Force guides his fall toward a maintenance antenna where he can survive long enough for rescue. Leia's ability to sense Luke's desperate call for help through the Force hints at her own connection to the power that flows through the Skywalker bloodline. Her insistence that they turn back to rescue Luke comes from instinct rather than logic, but her instincts prove exactly right. The Millennium Falcon's rescue of Luke from Cloud City's antenna barely succeeds before Imperial forces can recapture him. Han's ship limps away from Bespin, while Luke receives medical treatment for his severed hand, his physical wounds healing faster than his emotional trauma. The medical frigate where Luke receives his cybernetic hand replacement represents the rebellion's new reality. They've lost their main base, many of their pilots, and one of their key leaders to Imperial capture. The war that seemed hopeful after the Death Star's destruction now looks increasingly desperate. Luke's new mechanical hand functions perfectly, but serves as a constant reminder of his confrontation with Vader. The artificial limb responds to his thoughts and provides normal sensation, but it also connects him to his father in ways he doesn't want to acknowledge. Both Skywalkers now rely on mechanical parts to survive. Lando Calrissian's decision to join the rebellion comes after losing everything he worked to build on Cloud City. Vader's occupation has destroyed the paradise he created, leaving him with nothing but guilt over betraying Han and determination to make amends. His knowledge of Imperial tactics will prove valuable in the struggles ahead. The search for Han Solo begins immediately as Lando and Chewbacca depart in the Millennium Falcon for Tatooine. Jabba the Hutt has claimed his prize, and rescuing Han will require infiltrating the Crime Lord's palace on one of the galaxy's most dangerous worlds. But they'll do whatever it takes to save their friend. Luke's return to Dagobah allows him to complete his interrupted training with Yoda. The ancient master is dying, his 900 years finally catching up with him, but he has enough time left to pass on the most important lessons about the Force and the choices that define a Jedi's path. Yoda's final words to Luke confirm the terrible truth about his parentage, while revealing that another Skywalker exists somewhere in the galaxy. The knowledge that he has a sister gives Luke hope that he's not alone in carrying the burden of his family's legacy, though he doesn't yet know her identity. The gathering storm that ends the film sees Luke as a one-handed young man traumatized by learning his father's identity, Leia grieving for Han while leading a desperate rebellion, and Vader reporting to his master about the son he's discovered. The Empire has won this round decisively, scattering the rebels and capturing one of their heroes. But hope survives in the bonds between friends who refuse to abandon each other. Luke has survived his first real test against the dark side, choosing death over joining his father in evil. Leia has proven her strength by holding the rebellion together through its darkest hour. And somewhere on Tatooine, Han Solo waits in carbonite for friends who will never stop trying to save him. The Empire has struck back with devastating effect, but it hasn't broken the spirit of those who oppose it. The war continues, but now the stakes are personal as well as political. Luke Skywalker must decide whether to face his father again or run from a destiny that terrifies him. The choice he makes will determine the galaxy's future. 1 year has passed since Han Solo disappeared into Carbonite, and his friends have spent every day planning his rescue. But rescuing someone from Jabba the Hutt requires more than courage and good intentions. It requires a plan so elaborate that even the participants don't know all the pieces until the very end. Luke Skywalker has changed during the year since losing his hand on Cloud City. Gone is the eager farm boy who rushed into danger without thinking. In his place stands a young man dressed in black robes, his new lightsaber hanging from his belt like a promise of violence. His connection to the Force has grown stronger, but so has his resemblance to his father. The rescue mission begins when R2-D2 and C-3PO approach Jabba's palace on Tatooine, carrying a message from their master. Luke's holographic image appears before the crime lord, speaking with the confidence of someone who's learned to project power through presence alone. He offers a bargain for Captain Solo's release, but Jabba's laughter suggests the Hutt has different plans. Jabba the Hutt rules his criminal empire from a throne room that showcases the worst aspects of galactic civilization. Alien musicians play discordant melodies, while dancers perform for the amusement of smugglers, bounty hunters, and other criminals who've gathered to witness the festivities. Han Solo's carbonite form decorates the wall like a trophy from a successful hunt. Princess Leia's infiltration of the palace, disguised as the bounty hunter Boushh, demonstrates how much she's learned about deception and violence since her capture aboard the Death Star. The thermal detonator she threatens to activate gets Jabba's attention and respect, earning her a place among his retinue until she can free Han from his carbonite prison. The unfreezing process that releases Han from hibernation leaves him temporarily blind and disoriented. Leia's gentle voice guides him back to consciousness, while her hands reassure him that his ordeal is finally over. But their reunion is brief before Jabba's guards capture them both, adding Leia to the crime lord's collection of prizes. Jabba's revelation that he knew Princess Leia's identity all along shows why the Hutt has survived so long in the criminal underworld. His intelligence network rivals the Empire's, and his paranoia keeps him one step ahead of enemies who underestimate his cunning. The rescue mission has become a trap that's claimed 2 more victims. Luke's arrival at Jabba's palace the next morning carries an air of inevitability that makes everyone nervous. He walks through the main entrance without weapons or backup, relying entirely on his growing mastery of the Force to protect him. The guards who try to stop him find themselves mysteriously reluctant to pull their triggers. The Jedi mind trick that Luke uses on Bib Fortuna demonstrates how much his abilities have developed since his training with Yoda. Jabba's majordomo stands aside without question, his weak will no match for Jedi influence. But the crime lord himself proves immune to such manipulation, his alien psychology resistant to Force suggestion. The Rancor Pit becomes Luke's first real test of his new lightsaber and enhanced abilities. The massive creature that emerges from the depths beneath Jabba's throne room has devoured countless victims, but Luke treats it as merely another obstacle to overcome. His green blade cuts through bone and flesh, while his acrobatic moves keep him ahead of snapping jaws. The Rancor's death by crushing gate demonstrates Luke's tactical thinking under pressure. Rather than relying purely on his lightsaber, he uses the environment against his opponent, luring the beast beneath a heavy barrier before triggering its release. The victory is efficient and decisive, earning grudging respect from Jabba's criminal associates. Jabba's sentence of death in the Sarlacc pit represents the crime lord's theatrical approach to execution. The ancient creature that lives in the great pit of Carkoon will digest its victims slowly over 1,000 years, keeping them alive and conscious while their bodies are gradually consumed. It's a fate designed to terrorize anyone who might oppose the Hutt's authority. The sail barge expedition to the Sarlacc pit becomes a floating party for Jabba's retinue. Musicians and dancers entertain the crime lord while his guests drink and celebrate the upcoming execution. Princess Leia remains chained to Jabba's throne, forced to witness what she believes will be her friends' deaths. Luke's confident declaration that Jabba has one last chance to free his friends or die demonstrates how completely his personality has changed. The farm boy who once begged for mercy now issues ultimatums to one of the galaxy's most powerful crime lords. His black clothing and serious demeanor suggest someone who's learned to embrace darkness to achieve his goals. R2-D2's concealed lightsaber launcher saves Luke's life when the execution begins. The little droid has been hiding Luke's new weapon in a secret compartment, waiting for the signal to fire it across the desert air to his master's outstretched hand. The green blade ignites just as Luke flips off the plank above the Sarlacc's mouth. The battle aboard Jabba's sail barge showcases the teamwork that's developed between Luke, Leia, and their allies over the years. Luke deflects blaster bolts while fighting multiple opponents simultaneously. Leia strangles Jabba with her own chains, using the crime lord's weight against him. Han's blindness doesn't stop him from fighting when Chewbacca guides his aim. Boba Fett's attempt to capture Luke during the battle ends with the bounty hunter's apparent death in the Sarlacc pit. The Mandalorian's jetpack malfunctions when Luke's lightsaber damages its fuel line, sending Fett tumbling into the creature's mouth with a scream that echoes across the desert. The hunter who seemed invincible becomes another victim of his own overconfidence. The sail barge's destruction marks the end of Jabba's criminal empire and the completion of the rescue mission that began a year earlier. As the vessel explodes in a fireball visible from kilometers away, Luke, Leia, Han, and their friends escape into the desert. But their reunion is brief before larger concerns pull them apart again. Luke's return to Dagobah finds Yoda dying after 900 years of life. The ancient Jedi Master has been waiting for his former student to complete his education, but his time is running out. The simple hut where Luke first learned about the Force becomes a deathbed where wisdom passes from one generation to the next. Yoda's final lesson confirms what Luke learned on Cloud City while revealing the existence of another Skywalker. The dying master explains that Luke's father was indeed Darth Vader, but also speaks of another who shares Luke's bloodline. When Yoda's body disappears into the Force, leaving only empty robes behind, Luke faces the galaxy alone, except for one family member he hasn't identified. Ben Kenobi's spirit appears after Yoda's death to explain the painful history that shaped Luke's destiny. Obi-Wan tells the story of Anakin Skywalker's fall from the Jedi's perspective, describing how his best friend and student chose the dark side over everything they'd fought to protect. The revelation about Luke's twin sister provides hope that the Skywalker legacy might yet be redeemed. The realization that Leia is his sister hits Luke like a physical blow. Everything about their connection suddenly makes sense. From her ability to sense his call for help on Cloud City to the way they've always understood each other without words. The Force flows strongly in the Skywalker bloodline, but so does the potential for both great good and terrible evil. The second Death Star orbiting the forest moon of Endor represents the Empire's determination to crush the rebellion once and for all. This new battle station is larger and more powerful than its predecessor, capable of destroying capital ships as well as planets. More importantly, Emperor Palpatine himself oversees its final construction, making it an irresistible target for rebel strategists. The rebel briefing aboard Home One reveals the desperate nature of their upcoming assault. The Death Star appears vulnerable while under construction, but intelligence suggests it's actually a trap designed to lure the entire rebel fleet into destruction. Admiral Akbar and Mon Mothma know they're risking everything on a single battle, but the alternative is slow strangulation as the Empire tightens its grip. The strike team mission to Endor puts Luke, Leia, Han, and Chewbacca together for what might be their final adventure. Their job is to disable the shield generator protecting the Death Star, allowing the rebel fleet to attack the battle station directly. But the mission requires infiltrating an Imperial installation on a world covered in dense forest where any mistake could be fatal. The stolen Imperial shuttle that carries them through the Imperial fleet tests everyone's nerves as they pose as a cargo vessel delivering supplies to the Death Star. Darth Vader's presence aboard the command ship creates additional tension when he senses Luke's proximity through the Force. Only Luke's growing mastery of mental shielding prevents immediate discovery. The speeder bike chase through Endor's forests demonstrates why the Empire chose this moon for their shield generator. The dense woods provide perfect cover for the installation while making assault by conventional forces nearly impossible. Luke and Leia's pursuit of Imperial scouts becomes a high-speed race between massive trees where one wrong turn means death. Leia's encounter with the Ewoks introduces the rebels to Endor's native species. These small furry beings appear primitive with their stone tools and tree villages, but they've survived on a world that kills most visitors within days. Their knowledge of the forest and its dangers makes them potentially valuable allies in the coming battle. The Ewok village of Bright Tree represents a civilization that's learned to live in harmony with its environment. Suspended bridges connect platform homes built around massive tree trunks, while the forest provides everything the Ewoks need for survival. Their technology may be simple, but their understanding of their world runs deeper than most spacefaring species achieve. C-3PO's accidental elevation to godhood among the Ewoks provides comic relief while serving the mission's tactical needs. The Golden Protocol droid's resemblance to their prophesied deity convinces the Ewoks that the rebels are divine messengers deserving of respect and aid. His storytelling abilities help explain the galactic conflict in terms the primitive aliens can understand. Luke's decision to surrender himself to Imperial forces on Endor surprises his friends, but follows his own growing understanding of his destiny. He believes he can turn Darth Vader back to the light side of the Force, redeeming his father and possibly ending the war without further bloodshed. It's a desperate gamble that could result in his death or worse. The meeting between Luke and Vader in the forest clearing represents the first time father and son have spoken since Cloud City. Luke's confidence has grown enormously, but so has his resemblance to the man Anakin Skywalker once was. Vader senses the conflict in his son while struggling with emotions he thought were dead and buried. Vader's delivery of Luke to Emperor Palpatine on the Death Star brings together 3 generations of Sith and Jedi conflict. The throne room high atop the battle station becomes the stage for a confrontation that will determine the galaxy's future. Palpatine has orchestrated this meeting for years, planning to replace Vader with a younger and more powerful apprentice. Emperor Palpatine's revelation that the Rebel fleet is walking into a trap demonstrates the depth of his strategic planning. The Death Star's weapons are fully operational despite appearances to the contrary, and the Imperial fleet waits in hyperspace to spring the trap. Worse yet, he knows about the strike team mission to destroy the shield generator. The Battle of Endor begins on 3 fronts simultaneously as Rebel forces engage Imperial defenders on land, sea, and space. The Ewok warriors attack Imperial bunkers with primitive weapons backed by intimate knowledge of the terrain. In orbit, the Rebel fleet discovers they're facing a fully operational Death Star supported by Star Destroyers hiding behind the moon. Admiral Akbar's realization that the Death Star is operational comes too late to prevent the trap from closing. The battle station's super laser destroys the medical frigate with a single shot, demonstrating power that dwarfs even the planet-killing capability of the original Death Star. The Rebel fleet finds itself caught between the battle station and the Imperial Navy. Lando Calrissian's leadership of the space battle aboard the Millennium Falcon represents his full integration into the Rebel cause. The former administrator of Cloud City now fights as Gold Leader, using his piloting skills and tactical knowledge to keep the fleet alive until the shield generator falls. His determination to redeem himself for betraying Han drives him to take enormous risks. The ground battle on Endor showcases the Empire's overconfidence in their technological superiority. Imperial troops with advanced weapons and armor find themselves outmaneuvered by Ewoks using logs, rocks, and rope traps. The forest itself becomes a weapon as the natives turn their environment against the invaders. Luke's lightsaber duel with Darth Vader in the Emperor's throne room carries the weight of their entire relationship. This isn't the desperate struggle of Cloud City, but a more measured contest between 2 warriors who know each other's capabilities. Luke's technique has improved dramatically, but his emotional control remains imperfect. Vader's taunt about Luke's sister sends the young Jedi into a rage that nearly proves his undoing. The mention of turning Leia to the dark side triggers an explosion of anger that drives Luke to attack with Sith-like fury. His lightsaber cuts off Vader's mechanical hand, but the parallel to his own injury on Cloud City shocks him back to sanity. Luke's rejection of the dark side in favor of Jedi principles represents the moment when he truly becomes a Jedi Knight. His declaration that he'll never turn to the dark side, spoken while throwing away his lightsaber, proves that he's learned the lessons Yoda tried to teach. The gesture seals both his fate and his father's. Emperor Palpatine's Force lightning torture of Luke serves multiple purposes in the Sith Lord's grand design. The electrical energy causes agonizing pain while slowly killing the young Jedi, demonstrating the price of defying the dark side. But more importantly, it forces Vader to choose between his master and his son. Darth Vader's redemption comes at the moment when Luke's death seems certain. The sight of his son being tortured awakens something in the mechanical monster that Anakin Skywalker became. Love proves stronger than decades of conditioning as Vader lifts his master and hurls him into the Death Star's reactor shaft. The Emperor's death destroys the Sith and fulfills the prophecy about the Chosen One, bringing balance to the Force. Palpatine's demise also sends waves of dark energy through the Death Star's superstructure, damaging systems and beginning the process that will lead to the battle station's destruction. Anakin Skywalker's final moments with his son provide closure to the tragedy that began decades earlier on Tatooine. The dying man asks Luke to remove his mask so he can see his son with his own eyes rather than through mechanical sensors. His scarred face reflects years of pain, but his expression shows peace at last. The shield generator's destruction by Han Solo's strike team allows the Rebel fleet to attack the Death Star's reactor core directly. Ewok warriors and Imperial troops fight throughout the bunker, while Han and Leia work to complete their mission. The explosion that destroys the generator opens the way for the final assault. Lando Calrissian and Wedge Antilles lead the attack into the Death Star's superstructure, racing through mechanical corridors toward the main reactor. Their fighters weave between power conduits and support beams, while the space battle rages outside. The destruction of the reactor will doom everyone aboard the battle station, including Luke and Vader. Luke's escape from the dying Death Star with his father's body represents his refusal to abandon family, even in death. He drags Vader's corpse to an Imperial shuttle and flees the exploding battle station just as it tears itself apart. The funeral pyre he builds on Endor honors the man Anakin Skywalker was before he became Darth Vader. The victory celebration across the galaxy shows the Empire's collapse following Palpatine's death and the second Death Star's destruction. On Coruscant, citizens pull down statues of the Emperor while celebrating in the streets. Similar scenes play out on Naboo, Tatooine, and countless other worlds as news of liberation spreads. The Ewok celebration on Endor brings together all the heroes who survived the war's climactic battle. Luke, Leia, Han, Chewbacca, Lando, and the droids join the native population in a feast that celebrates both victory and sacrifice. The golden sunset filtering through the forest canopy suggests a galaxy finally at peace. The appearance of Force spirits representing 3 generations of Jedi provides a sense of continuity and completion. Ben Kenobi, Yoda, and Anakin Skywalker stand together as glowing figures, their conflicts finally resolved. The presence of the redeemed Anakin, rather than Darth Vader, confirms that love ultimately conquered hate. Luke's journey from farm boy to Jedi Knight reaches its conclusion as he stands among friends who've become family. The young man who once stared at Tatooine's twin suns dreaming of adventure has found his place in the galaxy. His faith in his father's goodness has restored balance to the Force and freedom to countless worlds. Princess Leia's evolution from captive royal to rebel leader culminates in victory over the forces that destroyed her homeworld. The woman who watched Alderaan die has lived to see the Empire fall and its leaders brought to justice. Her strength and determination have inspired a galaxy to fight for freedom. Han Solo's transformation from selfish smuggler to committed hero reaches its natural conclusion as he stands beside the woman he loves and the friends who've become his chosen family. The man who once cared only for himself has learned that some things matter more than money, or personal safety. The return of the Jedi represents more than Luke's individual journey. It symbolizes hope's triumph over despair, love's victory over hate, and the possibility of redemption even for those who seem lost forever. The galaxy enters a new era with the promise that the dark times are finally ending. But even in victory, the costs are apparent. Countless beings died to achieve this freedom, from the Bothans who stole the Death Star plans to the Ewoks who fought Imperial troops in their own forests. The celebration is joyous, but tinged with the knowledge that liberty requires constant vigilance to maintain. The legacy of the Skywalker family has been redeemed through Luke's courage and Anakin's final sacrifice. The bloodline that produced the galaxy's greatest villain has also given birth to its greatest hero. The Force remains in balance, but the galaxy must now learn to govern itself without emperors or dark lords. The future stretches ahead like an unwritten book, full of possibilities both bright and dark. New challenges will arise, new heroes will emerge, and new stories will unfold. But for now, the galaxy celebrates the end of tyranny and the return of hope to countless worlds that had almost forgotten what freedom felt like. The Jedi have returned, the Empire has fallen, and the Force flows freely through a galaxy no longer bound by fear and hatred. It's an ending that feels like a beginning, promising that while this chapter of galactic history has closed, many more adventures await those brave enough to seek them. There was one more man in the trees on that forest moon worth following. He was made in a tube on Kamino for a war nobody remembered anymore, and he had spent every year since choosing his own side. The road that put him at Endor is worth walking. As Rex integrated into the Phoenix Squadron, his value to the rebellion became immediately apparent. This wasn't just another soldier joining the fight. This was a veteran with decades of combat experience and intimate knowledge of both Republic and Imperial military operations. His familiarity with old Republic bases provided the rebellion with potential outposts that Imperial forces had overlooked, while his understanding of standard tactics gave rebel commanders insight into how their enemies thought. Rex participated in countless missions during this period, each one showcasing different facets of his military expertise. When the rebels needed to infiltrate an Imperial interdictor cruiser, a specialized vessel capable of preventing ships from jumping to hyperspace, Rex's knowledge of similar Republic prototypes proved invaluable. The technology had evolved, but the basic principles remained the same, allowing him to guide the rebel team through the ship's systems. One particularly significant mission took Rex to Geonosis, a world that held special meaning for him. This was where the Clone Wars had begun, where he had first seen combat as a newly deployed captain. Returning years later, he found the planet mysteriously devoid of its native population. Working with the Ghost Crew, Rex helped investigate what became clear was an Imperial genocide, the complete extermination of the Geonosian species to hide the Empire's secret Death Star project. For a soldier who had always fought to protect civilians, this discovery reinforced his commitment to opposing Imperial tyranny. The true test of Phoenix Squadron came when Grand Admiral Thrawn, the Empire's most brilliant military strategist, discovered their hidden base on Atollon. The ensuing battle pitted a small rebel force against overwhelming Imperial might. Rex found himself fighting alongside not only his new rebel comrades, but also General Yuuzhan Vong, a Republic officer he would have served under during the Clone Wars. Drawing on his extensive experience in defensive operations, Rex helped organize the ground forces at Chopper Base. His tactical mind recognized choke points, established effective crossfire positions, and maximized the impact of their limited personnel. Even as Thrawn's methodical assault pushed them back, Rex's battlefield guidance helped the rebels hold out long enough for many to escape. This performance against impossible odds earned him even greater respect among rebel leadership, who recognized the value of having a commander with Rex's background. Amid these military successes, Rex suffered a personal loss that shook him deeply. Ahsoka Tano, his closest link to his past and one of his most trusted friends, disappeared during a mission to Malachor. She had gone with Kanan Jarrus and Ezra Bridger to investigate a Sith temple and encountered Darth Vader himself. When Kanan and Ezra returned without her, Rex immediately understood the implications. The sight of the veteran clone captain bowing his head in silent grief spoke volumes about their bond. For Rex, losing Ahsoka meant losing the one person who had been with him through his most transformative experiences, from the Clone Wars through Order 66 and beyond. Though devastated by this apparent loss, Rex continued his service to the rebellion. His resilience, forged through countless battles and personal losses, allowed him to channel his grief into renewed determination. If Ahsoka had fallen fighting the Empire, then the best way to honor her memory was to ensure that sacrifice wasn't in vain. This determination was clearly visible during the liberation of Lothal, one of the most ambitious rebel operations of the period. Rex joined the mission to free the planet from Imperial occupation, fighting alongside the Ghost Crew and local resistance forces. The battle represented everything Rex had come to stand for: protecting civilians, resisting tyranny, and restoring freedom to those under Imperial control. During this intense campaign, Rex fought side by side with his old friend Gregor. The former clone commando had grown increasingly erratic over the years, but his combat skills remained sharp. In a moment that brought Rex's journey full circle, Gregor was fatally wounded while protecting their position. Rex held his brother as he died, another painful reminder of the cost of war. Yet this time was different from the losses of the Clone Wars. Gregor died not as a programmed soldier following orders, but as a free man who had chosen his own cause. This distinction made his sacrifice meaningful in a way that the engineered loyalty of the clone army had never been. Following the successful liberation of Lothal, the rebellion recognized Rex's contributions and leadership by officially promoting him to commander. This new rank acknowledged his growth from a Republic captain created to follow orders into a rebel leader who had earned his position through merit and choice. For someone who had begun life as a manufactured soldier with a designation instead of a name, this recognition of his individual worth and capabilities represented the completion of a long journey towards self-determination. As the rebellion grew into the alliance to restore the Republic, Commander Rex became involved in increasingly significant operations against the Empire. His experience made him an ideal candidate for the most critical missions, including what would become the final battle against Imperial forces. When the Alliance discovered the existence of a second Death Star under construction near the forest moon of Endor, they planned a daring two-pronged attack. A space assault would target the superweapon itself, while a ground team would disable the shield generator protecting it. For this crucial ground mission, General Han Solo personally selected Rex to join his strike team, recognizing the value of including a veteran with unparalleled combat experience. On Endor, Rex encountered beings that connected him to his past in unexpected ways. The astromech droid R2-D2, who had served alongside him during the Clone Wars, recognized the clone commander immediately. Their reunion amid the high-stakes mission created a poignant link between the Republic that Rex had been created to serve and the new freedom he now fought to establish. The Battle of Endor culminated in the destruction of the second Death Star, the death of Emperor Palpatine, and the beginning of the Empire's collapse. Rex, who had been created as part of Palpatine's grand plan to destroy the Republic from within, survived to witness the Sith Lord's defeat. In a cosmic irony that wouldn't have been lost on him, the clone designed to help establish Palpatine's power had persisted long enough to see that power overthrown. What Rex couldn't have known was that the battle also saw the redemption of his former Jedi General, Anakin Skywalker. The man Rex had served under, respected and considered a friend, had fallen to the dark side and become Darth Vader. In his final acts, Skywalker returned to the light, sacrificing himself to save his son and destroy the Emperor. Though Rex likely never learned these details, there's a symmetry to their parallel journeys, both men ultimately breaking free from the control Palpatine had exerted over them. Rex's extraordinary life story, from his creation on Kamino to his participation in the rebellion's ultimate victory, became legendary in the years that followed. His journey represented the larger narrative of the galaxy's fight for freedom, a testament to the idea that even those created for a predetermined purpose could chart their own course. So significant was his story that it earned mention in the Journal of the Whills, the ancient chronicle that recorded the most important events and individuals in galactic history. What made Rex's tale so compelling wasn't just his longevity or his presence at key historical moments. It was his evolution from a genetically engineered soldier with a numerical designation to a man who defined himself through his own choices. He had been designed to be replaceable, one unit among millions. Yet through his courage, loyalty, and integrity, CT-7567 became Captain Rex and ultimately Commander Rex, a unique individual whose impact on the galaxy extended far beyond anything his creators could have imagined. The Emperor was dead, and the second Death Star was coming down in pieces over Endor. An empire that size does not stop when its master does. Out past the celebrations, the surviving fleets were already choosing new commanders, and the hardest fighting of the whole war was still ahead. Destroying the Death Star was just the beginning, and the galaxy was about to discover that winning a war was easier than building a lasting peace. The Emperor's death at Endor created a power vacuum that tore the Empire apart from within. Without Palpatine's iron grip holding the government together, Imperial officers across the galaxy began fighting each other for control of what remained. Grand Vizier Massacre tried to rule from Coruscant, while Grand Moff Ardus Kane claimed authority over the Outer Rim territories. None of these pretenders possessed the charisma or political skill that had made Palpatine so effective. The Rebel Alliance seized this opportunity to transform itself into something larger. In 5 ABY, they officially reorganized as the New Republic, with Mon Mothma serving as the first Chancellor. The woman who had helped build the rebellion from scattered resistance cells now faced the challenge of creating a government that could replace the Empire without repeating its mistakes. The transition from guerrilla fighters to legitimate government wasn't easy. Rebel commanders who had spent years conducting hit-and-run attacks now had to think about governing star systems and managing economies. The skills that made someone effective at blowing up Imperial installations weren't necessarily the same ones needed for writing tax policy and negotiating trade agreements. Warlord Zinj emerged as one of the most dangerous threats during this chaotic period. This ambitious Imperial officer carved out his own empire in the Outer Rim, calling it the Zinj Empire and waging war against both the New Republic and other Imperial factions. His forces controlled dozens of star systems and possessed enough firepower to challenge conventional fleets in open battle. Zinj's defeat came through the combined efforts of Han Solo and his allies, who pursued the warlord across multiple star systems before finally cornering him at the Battle of Dathomir. The victory in 8 ABY eliminated one of the New Republic's most persistent enemies, while demonstrating that the scattered Imperial remnants could be defeated through coordinated military action. The New Republic's greatest symbolic victory came with the liberation of Coruscant in 7 ABY. The Imperial Center had been the Empire's capital for decades, representing everything the rebellion had fought against. Reclaiming it required complex military operations to overcome the remaining Imperial garrison while avoiding civilian casualties in the heavily populated urban areas. The victory celebration was short-lived when Yuzhan Vong launched her revenge from the shadows. The former Imperial Intelligence Director had remained hidden on Coruscant after the official Imperial government fled, preparing a biological weapon that would make the New Republic's victory meaningless. The Krytos virus she released targeted non-human species, turning the planet's liberation into a humanitarian crisis. Isad's plan was diabolical in its simplicity. The virus would force the New Republic to spend enormous resources treating the sick while creating racial tensions that could tear their coalition apart. Alien species would blame humans for the plague, while humans might come to see aliens as a burden on their resources. The Empire's final weapon wasn't a superweapon, but a disease designed to destroy the New Republic from within. Rogue Squadron emerged as heroes during this crisis by tracking down the cure and exposing Isad's involvement. Wedge Antilles led his pilots in missions that combined traditional fighter combat with medical supply runs, proving that sometimes the most important battles weren't fought with weapons. Their success in distributing Bacta to infected populations saved millions of lives while maintaining unity between different species. The Bacta War that followed took the squadron to Thyfera, where Isad had gained control of the galaxy's primary Bacta production facilities. This healing substance was essential for treating both the virus and conventional injuries, making its supply a strategic resource that could determine the outcome of future conflicts. Isad's control over Bacta gave her leverage that traditional military forces couldn't match. Rogue Squadron's assault on Thyfera was fought as much in boardrooms as in space battles. They had to convince local governments and corporate leaders that supporting Isad would ultimately be more costly than accepting New Republic authority. The campaign succeeded when Isad was finally defeated and killed, ending her threat while securing the Bacta supply for the galaxy's medical needs. The period of relative peace that followed allowed the New Republic to consolidate its gains, while the remaining Imperial forces regrouped under new leadership. Most citizens began to believe that the dark days of civil war were finally over, but they hadn't counted on the return of the Empire's most brilliant military commander. Grand Admiral Thrawn emerged from the unknown regions in 9 ABY like a ghost from the Empire's past. This blue-skinned Chiss officer had been one of Palpatine's most effective commanders, combining tactical genius with cultural insight that allowed him to predict enemy movements through studying their art and philosophy. His return rallied Imperial remnants who had been fighting separately into a unified force. Thrawn's campaign nearly destroyed the New Republic through superior strategy rather than overwhelming firepower. He captured a fleet of lost Katana dreadnoughts that provided him with additional ships while using cloned soldiers, grown in Sparty cylinders, to crew them. These troops could be produced faster than conventional recruitment allowed, giving him manpower advantages that offset the New Republic's numerical superiority. The Dark Jedi Joruus C'baoth became Thrawn's secret weapon for sowing chaos among New Republic forces. This clone of a former Jedi Master possessed powerful Force abilities, but lacked the original's wisdom and restraint. His mental instability made him dangerous to everyone around him, but Thrawn was able to channel that madness against his enemies. During the height of Thrawn's offensive, Han Solo and Leia Organa welcomed twins into the galaxy. Jacen and Jaina Solo were born in 9 ABY while their parents fought to preserve the democracy they wanted their children to inherit. The timing seemed terrible for starting a family, but the twins would grow up to become some of the most important figures in galactic history. Thrawn's downfall came from an unexpected source when his own bodyguard turned against him. Rook was a Noghri warrior whose species had been enslaved by the Empire through lies about their homeworld's environmental damage. Leia's discovery of this deception and her efforts to help the Noghri people earned their loyalty, leading directly to Thrawn's assassination at the Battle of Bilbringi. The Grand Admiral's death ended the last serious Imperial threat to New Republic authority. But the victory came with personal costs for Luke Skywalker. His confrontation with Joruus C'baoth revealed that the mad clone had grown another copy of Luke using genetic material from the hand he had lost on Cloud City. Mara Jade's assistance in defeating both C'baoth and the Luke clone helped begin their relationship while ending this particular threat. The galaxy thought it had seen the last of Emperor Palpatine when he died at Endor, but death was just another obstacle for someone who had mastered the dark side's most forbidden techniques. In 10 ABY, Palpatine returned through cloning technology that transferred his spirit into a new body. The revelation that the galaxy's greatest enemy had cheated death itself sent shockwaves through both the New Republic and the remaining Imperial forces. Operation Shadowhand demonstrated that the resurrected Emperor had learned from his previous defeat. Instead of relying on a single superweapon, he deployed multiple planet-killing devices, including world devastators that could consume worlds to build more weapons. His new flagship Eclipse was even larger than the Death Stars while being equipped with its own super laser. Luke Skywalker made the dangerous decision to infiltrate Palpatine's organization by pretending to become his apprentice. The plan was to learn the Emperor's weaknesses from within while protecting others from his influence. But the dark side's seductive power nearly corrupted Luke for real. Only Leia's intervention and her pregnancy with Anakin Solo provided the emotional anchor he needed to resist complete corruption. The final confrontation with Palpatine's clone required the combined efforts of multiple heroes to overcome his supernatural power. Luke and Leia worked together to destroy the Emperor's physical form, while other allies eliminated his superweapons and scattered his fleet. The victory seemed complete until Palpatine made one last desperate attempt to cheat death. The Emperor's spirit tried to possess Leia's newborn son, Anakin Solo, seeking to continue his existence in a new body. This ultimate violation of innocence was prevented by Jedi Knight Empatogaios Brand, who sacrificed his own life to bind Palpatine's essence and drag it into the netherworld. The Emperor's final death in 11 ABY ended a threat that had haunted the galaxy for decades. Luke's decision to establish a new Jedi Academy on Yavin 4 represented hope for the future, despite the challenges he faced in training new Force users. Students like Kip Duran and Corran Horn brought their own skills and perspectives to the growing order, but they also carried the potential for both great good and terrible mistakes. The Academy faced its first major crisis when the spirit of ancient Sith Lord Exar Kun awakened from its millennia-long dormancy. The dark presence that had been trapped in the Massacre temples since the Great Sith War attempted to corrupt Luke's students just as it had influenced Jedi thousands of years earlier. The threat was overcome when the students worked together, proving that cooperation could triumph over individual ambition. Meanwhile, the scattered Imperial forces were gradually unifying under Admiral Gilad Pelayon's leadership. By 12 ABY, the Imperial remnant had formed with a Council of Moffs providing governance over the territories that remained under Imperial control. This smaller but more stable organization posed less threat to galactic peace while offering former Imperial citizens a legitimate government to support. Various minor conflicts continued to erupt during this period as different factions tested the New Republic's resolve. Durga the Hutt's construction of the Darksaber weapon demonstrated that even criminal organizations could threaten galactic security. The Black Fleet crisis with Yvetha xenophobes showed that alien species could be just as dangerous as human supremacists when driven by hatred and fear. The Corellian insurrection led by Thraken Salo proved that even core worlds could rebel against New Republic authority when local politics became too heated. The crisis was resolved through negotiation rather than military force, setting a precedent for handling future disputes through diplomatic means whenever possible. Peace finally came with the signing of the Pelayon-Gavrisum Treaty in 19 ABY, formally ending the Galactic Civil War after 21 years of conflict. Grand Admiral Pelayon's decision to negotiate with New Republic President Ponce Gavrisum showed that even former enemies could find common ground when survival was at stake. Luke Skywalker's marriage to Mara Jade in the same year symbolized the healing that was taking place throughout the galaxy. The former Emperor's hand, who had once been programmed to kill Luke, had become his closest ally and eventually his wife. Their relationship demonstrated that redemption was possible even for those who had served the dark side most faithfully. Leia Organa Solo's completion of her Jedi training allowed her to balance her roles as political leader and Force user. She served as New Republic Chief of State while raising 3 children who would grow up to face challenges that their parents could barely imagine. Jacen, Jaina, and Anakin Solo represented the next generation's hope for maintaining peace in a galaxy that had known too much war. The New Republic's victory over the Empire's remnants proved that democracy could survive even the most determined attempts to destroy it. The government that emerged from decades of conflict was stronger and more resilient than the old Republic had been, having learned hard lessons about the price of complacency and the importance of vigilance. But peace was fragile. and new threats were already gathering in the unknown regions beyond the galaxy's edge. The New Republic had won the right to determine its own destiny, but that victory came with the responsibility to protect not just their own citizens, but all sentient life from dangers they couldn't yet imagine. The next test of their resolve would come from outside the galaxy itself, bringing challenges that no previous government had ever faced. The New Republic held the core worlds and the trade lanes, and past those its reach thinned out to nothing. On the far worlds, the old rules still ran things, and men in armor with no flag above them made their living in the gaps. One of them took a job he should have turned down. So, where does that leave us in the Star Wars timeline? 5 years have passed since the second Death Star exploded over Endor, and the galaxy is trying to figure out what comes next. The Empire is broken, but not dead. The New Republic exists, but can't reach everywhere. And in the spaces between order and chaos, people like Din Djarin make their living hunting bounties in a lawless frontier. Din Djarin is a Mandalorian, one of the last members of a warrior culture that once conquered half the galaxy. His Beskar steel armor marks him as dangerous, while his strict adherence to the ancient ways makes him an outsider in a changing universe. The helmet never comes off in the presence of others. The weapons stay ready for trouble. This is the way. The client who hires Din for his most important job operates from a former Imperial facility on Nevarro. The man wears the remnants of an Imperial uniform while stormtrooper guards protect his operations. He offers a job worth more Beskar steel than Din has seen in years, but the target information comes in the form of a tracking fob rather than detailed intelligence. The mission leads Din to Arvala 7, a desert world where moisture farmers eke out a living from hostile terrain. His quarry hides in a compound guarded by Nikto mercenaries who shoot first and never bother asking questions. But when Din finally breaches their defenses and finds his target, everything he thought he knew about the job changes completely. The asset is a child barely 50 years old, the same species as the legendary Jedi Master Yoda. The infant appears helpless and innocent, nothing like the dangerous fugitive Din expected to collect. But something about those large, dark eyes and tiny three-fingered hands makes the hardened bounty hunter reconsider what he's willing to do for money. The Ugnaught named Kuiil becomes Din's unlikely ally on Arvala 7. This former Imperial slave has chosen a simple life of moisture farming after gaining his freedom, but he understands the value of helping others find their own paths. His workshop repairs Din's damaged ship, while his wisdom helps the Mandalorian process what he's discovered. IG-11 represents everything Din hates about droids. The assassin droid nearly kills the child before Din intervenes, leading to a firefight that destroys the mechanical bounty hunter. Din's distrust of artificial intelligence runs deep, rooted in childhood trauma when battle droids killed his parents during the Clone Wars. The return to Nevarro with the child should complete Din's contract and earn him enough Beskar to forge a full set of armor. But the armorer who works the sacred metal into protective gear asks uncomfortable questions about the child's origins. The foundlings are the future of Mandalorian culture, and this particular foundling carries power that few understand. The Imperial scientist who examines the child on Nevarro represents the Empire's continued interest in Force-sensitive beings. Dr. Pershing's experiments involve extracting blood samples that contain high concentrations of midi-chlorians, the microscopic organisms that enable force sensitivity. The Empire's cloning projects require this genetic material for unknown purposes. Din's change of heart happens gradually, then all at once. Watching the child use mysterious powers to heal his wounds awakens protective instincts the Mandalorian didn't know he possessed. When he returns to rescue the infant from Imperial captivity, he's choosing family over profit for the first time in his adult life. The Great Purge haunts every Mandalorian survivor like a collective nightmare. Imperial forces under Moff Gideon bombarded Mandalore until the surface turned to glass, killing millions and scattering the survivors across the galaxy. The few who escaped live in hidden coverts, following the ancient ways while dreaming of eventual return to their homeworld. The covert beneath Navarro's streets houses the last Mandalorians Din knows to exist. The armorer maintains their traditions while the tribe provides mutual support and protection. But their survival depends on secrecy, and Din's actions have drawn Imperial attention that threatens everyone he considers family. The jetpack escape from Navarro showcases Mandalorian technology at its finest. Din's rising flames carry him above the conflict, while his weapons systems eliminate threats from multiple directions. The dramatic exit saves his life and the child's while establishing his reputation as someone who honors his commitments regardless of personal cost. The Razor Crest becomes home for the unlikely pair as they flee Imperial pursuit across the galaxy. The pre-Empire gunship provides just enough space for a Mandalorian warrior and his tiny ward, its weapons and armor serving them well in the dangerous outer rim. But the ship's condition reflects its owner's nomadic lifestyle, held together by spare parts and stubborn determination. Cara Dune represents the New Republic's struggles to maintain order in the galaxy's lawless regions. The former rebel shock trooper turned freelance enforcer has seen enough war to last several lifetimes, but she can't escape the violence that shaped her. Her partnership with Din proves that former enemies can become allies when facing greater threats. The AT-ST Walker attack on Sorgan demonstrates how Imperial war machines continued terrorizing civilian populations years after the Empire's official defeat. The armored walker represents overwhelming firepower against defenseless farmers, but clever tactics and Mandalorian weapons prove that even the Empire's mighty war machines have weaknesses. Moff Gideon's emergence as the primary antagonist connects Din's personal story to larger galactic events. The Imperial officer survived the Purge of Mandalore and now commands significant resources in his quest to capture the child. His knowledge of Mandalorian culture and Din's personal history makes him particularly dangerous. The Darksaber in Gideon's possession represents the ultimate symbol of Mandalorian leadership. This ancient weapon, created by the first Mandalorian Jedi, has passed through many hands over the centuries. Whoever wields it can potentially unite the scattered Mandalorian clans, making it invaluable to both Imperial remnants and resistance movements. The child's force abilities manifest in moments of extreme danger, suggesting power levels that rival legendary Jedi Masters. The infant can move objects with his mind, heal grievous wounds, and even choke enemies when threatened. These demonstrations of power make him invaluable to those who understand the Force's potential. The Armorer's lessons about Mandalorian history educate Din about his people's complex relationship with the Jedi. Ancient wars between the two groups ended in mutual devastation, but individual Mandalorians and Jedi have worked together when circumstances required it. The child represents a bridge between these warrior traditions. Boba Fett's return from apparent death adds another layer to Mandalorian lore while connecting the series to original trilogy events. The legendary bounty hunter survived the Sarlacc pit through armor and determination, emerging changed by his experience. His claim to his father's armor creates tension with Din over what it means to be Mandalorian. The alliance between Din and Boba Fett demonstrates how shared culture can overcome personal differences. Both men follow the Mandalorian code despite their different origins and experiences. When crisis threatens the child, they work together like the warriors their armor represents. Fennec Shan's transformation from enemy to ally showcases the series' complex approach to redemption. The assassin who once hunted Din and the child becomes their protector after Boba Fett saves her life with cybernetic modifications. Her skills and connections prove invaluable in the war against Moff Gideon. Bo-Katan Kryze's appearance connects the series directly to Clone Wars and Rebels storylines. The former leader of Death Watch has spent years fighting to reclaim Mandalore from Imperial occupation. Her knowledge of Mandalorian politics and military tactics makes her a valuable ally, but her goals don't always align with Din's priorities. The revelation that different Mandalorian groups follow different interpretations of their culture challenges Din's understanding of his own identity. Bo-Katan's Mandalorians remove their helmets freely, while Din's covert maintains stricter traditions. Both groups honor their heritage while adapting to survival in a hostile galaxy. Ahsoka Tano's live-action debut brings a beloved Clone Wars character into the broader Star Wars universe. The former Jedi's encounter with Din and the child reveals the infant's name as Grogu, while connecting his story to the fall of the Jedi Temple. Her refusal to train Grogu stems from her own complicated relationship with Jedi traditions. The ancient temple on Tython serves as a focal point for Force-sensitive beings across the galaxy. When Grogu reaches out through the Force from the Seeing Stone, his call attracts both allies and enemies. The temple's destruction by Imperial forces demonstrates how the past and present collide in the struggle for Grogu's future. Luke Skywalker's arrival as a mysterious hooded figure piloting an X-Wing fighter represents hope for the galaxy's Force-sensitive children. His single-handed assault on Moff Gideon's Dark Troopers showcases the power of a fully trained Jedi Knight while setting up Grogu's potential future training. The goodbye between Din and Grogu in the Imperial cruiser's hangar bay provides emotional closure to their relationship while opening new possibilities. Din's removal of his helmet to let Grogu see his face represents the ultimate sacrifice of his beliefs for love. The child's departure with Luke begins a new chapter in both their stories. The Darksaber's transfer to Din through combat victory creates new complications for Mandalorian politics. Ancient tradition requires the weapon to be won in battle, not given freely. Bo-Katan's inability to simply accept the blade means Din now bears responsibility for uniting his people despite having no desire for leadership. The series explores themes of family, identity, and belonging through the lens of two outcasts finding each other in a hostile galaxy. Din's rigid adherence to Mandalorian tradition contrasts with Grogu's innocent exploration of his Force abilities. but their bond transcends cultural and species differences. The show's Western influences shine through its frontier setting and moral ambiguity. Heroes and villains exist in shades of gray, while survival often depends on quick reflexes and quicker thinking. The galaxy's outer reaches operate by their own rules, where reputation matters more than law and honor counts for everything. The larger mythology, connecting to sequel trilogy events, hints at the First Order's origins and the Emperor's return. Imperial remnants gather resources and conduct experiments that will eventually threaten the New Republic's fragile peace. The child's blood may play a role in cloning projects that span decades of planning. The Mandalorian culture's emphasis on foundlings and adoption reflects deeper themes about chosen family versus biological relationships. Din's own rescue as a child by Mandalorian warriors parallels his protection of Grogu, continuing cycles of care and sacrifice that define their society. The series succeeds by focusing on personal stories within the larger galactic conflict. While empires rise and fall in the background, the relationship between a warrior and his adopted son provides the emotional core that makes everything else meaningful. Their journey together changes both characters in ways that honor the past while embracing the future. The legacy of The Mandalorian extends beyond its own story to influence the broader Star Wars universe. Characters and concepts introduced in the series appear in other shows and films, creating an interconnected narrative that spans multiple time periods and mediums. The way forward leads to new adventures while honoring the saga's foundational themes. This is the way the galaxy heals from decades of war and oppression, not through grand gestures or sweeping changes, but through individuals choosing to protect the innocent and honor their commitments. In a universe where darkness once seemed triumphant, small acts of love and courage create ripples that eventually become waves of lasting change. Sometimes the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy needs to learn what it means to belong somewhere. Boba Fett spent decades hunting targets across the stars, but now he's trying something completely different. He wants to rule. The throne that once belonged to Jabba the Hutt sits empty in the palace on Tatooine, and Boba Fett decides it should be his. Not through fear and intimidation like the crime lords before him, but through respect and honor. It's an ambitious plan for someone who spent his entire life working alone. The Bacta tank in Jabba's former palace becomes Boba's healing chamber as he recovers from injuries that should have killed him years ago. Each session in the healing fluid triggers memories of how he escaped the Sarlacc pit, clawing his way back from certain death through pure determination and Mandalorian armor that refused to let him die. The Tusken Raiders who captured Boba after his escape changed everything about how he sees the galaxy. These desert warriors that most people consider savage monsters taught him about community, honor, and protecting what matters. When Pike's syndicate spice runners slaughtered his adopted tribe, Boba learned that some things are worth more than credits. Fennec Shand serves as Boba's partner in this new venture, her assassin skills and criminal connections making her invaluable in the dangerous game of Tatooine politics. Together, they're trying to build something that's never existed before on this world. A criminal organization that protects people instead of exploiting them. The challenge comes from everyone who thinks they know what Boba Fett represents. The locals expect brutality and fear. The other crime families see weakness in his attempts at honorable leadership. Even his potential allies question whether the legendary bounty hunter can really change his fundamental nature. Din Djarin's return to the story brings the Mandalorian tradition full circle. His struggle with the Darksaber and his expulsion from the covert for removing his helmet creates a parallel to Boba's own journey of redefining identity. Both men are trying to figure out who they are when everything they thought they knew about themselves gets challenged. The gift Boba helps Din create for Grogu represents the bond between warriors who've found family in unexpected places. The Beskar chainmail forged from Din's spear shows how love can transform weapons of war into instruments of protection. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning for both men. Luke Skywalker's Jedi Training Academy on a peaceful world far from the conflicts that shaped his youth represents hope for a new generation of Force users. But his methods differ from the old Jedi Order, incorporating lessons learned from his father's fall and his own struggles with attachment and emotion. Grogu's choice between the lightsaber and the chainmail becomes a test of what truly matters. Luke offers him the path of a Jedi Knight, with all the power and responsibility that entails. Din's gift represents something simpler, but no less meaningful. The love of a father who wants nothing more than to keep his child safe. The decision Grogu makes surprises everyone except those who understand that love doesn't follow logic or tradition. The little being chooses family over destiny, demonstrating that sometimes the most powerful choice is the one that seems weakest to outside observers. The war for Mos Espa brings together allies who shouldn't trust each other but do, because Boba Fett has proven himself worthy of loyalty. Fennec Shand coordinates strategy while the Mods provide street-level knowledge. Black Krrsantan brings raw power to their cause. Even the people of Freetown join the fight. The battle itself showcases how much warfare has changed since the days of the Empire. This isn't about massive fleets or planet-killing weapons. It's about communities protecting themselves against exploitation, using whatever tools and allies they can find. The victory belongs to everyone who fought for it. Cad Bane's arrival as the Pike Syndicate's enforcer brings Boba face to face with his past as a bounty hunter. The old Duros gunslinger represents everything Boba used to be. Cold, efficient, loyal only to the highest bidder. Their confrontation becomes a battle between who Boba was and who he's chosen to become. The final duel between mentor and student ends with the older gunslinger's death, but not before Bane delivers one last lesson about the cost of changing sides. His words about the Tusken Raiders' true fate reveal that the Pikes were responsible for the massacre, giving Boba's transformation deeper meaning and sharper purpose. The rancor that rampages through Mos Espa's streets during the battle represents the chaos that threatens any attempt to build something new. But when Boba calms the creature through understanding rather than violence, he demonstrates the leadership style that sets him apart from other crime lords. The aftermath of the battle sees Boba Fett established as the new power on Tatooine, but his victory feels different from traditional conquests. Instead of ruling through fear, he's earned respect through sacrifice and genuine care for the people under his protection. It's a model that could change how power works in the galaxy's criminal underworld. The reunion between Din Djarin and Grogu provides emotional closure to their separation while opening new possibilities for their relationship. The child's choice to stay with his adoptive father validates the bond they've formed, proving that family transcends species, culture, and destiny. The implications of recent events ripple outward from Tatooine toward larger galactic concerns. Imperial remnants continue gathering strength in the unknown regions. The New Republic struggles with corruption and complacency. And somewhere in the shadows, ancient evils prepare for their return to power. But for now, on one desert world that's seen too much violence and exploitation, something genuinely hopeful is taking root. Boba Fett has transformed from the galaxy's most feared bounty hunter into a protector of the innocent. It's a small change in a massive universe, but small changes can grow into something larger. This is how the Star Wars saga has always worked. Individual choices creating ripples that eventually reshape the galaxy. Luke Skywalker choosing to trust in the Force. Leia Organa refusing to betray the rebellion. Han Solo deciding that some things matter more than money. Anakin Skywalker finding the strength to save his son. Now Boba Fett joins that list of people who chose to be better than what the galaxy expected. His story proves that redemption is always possible, even for those who seem lost beyond hope. The book of his life has been rewritten, and the new chapters promise adventures that honor both his past and his future. The wheel of fate keeps turning in the Star Wars universe, carrying with it the promise that heroes can emerge from the most unlikely places. Sometimes they wear the armor of ancient warriors. Sometimes they carry lightsabers that cut through darkness. And sometimes they simply choose to protect the innocent instead of exploiting them. In a galaxy that's known too much war and suffering, these small acts of courage and compassion create the foundation for something better. The Empire may have fallen, but the real victory lies in building something worthy to take its place. One choice at a time, one world at a time, one person at a time. That's the real power of the Force. Not the ability to move objects or predict the future, but the strength to choose hope over despair, love over hate, and connection over isolation. It flows through everyone, from Jedi Knights to Mandalorian warriors, to former bounty hunters who decide that protecting people matters more than profit. The story continues, as it always has and always will, wherever beings choose to stand against darkness and fight for something better. This is the way the galaxy heals. This is how hope survives. This is the Star Wars saga, and it belongs to all of us. Out on the quiet worlds, a generation was growing up that had never seen a Star Destroyer overhead. Among them were the children of the people who won the war, and everyone expected great things from them. One of those boys would end up doing more damage than the Empire ever managed. At 13 years old, Jacen Solo finally got to leave the shadows and become what his bloodline promised. Luke Skywalker opened his Jedi Praxium on Yavin 4, and Jacen and Jaina showed up ready to learn. The Academy sat on an old moon covered in jungle, surrounded by ancient temples and the ghosts of Sith history. For kids who spent their early years hiding from assassins, this place must have felt like freedom. No more bodyguards watching every door. Just training, friendship, and figuring out what kind of Jedi you wanted to be. Jacen found his calling pretty quickly. While other students struggled with telekinesis or lightsaber forms, Jacen connected with animals. The living force flowed through him naturally, letting him sense and communicate with creatures that most people would run from. He built up a whole collection of exotic pets at the academy, turning part of his quarters into a miniature zoo. Weird alien creatures that would bite anyone else would calm down the moment Jacen touched them. His sister Jaina went the opposite direction. She loved machines and starfighters, always tinkering with something mechanical. The twins balanced each other out that way. Jacen understood life. Jaina understood tech. They made friends fast. Lobaka was Chewbacca's nephew, a young Wookiee who could rip your arms off, but mostly just wanted to study engineering. Then there was Tenel Ka, a warrior princess from Dathomir and Hapes, who never said 3 words when one would do. She trained with a lightsaber like she was born holding one, all business and zero tolerance for jokes. Jacen kept trying to make her laugh anyway. His humor and empathy clashed perfectly with her serious warrior attitude. Over time, something grew between them. Nothing they talked about openly, just a quiet attraction that both of them were too shy to acknowledge. The first real test came when they discovered something nasty hiding in the jungles. An Imperial Dark Jedi named Brakis had set up shop on Yavin 4, establishing what he called the Shadow Academy. This was basically an evil Jedi school designed to corrupt young Force users and rebuild the Empire through indoctrination. Jacen, Jaina, and Lobaka went exploring one day and walked straight into a trap. Night Sister witches and Imperial agents grabbed them, hauling them off to the Shadow Academy. Brakis wanted to turn these kids into his dark side soldiers, especially the Solo twins. Having Vader's grandchildren join your evil school would be quite the recruitment poster. They tried everything to break Jacen, showed him visions of power, whispered promises about what the dark side could do, played on his fears and desires. But Jacen held firm. His training with Luke and his connection to his family gave him something to anchor to when the darkness pulled at him. Luke and Tenel Ka mounted a rescue mission and got them out before permanent damage was done. The twins came back changed, though. They had felt the dark side trying to get inside their heads, and it was more seductive than anyone warned them about. The Shadow Academy kept pushing, eventually launching a full assault on Yavin 4. Jacen and his friends stood with the other students, fighting off dark cadets their own age in a battle that turned the jungle into a war zone. When the smoke cleared, the Shadow Academy was destroyed and the Second Imperium threat ended. Brakis's plan died with his school. Victory came with scars, though. The biggest one happened during a regular training session back at the academy. Students were building their first real lightsabers, a major milestone in any Jedi's life. Jacen crafted his with a Coruscant gem crystal he had found earlier, pouring his connection to the living force into every piece. Tenel Ka rushed her construction. She was competitive by nature and wanted to prove she could keep up with the Solo twins. Her lightsaber had an imperfect crystal, but she activated it anyway during sparring practice. The duel started normally. Jacen and Tenel Ka traded blows like they had done dozens of times before. Then her blade flickered and died mid-swing. Jacen's lightsaber came down where he expected resistance and found none. The blade sliced clean through Tenel Ka's arm at the elbow. The training room went silent except for the sound of her lightsaber hilt hitting the floor. Tenel Ka looked down at where her arm used to be and her face showed nothing. No scream, no tears, just that same stoic warrior expression she always wore. Jacen fell apart. Guilt crushed him like a physical weight. He had hurt one of his closest friends, the girl he secretly cared about because of his own carelessness. Tenel Ka refused to let him wallow in it. She told him it was her fault for using a flawed weapon. She accepted the loss, like losing an arm was just another training exercise. But the incident changed both of them. Jacen learned that being a Jedi meant responsibility for every action, every swing, every choice. Tenel Ka walked away with one arm, and somehow their bond grew stronger instead of breaking. The Academy years kept throwing challenges at them. Jacen and his friends uncovered a group called the Diversity Alliance, led by a Twi'lek named Nola Tarkona. She preached alien superiority and wanted to exterminate all humans using an old Imperial bioweapon. Think about how twisted that is. The Empire oppressed aliens for decades, and now someone wanted to use their weapons to finish what they started in reverse. Jacen, Jaina, Lobaka, Tenel Ka, and their friend Zek tracked the plot to an Imperial plague warehouse hidden in the deep core. Shelves full of deadly viruses sat waiting to be unleashed. They fought Tarkona's forces between racks of weapons that could wipe out entire worlds, knowing one broken container could kill them all. In the end, they blew the whole place up. Tarkona died from her own plague when things went wrong. Jacen and his team saved billions of lives, and nobody outside a small circle even knew how close the galaxy came to genocide. Near the end of his Academy years, Jacen fell for a girl named Anja Galandro. She was older, troubled, addicted to spice, and carrying a grudge against Han Solo. Jacen saw someone who needed help and threw himself into saving her. He worked with Anja to break her addiction and let go of her anger. When it was over, Jacen learned she had no Force abilities at all. He had projected his own hopes onto someone who could never be what he imagined. The experience taught him that you cannot fix everyone, and sometimes your desire to help blinds you to reality. By the time Jacen turned 16, he had survived kidnapping attempts, resisted the dark side, accidentally hurt someone he loved, saved the galaxy from a plague, and learned hard lessons about both power and limits. Luke took him and Jaina as full apprentices, recognizing they had earned their place. Jacen Solo walked out of those Academy years idealistic and compassionate. He believed in the Jedi way completely. He trusted that doing good would lead to good outcomes. He had no idea how badly the galaxy was about to test those beliefs. The galaxy had spent 25 years believing the fighting was finally over. It had cut its fleets, argued about budgets, and stopped looking outward. Something had been watching it do all of that for a very long time, and it was not from anywhere on the maps. The galaxy thought it was safe. Turns out, something had been watching from the shadows for decades, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. By 25 ABY, the New Republic figured the hard times were over. The Empire was beaten, and Chief of State Borsk Failure ran a government that honestly believed peace was permanent. So what did they do? They cut back on military spending and let their guard down. Nobody was preparing for a fight because nobody thought another war was coming. They were wrong. Way out beyond the edge of known space, an entire species had been studying the galaxy like scientists examining bugs under a microscope. The Yuuzhan Vong came from another galaxy entirely, and they'd been sending scouts for years to figure out how to conquer this one. The scary part is that signs of the coming threat were everywhere if you knew where to look. A guy named Nom Anor had been working behind the scenes for over a decade. Back in 11 ABY, he'd even messed with the Imperial Remnant's leadership, stirring up chaos and making sure nobody could organize against what was coming. He was playing the long game, setting up dominoes so they'd all fall at the right time. Then there was Vergera, a Jedi who vanished on some mission years ago. People assumed she was gone for good. Later, everyone found out she'd actually run into the Yuuzhan Vong and been living among them. Her disappearance was proof the invaders had been scouting the galaxy way longer than anyone realized. In 25 ABY, Nom Anor kicked his plan into high gear. He showed up on a world called Ramamul, pretending to be some kind of religious leader. He got the locals all riled up against their neighbor planet Osarian, and before long, these two worlds were at each other's throats. The fighting threatened a major hyperspace route called the Corellian Run, which meant the New Republic had to pay attention. But that was exactly what Anor wanted. While everyone focused on this local conflict, he was doing something way worse behind the scenes. He infected Mara Jade Skywalker with a disease called Coom Spore. This stuff was nasty and potentially fatal, which meant one of the most powerful Jedi around was suddenly fighting for her life instead of watching for bigger threats. Meanwhile, out on the Outer Rim, a group of scientists called the Exile Society was doing exactly what their name suggested. They were looking for alien life beyond the galaxy. They set up a research station on a planet called Belkadan and started scanning deep space. One of those scientists was named Yomin Kar. He seemed like a regular researcher, but he was actually a Yuuzhan Vong spy who'd been planted there years earlier. When Kar's equipment picked up signals from an approaching Yuuzhan Vong ship, he made his move. He took out his fellow scientists at the Exile 4 outpost, then released toxins that started poisoning Belkadan's entire ecosystem. The planet was being prepared as a staging ground for invasion, and nobody in the New Republic had any clue it was happening. Think about how calculated this was. While the galaxy argued over trade routes and political squabbles, the Yuuzhan Vong had agents in place, biological weapons ready to go, and fleets moving into position. They'd been studying weaknesses, mapping targets, and corrupting ecosystems. The New Republic kept assuming they'd see an invasion coming. They figured any major threat would announce itself with big, obvious moves. But the Yuuzhan Vong understood something important about warfare. The best way to win a fight is to make sure your enemy doesn't realize they're in one until it's too late. By the time 25 ABY rolled around, every piece was in place. Nom Anor had created chaos and weakened the Jedi. Yomin Kar had prepared a landing zone. Scout ships had mapped the galaxy's defenses and found them lacking. The New Republic military was underfunded and scattered. The stage was set for the most devastating war the galaxy had ever seen. An extragalactic invasion was about to begin, and the Republic that should have been ready was instead caught completely off guard, unprepared for the nightmare that was coming through their front door. The Yuuzhan Vong weren't just invading. They'd been laying groundwork for years, making sure when they finally struck, nothing would be able to stop them. And in 25 ABY, they were finally ready to make their move. Now, with the background set, let's dive into what happened when the Yuuzhan Vong finally made their move. In 25 ABY, a massive living ship called a world ship dropped out of hyperspace and touched down on Helska 4, an icy planet at the edge of known space. The ship was commanded by Prefect Dagara, and it carried the advance force of the invasion, a group called the Praetorite Vong. These weren't regular soldiers with standard equipment. They brought something called a Yamosk, which was basically a living war computer. This creature could coordinate entire fleets telepathically, giving the Vong a huge tactical advantage over anyone who had to rely on regular communications. The official Yuuzhan Vong War had just started, and nobody even knew it yet. Jedi Master Cape Duron was the unlucky one who found them first. He was leading his fighter squadron, the 102 Avengers, on a patrol near Helska when they picked up strange readings. Kip took his pilots in to investigate. Bad call. The Yuuzhan Vong hit them with coral skippers, which are organic fighters that move like living things instead of machines. Most of Kip's squadron got wiped out in the ambush. His apprentice Miko Reglia was captured and put through terrible things by the Yamosk. A scientist named Danny Kui also got grabbed, and the invaders pumped her for information about the galaxy. But first contact was just the warm-up. The Yuuzhan Vong were about to announce themselves to the entire galaxy in the worst way possible. They picked a remote world called Sernpidal for their demonstration. Prefect Dagara used a tactic with a fancy name, Yogan's Core, but what it actually meant was simple and horrifying. The Vong planted a gravity-controlling creature called a Dovan Basal on the planet's surface. This thing started pulling Sernpidal's moon out of orbit. Han Solo and Chewbacca were on Sernpidal when it happened, helping evacuate civilians as the moon Dobido began its slow fall toward the surface. They loaded up the Millennium Falcon with as many people as they could save, making trip after trip while chunks of the moon started breaking off and raining down. On their final run, Chewbacca was getting people onto the ship when debris came crashing down. He pushed Han's son Anakin and several others to safety, but there wasn't time for him to make it aboard. Anakin had to make the hardest choice of his life. With his father screaming at him to wait, the teenage pilot fired up the Falcon's engines and lifted off. Chewbacca, the legendary Wookiee who'd fought alongside Han for decades, disappeared as the moon collapsed onto the planet. Just like that, one of the galaxy's greatest heroes was gone. The news of Chewbacca's end hit everyone hard. This wasn't some faceless casualty in a distant battle. This was Chewie, the co-pilot of the Falcon, the friend who'd been there through everything. If the Yuuzhan Vong could take down someone like him, what chance did regular people have? Han and Anakin limped away from Sernpidal with the survivors, heading for a nearby planet called Dubrillion. Lando Calrissian ran operations there, and they figured it would be safe. Wrong again. The Praetorite Vong chased them down and launched an assault on Dubrillion. Waves of coral skippers came screaming in, trying to finish what they'd started at Sernpidal. But this time, the defenders were ready. Lando rallied New Republic forces and local defense ships, and they managed to drive off the attack. It was the galaxy's first actual victory against the invaders. Sure, it was small and it cost them plenty, but at least it proved the Yuuzhan Vong could be beaten. Back in the capital, Leia Organa Solo was fighting her own battle trying to convince the government this was serious. Most senators didn't want to believe an extragalactic invasion was happening. They thought it was just some isolated incident that would blow over. Leia finally scraped together what she could get. One star destroyer named the Rejuvenator, a handful of support ships, and whatever forces would volunteer. She sent them to hit the Yuuzhan Vong base at Helska 4, hoping to cut off the invasion at its source. The Battle of Helska 4 was messy and desperate. Jacen Solo led a rescue team that managed to save Danny Kui from captivity, but Miko Reglia wasn't so lucky. The Rejuvenator got torn apart by Vong bioweapons, and the fleet took heavy losses. Then someone had a brilliant idea. Helska 4 was an ice planet with deep frozen oceans. The New Republic had brought ships with powerful shields that could be reconfigured as weapons. They turned these shield ships around and started bombarding the oceans, flash freezing the water so fast that ice built up at impossible speeds. The temperature dropped so quickly that the entire planet became unstable. Helska 4 started cracking apart like an egg. The ice kept building and expanding until the whole world just shattered into pieces. The Preterite Vong base, the Yamosk, and most of Dagara's forces got wiped out in one go. It was a major win, and it gave the galaxy hope that maybe they could handle this threat after all. But here's the thing about hope. Sometimes it blinds you to what's really coming. After Helska 4 blew apart, the Yuuzhan Vong went quiet. For about 2 months, nothing happened. No attacks, no sightings, no communications. The New Republic started to relax, thinking maybe they'd scared the invaders off, or at least convinced them to reconsider. They had no idea the Yuuzhan Vong were just regrouping. Out beyond the edge of the galaxy, massive fleets were assembling. The Preterite Vong had just been the advanced scouts, the tip of the spear. The real invasion force was on its way, and it was bigger than anything the galaxy had faced before. The calm before the storm had arrived, and when that storm finally hit, it would make everything that came before look like a warm-up exercise. When the Yuuzhan Vong came back in early 26 ABY, they came back angry. Supreme Commander Naschoka led an armada so massive it made the earlier attack look like a scouting party. These fleets didn't hit one target. They poured into the galaxy along multiple invasion routes, hitting dozens of systems at once. The New Republic completely fumbled the response. Admiral Cien Sov was running military operations, and he made a choice that doomed millions of people. He decided to protect the core worlds and major hyperspace lanes, leaving the outer rim to fend for itself. Bad strategy. Within the first year of the real invasion, the Yuuzhan Vong conquered nearly every system they would ever hold. They swept through the outer rim like a wildfire, pushing all the way to the mid-rim before anyone could mount a proper defense. Entire sectors fell in weeks. Planets that had stood for thousands of years got overrun in days. The speed was terrifying. The Republic kept thinking they could hold somewhere, draw a line the Vong couldn't cross, but every line got shattered. The Yuuzhan Vong circled back to finish what they'd started. They hit Dubrilion again, the planet Lando had managed to save earlier. This time, there was no lucky defense. Dubrilion and its colony Distrillion both fell, and the invaders kept pushing. Their next target was Dantooine, and this is where things got really bad. Dantooine had become a massive refugee camp. All those people Lando evacuated from Dubrilion before, they'd been relocated there, thinking they'd be safe. Thousands of families just trying to survive packed into temporary shelters across the planet's grasslands. The Yuuzhan Vong showed up with an army of Chazrakh, which are basically reptilian soldiers bred for war. They also brought bioweapons designed to cause maximum suffering. The attack on those refugee camps was ruthless and efficient. Jacen and Anakin Solo were on the ground when it happened. These two young Jedi found themselves facing wave after wave of Chazrakh warriors. They took down a creature called a thrall herder, this massive beetle thing the Vong used to control their slave soldiers. Luke Skywalker joined the fight too, and together they managed to slow the assault enough for most refugees to escape. But Dantooine fell anyway. The Battle of Dantooine ended with the New Republic retreating and the planet in enemy hands. It was a pattern that would repeat itself over and over. The Jedi could win individual fights, but they couldn't stop the invasion. Still, the Jedi weren't giving up. While the military struggled to mount any real defense, Jedi Knights started running guerrilla operations behind enemy lines. Anakin Solo and Corran Horn led a raid on Garki, a planet the Yuuzhan Vong had already conquered. They weren't there to take it back. They were there to learn. The Jedi needed to understand these invaders, figure out their weaknesses, find some way to hurt them. And they found something huge. The Yuuzhan Vong warriors wore living armor called Vondoon Crab. This stuff was incredibly tough, could heal itself, and basically made its wearer almost impossible to hurt with conventional weapons. But on Garki, the Jedi discovered something weird. The armor started dying when it came into contact with pollen from Bafor trees. These trees were native to a planet called Ithor, and apparently their pollen was like poison to Vong biotech. The living armor would get smothered and stop working. Suddenly, the invincible warriors weren't so invincible anymore. This discovery gave the New Republic its first real hope. Maybe they couldn't match the Vong ship for ship, but if they could find ways to exploit biological weaknesses, they might have a chance. The Vong, of course, figured out what the Republic had learned. And when you've got an enemy who just discovered your armor's weakness, you go after the source of that weakness. That meant Ithor was about to become a major target. Before that happened, though, there was another confrontation brewing. A Yuuzhan Vong commander named Shadao Shai had a personal problem. Scientists on a world called Bimil had dug up the remains of his ancestor during some archaeological work. For the Vong, who treated their ancestors with religious reverence, this was an unforgivable insult. Shadao Shai went to Bimil personally to reclaim those remains. That's where he ran into Corran Horn. The two of them clashed on that Outer Rim world, and Corran ended up defeating two of Shai's warriors in combat over the relics. This wasn't some random skirmish. For Shadao Shai, losing those warriors to a Jedi was a personal failure and an insult to his honor. He became obsessed with getting revenge on Corran Horn specifically. The commander vowed he would face Horn again and settle the score. That grudge match was coming, and when it did, an entire planet would pay the price. The thing about this phase of the war was how helpless everyone felt. The Yuuzhan Vong just kept coming. Every victory the New Republic managed to scrape together was tiny compared to the losses. Planets were falling faster than anyone could count. Refugees were flooding into safer systems, which then became targets themselves. The military couldn't stop them. The politicians couldn't negotiate with them. The Yuuzhan Vong didn't want territory or resources in the traditional sense. They wanted to reshape the entire galaxy into something that matched their twisted religious views, and they had the ships and soldiers to do it. The Jedi were the only ones even slowing the invasion down. Small teams of Force users running raids, gathering intelligence, and occasionally pulling off impossible rescues. But there weren't enough Jedi to be everywhere at once. For every planet they helped save, 10 more fell. The first year of the real invasion was a nightmare. The New Republic went from thinking they'd scared the Vong off to watching huge chunks of the galaxy get conquered right in front of them. And the worst part was knowing that every system lost made the next one harder to defend. The Yuuzhan Vong had momentum, and nobody seemed able to stop it. The discovery of the Bafur tree weakness painted a target on one planet, Ithor. The lush sanctuary world where those trees grew naturally was about to become ground zero for one of the war's most heartbreaking moments. In mid-26 ABY, the Yuuzhan Vong launched their assault on Ithor. War Master Tsavong La gave the order to Commander Shedao Shai, who had two reasons to be there. First, deny the New Republic access to the one weapon that could hurt Vong armor. Second, settle his personal grudge with Corran Horn and reclaim his ancestors' remains. The Battle of Ithor started with Vong warships pouring into the system. They hit the floating cities orbiting the planet and attacked the forests below. The Ithorians, a peaceful species who'd spent centuries protecting their world, watched helplessly as their home became a battlefield. The New Republic scrambled a defense force, but here's where something unexpected happened. The Imperial remnant showed up to help. Grand Admiral Gilad Pellaeon, who'd been leading what was left of the old Empire, sent a task force to fight alongside Republic ships. This was huge. The Empire and the New Republic had been enemies for decades. They'd fought wars that shaped the galaxy, but now they were standing together against a common threat. It still wasn't enough. Even with Imperial Star Destroyers, Jedi Knights, and Ithorian defenders all working together, the Yuuzhan Vong had the advantage. Their bioweapons tore through defenses. Their coral skippers swarmed like angry insects. The floating city of Tafanda Bay took massive damage as the invaders pressed their attack. Ithor was burning, and everybody knew it was only a matter of time before the planet fell. That's when Corran Horn made an offer that changed everything. He called for an ancient form of combat, something the Yuuzhan Vong might actually respect. Single combat between champions to decide the fate of the world. Corran challenged Shedao Shai to a duel on Ithor's surface. The terms were simple and terrifying. If Corran won, the Yuuzhan Vong would leave Ithor alone. If he lost, the Vong could take the planet, and Shai would get his ancestors' bones back. Both sides agreed. They declared a week-long truce so civilians could evacuate and both armies could pull back. Then, when the time came, two warriors would fight, and their battle would determine millions of lives. The pressure on Corran must have been crushing. One Jedi Knight against a Yuuzhan Vong commander in his prime, with an entire world hanging in the balance. When the duel finally happened, it took place in Ithor's jungles. Trees that had stood for centuries watched as two figures clashed beneath their branches. Corran and Shedao Shai fought with everything they had. The Jedi's lightsaber against the commander's amphistaff, skill against rage, honor against vengeance. Corran won. He struck down Shedao Shai in combat, fulfilling his part of the bargain. For one brief moment, it looked like the impossible had happened. A Jedi had saved an entire planet through courage and skill. The Yuuzhan Vong were supposed to honor the agreement and leave. But Shedao Shai's second-in-command, Dane Lian, had secret orders from War Master Tsavong La. If Shay fell in the duel, Lian was supposed to unleash a backup plan. The betrayal happened immediately. From the Vong flagship Legacy of Torment, Lian deployed a biological weapon unlike anything the galaxy had seen. This pathogen wasn't designed to harm people. It was designed to destroy the planet itself. The plague spread through Ithor's ecosystem like wildfire. Everywhere it touched, life rotted away. Lush forests turned into black sludge. Crystal-clear rivers became streams of acid. The air itself turned toxic as billions of plants and animals just dissolved into ash. The legacy of torment didn't escape justice. It got destroyed in the chaos and crashed onto Ithor's surface, making the devastation even worse. But that was cold comfort. The damage was already done. Corran Horn had won the duel. He'd kept his word and defeated the Vong champion, and Ithor was destroyed anyway. The shockwave from this betrayal hit the galaxy harder than any weapon. Ithor wasn't just another planet. It was a symbol, a sanctuary, a place that had stood apart from galactic conflicts for generations. The Ithorians were peaceful. Their world was beautiful. And the Yuuzhan Vong had turned it into a wasteland just to prove a point. The aftermath was messy and complicated. Corran had fought to save the planet, but now millions of Ithorians were refugees with nowhere to go. People started asking questions. Did the Jedi make things worse by proposing the duel? Should they have just let the planet fall without drawing attention to it? Anti-Jedi sentiment started growing. Politicians and citizens who were already scared began blaming the Jedi Order for provoking the Yuuzhan Vong. Some worlds openly said they would have been better off if the Jedi had stayed out of it. That anger created an opening for something really dark. A group calling themselves the Peace Brigade formed out of the chaos. These collaborators decided that if the Yuuzhan Vong wanted Jedi, they'd help deliver them. The Peace Brigade started hunting Force users and turning them over to the invaders, hoping to buy safety for themselves. From a military standpoint, Ithor's fall was almost pointless. The Yuuzhan Vong didn't gain the planet's resources because they'd destroyed everything. The New Republic didn't lose strategic position because Ithor had already been surrounded. It was a stalemate that cost millions of lives, but as propaganda, it was a massive victory for the invaders. The Yuuzhan Vong had proved they would rather see a world burn than lose. They showed the galaxy that deals meant nothing, honor was a lie, and resistance was futile. Even when you won, you lost. The lesson was clear and horrifying. The Yuuzhan Vong weren't here to conquer in the traditional sense. They weren't interested in controlling territory or enslaving populations. They wanted to remake the galaxy in their image, and anything that couldn't be reshaped would simply be erased. Ithor's forests, which had grown for millennia, were gone. The floating cities where generations had lived in harmony with nature were ruins. An entire civilization was scattered to the winds. And the fear that settled over the galaxy after Ithor fell was almost as destructive as the plague itself. Because now, everyone knew what losing really meant. After Ithor, the New Republic went into a nosedive. The second half of 26 ABY became a nightmare of non-stop defeats that left the military and government reeling. The Yuuzhan Vong didn't slow down to celebrate their victory. They pressed forward on every front they could find. The Battle of Obroa Sky ended with another Republic loss, and suddenly the invaders had a clear path toward the core worlds. That's when panic really set in. The government tried to patch together a defensive line. They fortified 3 major worlds, Bilbringi, Bogdan, and Contruum, creating what they called the Northern Line. The plan was simple. Make these fortress worlds so tough that the Yuuzhan Vong couldn't break through. The Vong just went around them. Instead of smashing into those defenses, the invaders slipped through the Salin corridor. Even worse, they cut a deal with the Hutts to pass through Hutt space. The northern line ended up being completely useless because nobody was actually attacking it. For 6 straight months after Ethor fell, the New Republic didn't win a single major battle. Not one. Worlds surrendered without even trying to fight because they'd seen what happened to planets that resisted. Morale wasn't just low, it was practically non-existent. The Hutts, being the Hutts, tried to play both sides. Sure, they'd let Vong fleets through their territory, but they also started leaking intelligence to the New Republic about where the invaders were going next. It worked once. The Republic got advance warning about an attack on Tinna and managed to defend it successfully. Then the Yuuzhan Vong figured out what the Hutts were doing. Instead of getting mad, the invaders got creative. They started feeding false information through the Hutts, knowing it would get back to the Republic. They leaked fake invasion plans targeting Corellia and Bothawi, 2 incredibly important systems. Admiral Sov took the bait completely. He pulled forces from across the galaxy and concentrated them at Corellia. He even planned to use Centerpoint Station, an ancient superweapon, to spring a trap on the Vong fleet when it arrived. The Yuuzhan Vong weren't going to Corellia at all. Their real target was Fondor, home to some of the galaxy's most important shipyards. They came down the shipwright's trace hyperroute in a surprise attack that caught everyone off guard. The Battle of Fondor in 26 ABY turned into one of the messiest engagements of the entire war. The Republic scrambled forces to respond. Prince Isolde showed up with a Hapan fleet to help. Suddenly you had 3 different groups, Republic, Hapan, and Vong, all shooting at each other in orbit above the shipyards. Back at Corellia, Admiral Sov still wanted to use Centerpoint Station. Young Anakin Solo got tapped to fire the weapon, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. The responsibility of using a super weapon that could wipe out entire fleets was too much. His cousin, Thraken Sal Solo, didn't have those same hesitations. Thraken grabbed control of Centerpoint and fired it anyway. The energy blast was massive. It tore through the Yuuzhan Vong armada at Fondor and obliterated most of their ships. Victory, right? Wrong. The blast also carved through a huge chunk of the Hapan fleet. Friendly fire on a scale nobody had ever seen. Ships that came to help got vaporized by the very weapon meant to save them. Fondor's shipyards were left in ruins from the fighting. The Republic's 3rd and 5th fleets took heavy damage from Vong bioweapons called Dovan Basal mines. And the Hapan Consortium, furious about losing so many ships to an allied superweapon, pulled out of the war completely. The Battle of Fondor technically stopped the Yuuzhan Vong advance in that sector, but the cost was so high it barely counted as a win. Resources wasted, allies alienated, trust destroyed between the Republic and Hapes. It was the definition of a mess. The Hutts, meanwhile, were about to learn what happens when you try to trick the Yuuzhan Vong. Warmaster Tsavong La was done playing games with Hutt space. He sent Commander Naschoka with orders to make an example of the Hutts. The Vong armada descended on Nalhutta and its moon Nar Shaddaa shortly after Fondor. The Hutts called for New Republic help. Nobody came. After all the double-dealing and treachery, the Republic figured the Hutts could handle their own problems. They couldn't. Naschoka unleashed biological weapons specifically designed to reshape those worlds. The Yuuzhan Vong didn't just want to conquer Hutt space. They wanted to remake it into something that fit their twisted view of what planets should look like. Nar Shaddaa got hit the hardest. The moon was basically one giant city, covered from pole to pole in skyscrapers and urban sprawl. To the Yuuzhan Vong, who worshipped living things and hated technology, it was disgusting. Their bioweapons turned Nar Shaddaa's structures into sludge. Bacteria dissolved the metal and stone. Tens of billions of beings, Hutts and others, were caught in the transformation as the moon went from bustling metropolis to barren wasteland. Nal Hutta fared slightly better because it was mostly swamps to begin with. The Vong actually liked the natural environment there and decided to occupy it rather than destroy it. Some Hutts managed to escape to places like Tatooine or other remote holdings. Others got forced into serving their new Vong masters. But the Hutts aren't the type to just roll over. Crime lords who survived started organizing resistance. They formed groups like the Sissa Runners, using old war droids and hired mercenaries to fight back against the occupation. It turned into a grinding guerrilla war that tied down Vong forces for months. Nas Choka's campaign in Hutt space was brutal and slow, but it enhanced his reputation. Here was a commander who could punish an entire species for their betrayal while also managing a complicated occupation. His prestige grew even as his forces got bogged down fighting Hutt rebels. The thing that made this period so demoralizing was the relentless nature of it all. Every time the Republic thought they'd found a strategy, it failed. Every time they thought they'd secured a defensive position, the Vong went around it. Every time they tried to outsmart the invaders, they got outplayed. 6 months of non-stop losses does something to people. It breaks their will. Planets that might have fought started surrendering immediately because fighting seemed pointless. Why get your world destroyed when you're just going to lose anyway? The Yuuzhan Vong were proving they could take whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, and the new Republic was running out of ways to stop them. The fall after Ithor showed that the invasion wasn't just winning battles. It was breaking the galaxy's spirit, one defeat at a time. By late 26 ABY, the galaxy had a refugee crisis that made every previous disaster look small by comparison. Billions of people had nowhere to go. Their worlds were conquered or destroyed, and they were flooding into whatever systems could still take them. The new Republic government created Selcor, the Senate Committee for Refugees, to try managing the chaos. They needed somewhere to put all these displaced people, somewhere safe where they could rebuild their lives. They chose Duro. Duro was a heavily polluted industrial world that had been wrecked by centuries of manufacturing, but it was also strategically positioned and had infrastructure that could be restored. Selcor launched a massive project to terraform Duro's surface while relocating refugees there. Engineers from across the Republic worked to clean the air, purify the water, and make the planet livable again. It was ambitious, maybe too ambitious, because everyone working on Duro knew the Yuuzhan Vong were getting closer every day. What they didn't know was that the enemy was already there. Nom Anor, the same agent who'd been causing trouble since before the war started, infiltrated the Duro project. He disguised himself as a scientist and got right into the middle of the terraforming efforts. From the inside, he sabotaged the work and fed intelligence straight to the invaders. By the time anyone realized what was happening, it was too late. Duro's defenses were compromised before the battle even started. War Master Tsavong La launched his assault. Duro was valuable for multiple reasons. It had refugees the Vong could enslave or use as leverage. It had infrastructure they could reshape. And most importantly, it was a stepping stone toward the core worlds. The Yuuzhan Vong fleet hit Duro hard and fast. They overwhelmed the orbital defenses and established superiority in space. On the ground, Vong warriors poured through the settlements. Leia Organa Solo was on the surface coordinating evacuations when War Master La found her. He captured her personally and put her through terrible treatment, trying to break her spirit and use her as bait. It worked. Jacen Solo couldn't stand by while his mother was being tortured. The young Jedi rushed to her defense and ended up in direct combat with Tsavong La himself. During the fight, Jacen managed to wound the War Master badly enough that La had to retreat temporarily. But one Jedi wounding one commander wasn't enough to turn the tide. The new Republic forces at Duro were overwhelmed. The planet fell to the invaders despite every effort to save it. The Yuuzhan Vong immediately began reshaping Duro with their biotech. They destroyed the sky domes that protected settlements. The refugees who'd thought they were finally safe found themselves enslaved or worse. All that work to restore the planet got undone as the Vong transformed it into something that matched their twisted vision. Then Tsavong La made a move that changed the entire nature of the war. Standing on conquered Duro, the War Master broadcast a message to the entire galaxy. He offered a ceasefire. The Yuuzhan Vong would stop their invasion immediately if the New Republic met one simple condition: hand over every single Jedi. La blamed the Jedi for the war. He called them infidels who'd angered the Vong gods. He said if the galaxy wanted peace, all they had to do was surrender the Force users who'd been defending them. The scary thing is that people actually considered it. After months of non-stop defeats, after watching world after world fall, portions of the New Republic leadership seriously discussed whether giving up the Jedi might be worth it. They were desperate for any pause in the fighting, any chance to catch their breath and rebuild. Admiral Sov completely misjudged the situation. He thought Duro falling meant his defenses in other sectors were holding. He figured a ceasefire would let the Republic rebuild their fleets faster than the Yuuzhan Vong could grow new ships. He didn't understand that the invaders were playing him. But the offer was out there, and suddenly every Jedi in the galaxy had a price on their head. The Yuuzhan Vong placed bounties on Force users. Big bounties, the kind of money that made people forget their principles. Bounty hunters started actively hunting Jedi. The Peace Brigade, those collaborators who'd formed after Ithor, ramped up their operations to capture Force users for Vong rewards. Even worse, some populated worlds decided to save themselves by betraying the Jedi among them. Places like Deveron and Ando, systems with their own Jedi Knights who'd been protecting local citizens, turned on those defenders. They handed Force users over to the Yuuzhan Vong, hoping it would spare them from invasion. For Luke Skywalker, this was a nightmare made real. It echoed Order 66 from the Clone Wars, when the Jedi Order had been hunted to near extinction by their own clone troopers. History was repeating itself, except this time the Jedi were being betrayed by the civilians they'd sworn to protect. The Jedi Order found itself outlawed and on the run. Knights who'd spent years defending the New Republic now had to hide from that same government. Parents turned in their Force-sensitive children. Communities that had welcomed Jedi for generations suddenly wanted nothing to do with them. The psychological impact was crushing. These were people who dedicated their lives to helping others. They'd fought in the front lines of every battle, taken on the most dangerous missions, and sacrificed everything to defend the innocent. And their reward was becoming the galaxy's most wanted. Some Jedi went into hiding immediately. Others tried to keep fighting, but had to watch their backs constantly. A few turned themselves in, thinking their sacrifice might actually bring peace. It didn't. The Yuuzhan Vong just took them and kept conquering anyway. The next few months became known as the Jedi Purge. Force users disappeared from public life. Temples and training centers emptied out. The bright presence of the Jedi, which had been growing since Luke re-established the Order, dimmed across the galaxy. Savong La's ceasefire offer was brilliant in its cruelty. It didn't actually stop the war. The Yuuzhan Vong kept advancing, kept taking systems, kept reshaping worlds, but now they had the galaxy doing part of their work for them. Citizens hunting Jedi meant the invaders didn't have to waste resources tracking down Force users. The fall of Duro and the ceasefire that followed marked the lowest point yet. The New Republic was losing territory, losing allies, and now losing the very defenders who'd been their best hope. The Jedi who'd stood between the galaxy and destruction were being hunted like criminals. And through it all, the Yuuzhan Vong kept coming, stronger and more organized than ever, knowing they'd successfully turned the galaxy against itself. Luke Skywalker wasn't about to let his Jedi get picked off one by one. When the galaxy turned on the Force users, he went underground and built an escape network that would make any smuggler proud. He called it the Great River, an underground railroad for people with Force powers. Han Solo helped, along with sympathetic officers in the New Republic military who still remembered the Jedi had saved their lives more than once. Secret safe houses popped up across the galaxy, hidden routes that could ferry Jedi from dangerous territory to somewhere they might survive. Luke even found some truly remote hiding spots. The Maw, a cluster of black holes where an old Imperial research base sat abandoned, became a sanctuary. Another refuge got established on a planetoid called Eclipse, so far off the map that most navigation computers didn't even have coordinates for it. These weren't permanent solutions. They were temporary bandages on a wound that kept getting bigger. But at least they gave hunted Jedi somewhere to go. Then the Yuuzhan Vong went after the heart of the Jedi Order itself. Yavin 4 had been Luke's academy for years. It was where he trained young Force users, where kids learned to control their powers and become knights. The temple there held decades of history and hope for the future of the Order. A New Republic senator, desperate and terrified, made a deal with the invaders. He handed over Yavin 4, thinking maybe sacrificing one Jedi Academy would satisfy the Yuuzhan Vong and buy peace for everyone else. It didn't work that way. In early 27 ABY, Vong forces descended on Yavin 4 to round up every student they could find. The evacuation was chaotic and desperate. Teachers and older students scrambled to get younglings off the planet before the invaders arrived. Anakin Solo got word that his friend Tahiri Vela was trapped there. Orders or no orders, the 17-year-old Jedi Knight grabbed a ship and headed straight into danger. He led a rescue mission that turned into one of the gutsiest operations of the war. Here's where things got weird. Anakin ran into a Yuuzhan Vong warrior named Vua Rapung, who'd been shamed by his own people. Rapung had lost his status and been cast out, which in Vong society was basically a fate worse than anything. Instead of fighting Anakin, Rapung helped him. Together, they tore through the Vong occupation force. Anakin rescued Tahiri and other students, even taking down the Master Shaper who'd been torturing her. Vua Rapung gave up everything in the process, but his choice to fight alongside a Jedi sparked something unexpected. Lower caste Yuuzhan Vong, the ones called Shamed Ones, who'd been treated like garbage by their own society, heard about what happened. A warrior fighting alongside a Jedi? That went against everything they'd been taught. But it also gave them hope that maybe their rigid caste system wasn't the only way to live. They started calling it the Jedi heresy. Whispers spread through the conquered worlds that the Jedi weren't enemies of the gods. Maybe they were something else entirely. Maybe the whole invasion was built on lies. The Yuuzhan Vong leadership noticed these whispers and did not like them one bit. Meanwhile, the ceasefire everyone thought might last kept ticking along for months. The Vong acted like they were honoring the agreement. No major attacks, no big pushes. The New Republic used the time to rebuild their fleets and strengthen defenses. What they didn't see was that the invaders were doing the same thing, only better. At conquered Sernpidal, the Yuuzhan Vong had set up a ship womb, basically a biological factory that could grow new warships. While the Republic was patching together damaged vessels and trying to build new ones the old-fashioned way, the Vong were breeding an armada. In late 27 ABY, Savong La dropped the pretense and broke the ceasefire. The target was Yagdul, homeworld of the given species and a crucial hyperspace junction. Take Yagdul and you controlled routes to other strategic systems, including Thyfera, where they made Bacta, the miracle healing substance the entire galaxy depended on. Pure luck put Anakin Solo, Tahiri Vela, and Corran Horn at Yagdul when the attack came. The three Jedi helped local defenders repel the assault and saved the planet. But the damage was done. The ceasefire was officially over, and everyone finally understood what should have been obvious from the start. You can't appease the Yuuzhan Vong. They don't want peace. They want everything, and they'll say whatever it takes to position themselves for the next strike. Then the invaders unveiled something that made every Jedi's blood run cold. Voxin. Creatures engineered specifically to hunt Force users. The Yuuzhan Vong had taken Vornskers, animals that could already sense the Force, and twisted them into something far worse. These things were predators with one purpose: find Jedi and take them down. The Vong cloned Voxin on Mirka and sent them across the galaxy on assassination missions. A Voxin got Jedi Master Elisa on Corellia. Another nearly caused a disaster on Coruscant before Han and Leia managed to stop it. Every report of a Voxin sighting sent panic through the remaining Jedi because these creatures were terrifyingly good at their job. The Order faced a simple equation. Either they destroyed the source of the Voxin, or the species would hunt them to extinction. There was no middle ground. The Jedi Council approved a strike mission to Mirka. The target was the Voxin Queen, the original creature they were cloning all the others from. Take her out and you shut down the whole operation. Anakin Solo, despite being only 17, got tapped to lead the team. The kid had already proved himself at Yavin 4 and Yagdul. He was a natural leader, and more importantly, he had the kind of connection to the Force that made other Jedi follow him into impossible situations. The strike team read like a roster of the next generation of Jedi Knights. Jacen and Jaina Solo, Anakin's siblings, Tahiri Vela, who'd been through the Yavin for horror with him, Tenel Ka, a princess from Hapes, Zek, Lobaka the Wookiee Jedi, and others. Young, talented, and about to walk into one of the deadliest missions of the entire war. The infiltration of the world ship facility on Merca was brutal from the start. They fought through waves of guards and Voxin, losing team members with every corridor they pushed through. The facility was a nightmare of biological weapons and Yuuzhan Vong warriors who knew the Jedi were coming. They found the Queen and managed to take her down, ending the Voxin threat permanently. The cost was almost too high to bear. Most of the strike team didn't make it out. Young Jedi who should have had decades ahead of them fell in those corridors, and Anakin Solo, the leader who'd brought them this far, made the choice that would define him forever. With Vong warriors closing in, and the survivors needing time to escape, Anakin stood his ground. He blazed with Force energy like a supernova, holding off dozens of enemies while his team ran. There was no question what would happen. Anakin knew he wasn't walking away from this. He didn't. Jacen Solo watched his younger brother fall and couldn't do anything to stop it. Then the Yuuzhan Vong grabbed Jacen too, dragging him away as the survivors fled with Anakin's body. The mission succeeded. The Voxin Queen was gone, and the Jedi Order would survive. But the Solo family was shattered. Han and Leia had already lost Chewbacca. Now their youngest son was gone too, and their middle child was a prisoner of the enemy. The grief that hit Luke's Jedi Order after Merca was like nothing they'd experienced. These weren't distant casualties or strangers who'd fallen in battle. These were the bright young talents who were supposed to carry the Order forward. Friends, siblings, students who'd trained together for years. Anakin Solo had been special. Everyone knew it. He had that same spark Luke had, that connection to the Force that came along once in a generation. And he'd given it all up to save his team and end the Voxin threat. The Merca mission proved the Jedi could still fight back, still hurt the Yuuzhan Vong in meaningful ways. But it also showed just how much the war was costing them. Victory wasn't free. It came with a price that kept getting higher. While the Jedi were still reeling from losing Anakin Solo, War Master Tsavong La saw his opening. The New Republic was distracted, grieving, and looking the wrong direction. Perfect time to go for the throat. Everyone expected the next big attack to come from the south. All the intelligence pointed that way. Republic forces positioned themselves accordingly, setting up defenses where they thought the hammer would fall. La came from the north instead. In 27 ABY, he launched Operation Battle Plan Coruscant. The name left no doubt about the target. This wasn't a raid or a feint. This was the invasion's endgame, a massive assault designed to take the galactic capital itself. The Yuuzhan Vong armada crashed through the northern line like it wasn't even there. Remember those fortress worlds Bilbringi, Bogdan, and Contruum that were supposed to stop any invasion? They fell in days. Boleas got overrun. System after system collapsed as the Vong steamrolled toward Coruscant. By the time Admiral Sov realized what was happening and repositioned his fleets, the invaders were already at the doorstep. 3 entire Republic fleets concentrated around Coruscant, the biggest defensive force assembled since the war began. It wouldn't be enough. The Yuuzhan Vong showed up in overwhelming numbers. Their world ships and organic vessels filled the space around Coruscant like a swarm of locusts. But the planet had one thing going for it: shields, powerful planetary shields that had protected the capital for generations. Getting through those shields should have taken weeks of bombardment. The Vong found a faster way. They grabbed refugee ships, vessels packed with civilians fleeing from conquered worlds, thousands of innocent people who thought they were escaping to safety. The Yuuzhan Vong hijacked those ships and turned them into weapons. They hurled the refugee vessels at Coruscant's shields like missiles. Think about that for a second. People who'd already lost everything, running for their lives, getting used as ammunition. The ships smashed into the shields one after another. Each impact weakened the defenses a little more. Each collision meant thousands more people gone. New Republic commanders watching this unfold faced an impossible choice. General Garm Bel Iblis had to decide whether to shoot down those refugee ships before they hit the shields. If he did nothing, the shields would fall. If he gave the order to fire, he'd be destroying the very people he was supposed to protect. Bel Iblis made the call. He ordered his forces to target the incoming vessels. Better to stop them quickly than let the shields collapse and doom everyone on the planet. Not every officer agreed with that decision. Some refused the order outright, but enough followed through to thin out the barrage. It didn't matter. The shields fell anyway. Under the constant impacts and plasma bombardments, Coruscant's defenses cracked and then shattered completely. Suddenly, the most protected planet in the galaxy was wide open. Vong landing craft and bioweapons poured through the wreckage, descending on the city-covered world in relentless waves. The Battle of Coruscant turned into street-by-street fighting. The capital's endless cityscape became a war zone. Yuuzhan Vong warriors flooded through the streets, and defenders tried to hold them back block by block. The fighting was desperate and chaotic. Every building became a potential fortress. Every intersection turned into a battlefield. The Republic forces made the invaders pay for every meter of ground, but they were outnumbered and getting pushed back steadily. The Vong just kept coming, wave after wave, grinding down the defense through sheer numbers. As enemy troops converged on the Imperial Palace, Borsk Failure found himself facing the end. The Bothan Chief of State had made plenty of mistakes during the war. His policies had left the Republic unprepared. His decisions had cost lives. But when the moment came, he chose to go out on his own terms. Failure refused to evacuate. He stayed in his command bunker as Yuuzhan Vong warriors breached the palace defenses and fought their way toward him. He could hear them coming through the corridors, getting closer with every second. When the first warriors burst into his bunker, Failure triggered a baradium bomb he'd been keeping as insurance. The explosion was massive. It vaporized the Imperial Palace, turned Failure into vapor, and took 25,000 Yuuzhan Vong troops with him. The detonation was so powerful it could be seen from orbit, a miniature sun blooming in the heart of the capital. For one brief moment, it looked like that sacrifice might turn the tide. The Vong advance stumbled. Their vanguard was headless. Defenders rallied, thinking maybe they could still hold. They couldn't. Despite Failure's final stand and countless other acts of courage, Coruscant fell. Exactly 2 years after the Yuuzhan Vong invasion had begun at Helska IV, the galactic capital was theirs. The invaders wasted no time. They started reshaping the planet immediately. Vong forming, they called it. Bioengineered organisms spread across the cityscape, breaking down technology and replacing it with living structures. The endless urban sprawl that had defined Coruscant for millennia began transforming into something organic and alien. The Yuuzhan Vong even renamed the planet Yuuzhan Ta after their original homeworld they'd lost centuries ago. In their minds, they were reclaiming what the gods had promised them. In reality, they were erasing one of the galaxy's most important symbols. Trillions of people were caught in the transformation. Some got enslaved to work on Vong projects. Others disappeared into the chaos. The precise number who didn't survive the battle and occupation would never be known. Too many people, too much destruction, too fast. The New Republic government ceased to exist in any meaningful way. With the capital gone and the chief of state gone, there was no centralized leadership anymore. Military commanders and political leaders scattered in every direction, fleeing to whatever systems still seemed safe. Mon Calamari became the fallback position for a lot of refugees and remnant forces. Other leaders headed to the Outer Rim or deep into sectors the Vong hadn't reached yet. But mostly, people just ran. The galactic capital had fallen. If Coruscant couldn't hold, nowhere was truly safe. The psychological impact was crushing. Coruscant had stood for thousands of years as the center of galactic civilization. The old Republic had ruled from there. The Empire had made it their throne world. The New Republic had reclaimed it as a symbol of freedom. And now it belonged to extragalactic invaders who were literally growing their own ecosystem over the ruins. For citizens across the galaxy watching this unfold, the message was clear. The war wasn't just going badly, it was lost. The Yuuzhan Vong had proven they could take anything they wanted. No defense was strong enough. No world was safe enough. No government could protect its people. The fall of Coruscant was the darkest hour of the entire war. Everything that came before, all the losses and defeats and betrayals, had been building to this moment. And now that it had happened, the question wasn't whether the galaxy could fight back. The question was whether there would be anything left to fight for. The New Republic was broken, but not dead. After Coruscant fell, what remained of the government scattered like leaves in a storm. No central leadership, no unified command, just fragments of a once great civilization trying to figure out what came next. A Quarren senator named Poe declared himself acting chief of state. Nobody really took him seriously. His authority was shaky at best, and most military commanders ignored him completely. The real power vacuum wasn't getting filled because everyone was too busy running for their lives. What used to be the New Republic now controlled maybe a tenth of what it had before. A narrow strip of the Outer Rim from Mon Calamari to Kashyyyk. A few isolated sectors that hadn't fallen yet. Secret bases hidden in places like the Deep Core where the Jedi had gone to ground. That was it. Everything else belonged to the Yuuzhan Vong. But General Wedge Antilles wasn't ready to give up. Leading Fleet Group 3 in retreat from Coruscant, Wedge made a choice that surprised everyone. Instead of running to safety, he turned around and counterattacked. His target was Borleus, a planet the Vong had taken on their way to the capital, but left only lightly defended. Wedge hit Borleus hard and fast, overwhelming the token garrison there. Suddenly, the New Republic had a foothold near Coruscant itself. Borleas became a sanctuary for refugees fleeing the fallen capital and a forward base for what remained of Republic military forces. The Yuuzhan Vong noticed and decided that couldn't stand. They sent forces to take Borleas back. Wedge was ready for them. What followed was one of the most legendary defensive stands of the entire war. Wedge fortified Borleas with everything he could scrape together. Elite squadrons like Rogue and Wraith flew constant patrols. Ground forces dug in and prepared for waves of attackers. And when the Vong came, they found defenders who refused to break. The Republic repelled 2 major counterattacks on Borleas. Each time the invaders thought they'd overwhelm the defenders, Wedge had another trick ready. He knew he couldn't match the Vong ship for ship, so he got creative. Operation Emperor's Spear was the boldest move of the campaign. Wedge took the Lusankya, a superstar destroyer left over from Imperial days, and turned it into the biggest missile in galactic history. He aimed it straight at a Yuuzhan Vong world ship and let it fly. The Lusankya crashed into the enemy vessel at ramming speed. Both ships were obliterated in the collision, taking the world ship's command crew and half the Vong fleet coordination with them. It was expensive but effective. 1 superstar destroyer for an entire world ship and the disruption of enemy operations. Wedge would make that trade every time. Borleas held for weeks against impossible odds. The victory didn't change the strategic situation much, but it changed something more important. It changed how people felt. If Wedge could hold Borleas, maybe the war wasn't completely lost. Maybe there was still a chance to fight back. The defense also undermined Senator Poe politically. He'd been preaching surrender and accommodation with the Yuuzhan Vong. Wedge proved that fighting back could actually work, which made Poe look like a coward and a fool. Meanwhile, the survivors from Anakin Solo's Merca mission ended up at Haps. Jacen Solo and the other Jedi who'd made it out arrived just as the Yuuzhan Vong decided to invade the Haps consortium. Haps was wealthy, powerful, and had stayed mostly neutral up to this point. The Vong wanted to change that by conquering the cluster and adding its resources to their empire. They also had help from inside. Traitors within the Hapan government took out Queen Mother Tenennial Dijo, trying to weaken resistance before the invasion. Jaina and her friend Tenel Ka, a Hapan princess, weren't having it. They exposed the plot and rallied the defenders. When the Battle of Hapes began, Jaina's tactical insights from fighting the Vong made a real difference. The Hapan Navy smashed the invading fleet and even took down War Master La's son in the fighting. Princess Tenel Ka took the throne and immediately committed Hapes to the war on the Republic's side. That was huge. The Hapan Consortium brought ships, resources, and a fresh military that hadn't been ground down by years of defeats. Finally, the Republic had a real ally instead of just more refugees. Back on conquered Coruscant, Jacen Solo was having the worst time of his life. For months, people assumed he'd been lost on Merca. But Jacen was alive and in the hands of Vergeri, that mysterious Jedi who'd been living with the Yuuzhan Vong for decades. Vergera put Jacen through trials that made regular torture look merciful. She used the embrace of pain, a Vong device designed to reshape prisoners through suffering. But she wasn't trying to break him. She was trying to teach him something about the Force that the Jedi had forgotten or never known. Jacen learned. Whether what he learned was wisdom or something darker, that was still up for debate. But he came out of the experience changed in fundamental ways. With Vergera's help, Jacen escaped captivity. On their way out, they sabotaged the World Brain, the massive organism the Yuuzhan Vong were using to control Coruscant's transformation. The brain started acting erratic and ignoring orders, making the whole Vong-forming process unstable. Jedi Knight Gana Rysode bought them time to escape. He made his stand at the well of the World Brain, holding off wave after wave of Vong warriors. Gana became a legend that day, not just among the Republic, but among the Yuuzhan Vong themselves. They'd never seen someone fight with that kind of courage, and it shook their certainty about the weakness of their enemies. By early 28 ABY, Jacen made it back to his family. He wasn't the same person who'd gone to Mirka. The things Vergere had taught him, the experiences he'd endured, they'd fundamentally altered his understanding of the Force and his place in the galaxy. The scattered remnants of New Republic leadership started pulling together at Mon Calamari. The Mon Cals had been loyal allies since the days of the rebellion, and they offered their world and shipyards as a sanctuary. Throughout late 27 ABY, the Republic rebuilt its defense fleet there piece by piece. Analysts looking at the situation noticed something interesting. The Yuuzhan Vong had overextended themselves taking Coruscant. Their supply lines were stretched thin. Their losses had been significant even in victory. They'd conquered so much territory so fast that they couldn't properly consolidate it all. That realization sparked hope. Maybe the invaders weren't unstoppable. Maybe they'd bitten off more than they could chew. If the Republic could get organized, bring in allies, and hit the Vong where they were weak, there might actually be a path to victory. The war was entering a new phase. The New Republic as it had existed was gone, but something new was forming in its place. Not just a government or a military, but a true alliance of every remaining power willing to stand against the Yuuzhan Vong. Survival wasn't enough anymore. It was time to start winning. In 28 ABY, the scattered remnants of the New Republic did something that should have happened years earlier. They admitted the old system was broken and voted to dissolve their government completely. Senator Poe's brief attempt at leadership had been a disaster. His defeatist attitude and calls for surrender had undermined what little confidence remained in the government. The defense of Borleas proved him wrong, and now nobody wanted to follow him anywhere. An emergency election got called. The surviving leaders needed someone who could actually unite what was left of the galaxy and turn the tide against the Yuuzhan Vong. The main candidates were Kal Omas, an Alderaanian who supported the Jedi, and Fior Rodan, a hardliner who blamed Force users for the whole mess. The politicking got intense. Every vote mattered when you were trying to rebuild a government from scratch. Lando Calrissian and Talon Karrde stepped in with the Smugglers' Alliance. These weren't politicians or military commanders. They were business people who understood how to move resources and swing votes when it counted. Their intervention tipped the scales toward Kal Omas. Omas won and immediately made his first big move. He proclaimed the formation of the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances. Most people just called it the Galactic Alliance. This wasn't the New Republic with a new coat of paint. It was a complete restructuring of how the galaxy would govern and fight. The Galactic Alliance had stronger central command, clearer military authority, and a mandate to do whatever it took to win the war. No more endless committee debates while planets burned. No more half measures and political compromises that satisfied nobody. This was the turning point. The galaxy's defenders weren't a faltering republic anymore. They were an alliance that meant business. Cal Omus and his team started bringing everyone they could into the fold. First priority was the Imperial Remnant. Grand Admiral Pellaeon had pulled his forces back after Ithor and stayed mostly neutral while the Republic collapsed. But the Yuuzhan Vong weren't going to let the Empire sit this one out forever. In 28 ABY, the invaders hit the Imperial capital Bastion and other Imperial worlds hard. Pellaeon led the defense personally and nearly got taken out in the fighting. For a while, everyone thought the old admiral was gone. Bastion got devastated in the assault, but Pellaeon survived and he was angry. He regrouped Imperial forces and struck back at Borosk, catching Commander Vorik's fleet and tearing it apart. When Vorik tried to outflank the Imperials at Yaga Minor, Pellaeon was ready again. A surprise appearance by Lumiya, a dark Jedi who had her own reasons for causing chaos, helped confuse the Vong forces enough for the Imperials to repel the attack. These victories convinced the Imperial Remnant's warlords that cooperation was the only path forward. By mid-28 ABY, Pellaeon formally allied the Empire with the Galactic Alliance. Star destroyers that had fought against the rebellion were now fighting alongside Mon Calamari cruisers against a common enemy. The Hapes Consortium was already on board thanks to Tenel Ka. Even the Mandalorians, those legendary warriors led by Boba Fett's commandos, offered support in certain battles. After years of fighting alone and losing, the galaxy's major powers were finally working together. Around this time, someone in the Galactic Alliance military came up with a truly terrifying idea. Alpha Red, a bioweapon specifically designed to target Yuuzhan Vong organisms. Scientists had figured out how to weaponize the same Buffer pollen that hurt Vong armor, turning it into something that could wipe out the entire invading species. Some commanders pushed hard for deploying Alpha Red immediately. Why fight a long conventional war when you could end it with one biological strike? Just release the weapon and watch every Yuuzhan Vong in the galaxy die. The Jedi were horrified when they found out about Alpha Red. Luke Skywalker and Vergere, who'd just returned from her time with Jacen, argued that using a weapon like that would make the Galactic Alliance just as bad as the invaders. You don't save the galaxy by committing genocide, even against an enemy as brutal as the Yuuzhan Vong. Vergere took matters into her own hands and sabotaged the Alpha Red sample, delaying any potential deployment. Chief Omas faced a choice. Use the bioweapon and possibly end the war quickly, or trust in conventional forces and allies to win the right way. Omas sided with Luke. Alpha Red would be a last resort only, something to consider if every other option failed and the galaxy faced complete annihilation. Otherwise, it stayed locked away. The Galactic Alliance would win through strength and strategy, not through becoming monsters themselves. That decision kept the war from turning into something even darker than it already was. Uncontrolled biological warfare could have devastated ecosystems across the galaxy, even affecting species that weren't involved in the conflict. Sometimes the hardest choice is refusing to take the easy path, even when you're desperate. While all this political and military reorganization was happening, Admiral Jial Akbar was watching from Mon Calamari. The legendary commander had retired years ago, content to let younger officers handle the fighting. But watching the galaxy burn brought him back. Akbar came out of retirement as an advisor in 28 ABY. His experience from the rebellion and decades of military service made him invaluable. He started working on a plan that would deliver the Yuuzhan Vong a blow they wouldn't see coming. His target wasn't a planet or a shipyard. It was War Master Tsavong La himself. Take out the enemy's supreme commander, and you might just turn the entire war around. Akbar designed an elaborate trap centered on a remote moon called Ebak 9. The pieces were moving into place. The Galactic Alliance had united the galaxy's remaining powers. They'd chosen to fight with honor rather than resort to genocide. And now they had a plan to hit back harder than the Yuuzhan Vong had ever been hit before. For the first time since the invasion began, the defenders weren't just reacting to enemy moves. They were taking the initiative. The Yuuzhan Vong had spent years on the offensive, conquering world after world while the Republic scrambled to respond. That was about to change. The Galactic Alliance was done playing defense. It was time to show the invaders what happened when you pushed the galaxy too far and gave its people a reason to unite against you. The counter-offensive was coming, and Ebak 9 would be where everything shifted. Admiral Akbar's plan was brilliantly simple. Make the Yuuzhan Vong think they'd found something valuable, then crush them when they came to take it. Ebak 9 was a barren moon deep in the deep core, the kind of place nobody would normally care about. But through carefully planted intelligence and strategic jamming, Akbar convinced War Master Tsavong La that vital Alliance supply depots were hidden there. The timing was perfect. Alliance forces had been running successful raids against Vong positions, and La was getting frustrated. When his spies reported a vulnerable target that could cripple the Alliance's ability to keep fighting, he jumped at the opportunity. In late 28 ABY, La committed an enormous attack force to assault Ebak 9. He thought this would be the blow that ended the war, the strike that broke the Alliance's back and left them unable to resist. What La didn't know was that Ebak 9 sat at the end of a dead-end hyperspace route. Once you jumped into that system, there weren't many ways out. It was the perfect place for a trap if you could get your enemy to walk into it willingly. The Yuuzhan Vong fleet poured into the Ebak system, expecting to find supply depots and panicked defenders. Instead, they found Alliance warships emerging from hyperspace behind them, cutting off every escape route. Tsavong La realized too late he'd been played. But the War Master refused to retreat even when he understood the situation. In his mind, running would be a greater disgrace than going down fighting. So he fought on, ordering his forces to engage despite being surrounded and outnumbered. The Battle of Ebak 9 turned into a slaughter. Cornered in the deep core with nowhere to run, the Yuuzhan Vong armada got torn apart by concentrated Alliance fire. Ships that had seemed unstoppable during the invasion's early days were getting blown to pieces. World ships that could carry thousands of warriors became debris fields. The invaders who'd conquered half the galaxy couldn't even defend themselves properly. Dozens of Vong vessels got destroyed in the crossfire. This wasn't a battle anymore. It was an execution. The Yuuzhan Vong were suffering their worst space defeat of the entire war, and there was nothing Tsavong La could do to turn it around. Rather than accept defeat, La made one final desperate move. He gathered what warriors he could and led a ground assault on Ebak 9's moon, where Alliance forces had set up in old mining tunnels. If he couldn't win in space, maybe he could at least claim a symbolic victory by taking down some prominent Jedi. Jacen Solo was there, the daughter of Han and Leia, sister to the fallen Anakin Solo, and one of the most talented young Jedi in the Order. Prophecy had dubbed her the Sword of the Jedi, and she was about to prove why. The fighting in those tunnels was brutal and close quarters. Vong warriors and Alliance defenders crashed into each other in narrow passages where tactics and strategy mattered less than raw determination. Savong La pushed forward, trying to reach the Jedi and salvage something from his catastrophic failure. Jacen Solo met him head-on. The War Master who'd orchestrated the conquest of Coruscant and the near destruction of the New Republic faced off against a Jedi Knight barely into her 20s. They fought in single combat while the battle raged around them. Jaina won. She struck down Savong La, ending the War Master's life and his campaign of conquest in one decisive blow. While that duel was happening, Vergere made her own sacrifice. The mysterious Jedi who'd lived among the Vong and taught Jacen Solo crashed her ship into the shield protecting the tunnel complex. The impact took down the shields and exposed the Vong ground forces to vacuum. Vergere went with them, ensuring none of the enemy warriors survived the assault. When the dust settled at Ebak 9, the Yuuzhan Vong had lost everything. Their War Master was gone. Their elite fleet was scattered debris. Their aura of invincibility was shattered beyond repair. The Alliance victory exceeded every expectation. Morale across the galaxy went from cautious hope to genuine confidence for the first time in years. People who'd been resigned to eventual defeat started believing they might actually survive this war. Cal Omas seized the moment to formalize everything the Galactic Alliance represented. He made official announcements about the government restructuring, established a new High Council, and got everyone on the same page about how they'd fight from here on out. The Alliance wasn't just a military coalition anymore. It was a real government with real authority. On the Yuuzhan Vong side, Supreme Overlord Shimra went ballistic when news of Ebak 9 reached him. He blamed everyone except himself for the disaster. Savong La's loyalists got rounded up and executed for the War Master's failure. In Shimra's twisted logic, the defeat had to be the result of treachery rather than admitting the Alliance had outsmarted them. Shimra promoted Nas Choka to War Master, bringing him back from the ongoing grind in Hutt space. Choka was experienced and ruthless, but he was inheriting a situation that had just gotten considerably more complicated. Nom Anor, whose intelligence failures had helped lead to the Ebak trap, found himself in serious trouble. Rather than face Shimra's wrath, he went into hiding on conquered Coruscant. But Nom Anor wasn't the type to just disappear. He adopted a disguise and a new identity as Yusha, a prophet for the growing movement among the shamed ones. The Jedi heresy that had started with Vua Rapung fighting alongside Anakin Solo had been spreading through the lower castes of Yuuzhan Vong society. Workers and shamed ones who'd been treated like garbage by the warrior and shaper castes were questioning everything they'd been taught. Some believed the Jedi weren't enemies, but saviors sent by the gods. Nom Anor saw opportunity in that dissent. As Yusha, he fanned the flames of rebellion among Coruscant's underclass Vong. He spread stories and prophecies that undermined Shimra's authority. It was classic Nom Anor, causing chaos from the shadows. But this time, he was doing it to his own people. And that chaos would become a serious problem for the Yuuzhan Vong leadership. The Battle of Ebak 9 was the turning point everyone had been waiting for. After years of defeats and retreats, the Galactic Alliance had delivered a knockout blow. The Yuuzhan Vong weren't unstoppable. They could be outmaneuvered, outfought, and beaten decisively. The war wasn't over. The invaders still controlled huge swathes of the galaxy, including Coruscant. But the momentum had shifted. The Alliance wasn't just surviving anymore. They were winning, and everyone knew it. For the first time since Helska 4, the Defenders had reason to believe they'd see the end of this invasion and live to rebuild what had been lost. Shimra wasn't the type to take a loss quietly. The supreme overlord of the Yuuzhan Vong watched his war master get taken down at Ibak 9 and decided the galaxy needed a reminder of who they were dealing with. In early 29 ABY, the Vong lashed out everywhere they could reach. This wasn't strategic conquest anymore. This was rage. They hit in Zoth and completely wiped out the Yavatha, an entire species erased because they were there and vulnerable. The Siruvi Imperium got raided. Bakura came under assault. Planets like Barab 1, Rutan, and Belderone that nobody had been paying much attention to suddenly found themselves under attack. These moves weren't about gaining territory or resources. The Yuuzhan Vong already controlled plenty of both. This was about sending a message. We lost one battle, but we can still reach out and destroy you anytime we want. Fear us. And it worked. Watching the Vong rampage across the fringes reminded everyone that Ebak 9 hadn't ended the war. The invaders were wounded but still incredibly dangerous. Shimra had bigger plans than just terrorizing minor systems, though. He knew exactly where to strike to hurt the Alliance most. Mon Calamari, the temporary capital and home to the shipyards keeping the Alliance fleet operational. Take Mon Calamari, and you'd cripple the Alliance's ability to build new ships or coordinate their forces. It would be Coruscant all over again, except this time there'd be nowhere left to retreat. In 29 ABY, while the Alliance was planning their own counteroffensive, the Yuuzhan Vong launched a massive assault on Mon Calamari. Half the Alliance defense fleet was stationed there, which meant the space battle above the ocean world was absolutely enormous. Ships crashed into each other in orbit. Plasma fire lit up the sky. Mon Calamari's cities and shipyards took heavy damage as the fighting spread across the system. The Defenders held the line, but barely. This wasn't a comfortable victory where you knew you'd win eventually. This was a knife fight where one mistake meant everyone lost. Then something completely unexpected happened. Right in the middle of the battle, with Mon Calamari on the verge of falling, a living planet appeared out of hyperspace above Coruscant. Zonama Sekot, a world that shouldn't exist according to everything anyone knew about how planets worked, just showed up in the capital system like it had been invited to a party. The Yuuzhan Vong leadership absolutely panicked. Some thought it was their gods showing up to judge them. Others believed it was the return of their ancient homeworld, the one they'd lost millennia ago. Shimra didn't care which theory was right. He just knew that a living planet appearing above his capital was a problem that needed dealing with immediately. He recalled War Master Naschoka and a huge chunk of the invasion fleet from Mon Calamari. Just pulled them out of the battle and ordered them back to Coruscant to figure out what Zonama Sekot was and how to handle it. With the enemy suddenly retreating, the Battle of Mon Calamari ended in an Alliance victory. The planet was scarred and the shipyards were damaged, but they'd held. And they'd only held because a mysterious living world had shown up at exactly the right moment to terrify the invaders into leaving. Nobody on the Alliance side knew what to make of Zonama Sekot either, but they weren't complaining about the timing. While all this chaos was unfolding, the Imperial Remnant was having its own moment. Grand Admiral Pellaeon had thrown the Empire's full weight behind the Galactic Alliance, and now he was proving that cooperation actually worked. Imperial forces liberated planets across the northern territories that had been under Vong control. At Yaga Minor, Pellaeon faced off against Commander Vorik's fleet one more time. The battle secured the remnants' key shipyards and sent a clear message that the Empire was back in the game. Some Imperial officers had been skeptical about working with the Alliance. Moff Flennick and others from the Old Guard thought they should stay independent, maybe even try to use the war to rebuild Imperial power while everyone else was distracted. The victories at Yaga Minor and other systems shut those voices down. Cooperation with the Galactic Alliance was bringing wins. Fighting alone had only led to devastation at Bastion and other Imperial worlds. The choice was obvious when you looked at the results. Star destroyers that had once enforced the Emperor's will were now fighting alongside rebel ships to save the galaxy. Stormtroopers who'd spent decades as symbols of oppression were defending worlds from an even worse threat. It was the kind of alliance nobody would have predicted 5 years earlier, but war has a way of making strange allies out of old enemies. The scales were tipping, not dramatically, not overnight, but steadily. The Yuuzhan Vong still held massive territory, including Coruscant. They still had huge fleets and millions of warriors. But the momentum that had carried them through years of conquest was slowing down. Ebak 9 had proven they could be beaten decisively. Mon Calamari showed they could be forced to retreat. The Imperial victories demonstrated that when the galaxy's powers worked together, they could push back and reclaim lost ground. And lurking over all of this was Zonama Sekot, a mystery that both sides were trying to understand. The Yuuzhan Vong saw it as either divine judgment or their ancestral home. The Alliance saw it as a potential game changer that might hold answers to ending the war. Whatever Zonama Sekot was, its arrival had shifted everything. The Yuuzhan Vong couldn't ignore a living planet appearing in their capital system. The Alliance couldn't ignore a potential advantage that had literally dropped out of hyperspace at the perfect moment. The war was entering its final phase. Both sides knew it. The question was who'd adapt faster and strike the decisive blow that would end this nightmare once and for all. Before Vergere gave herself up at Ebak 9, she'd told Luke Skywalker something that stuck with him. Zonama Sekot, a mysterious living planet, was somehow connected to the Yuuzhan Vong's origins. If the Jedi could find it, Sekot might hold the key to ending the war. Luke wasn't going to ignore a lead like that. In 28 ABY, he put together an expedition and headed into the unknown regions to track down this impossible world. Jacen and Jaina Solo came along, still dealing with the grief of losing Anakin. Saba Sabatine, a Barabel Jedi Master, joined them. Others volunteered for what everyone knew would be a dangerous journey into uncharted space. Grand Admiral Pellaeon helped them out with navigation data and a ship capable of making the trip. The Imperial Remnant had maps of areas beyond known space that most people didn't even know existed. If anyone could find a living planet hiding in the void, it would be this team with those resources. They searched through Chiss territory and beyond, following hints and rumors and whatever force guidance Luke could sense. Eventually, they found it. Zonama Sekot, sitting in the Classe Ephemera system like it had been waiting for them. The planet was beautiful, lush, and green, covered in forests and organic structures that seemed to grow rather than be built. But the real surprise came when the Jedi realized the planet was conscious. Zonama Sekot wasn't just alive in the way ecosystems are alive. It was aware, intelligent, and capable of communicating. When the Jedi landed, Sekot tested them, not with violence or tricks, but with questions and challenges to understand who they were and what they wanted. Once satisfied they meant no harm, the planet agreed to talk. That's when the Jedi learned something that changed everything. Zonama Sekot wasn't some random anomaly. It was a seed of the original Yuuzhan Vong homeworld, launched into this galaxy centuries ago when their species had fled some ancient catastrophe. The organic technology covering Sekot looked just like Yuuzhan Vong biotech because it came from the same source. The living ships, the biotechnology, all of it traced back to the same origins. The Yuuzhan Vong and Zonama Sekot were connected through history that stretched back millennia. Sekot remembered when Vong scouts had visited decades earlier. The encounter hadn't gone well, and the planet had fled deeper into the unknown regions to avoid them. But now, hearing about the invasion and the devastation it had caused, Sekot understood the stakes. Luke made his pitch. Come with us. Help end this war. Show the Yuuzhan Vong that their gods haven't abandoned them, and that there's another way forward besides endless conquest. Zonama Sekot agreed. The living planet decided to travel to the heart of the conflict and confront the invaders directly. It was a huge gamble, but Sekot saw it as a chance to heal wounds that had been festering for generations. While the Jedi were making contact with Sekot, something else was happening. A small group of Yuuzhan Vong had also made it to the planet. This delegation included Nom Anor, still wearing his disguise as the prophet Yushar. There was also Harar, a priest, and Nenyim, a master shaper who'd been questioning the Vong's rigid beliefs for a while. Nenyim walked through Sekot's forests and saw something that broke her heart. Here was proof that the Yuuzhan Vong had once been connected to the Force, to the natural flow of life that their modern society rejected. They'd lost their way somewhere in their history, cutting themselves off from what they'd once been. She understood then that the invasion was built on a lie. The gods the Yuuzhan Vong worshipped had never commanded them to reject technology or reshape the galaxy. Those were choices their ancestors had made, and those choices had led them down a path of endless war and suffering. Nom Anor, though, wasn't interested in spiritual revelations. He saw Zonama Sekot as a threat that needed to be eliminated. If he could destroy the living planet, Shimara might forgive his failures and restore him to favor. He planted bombs across Sekot's surface, hidden devices meant to tear the planet apart from within. But Zonama Sekot's defenses weren't just physical. The planet sensed the threat and neutralized it before Nom Anor could trigger the explosives. His treachery exposed, Nom Anor did what he did best. He ran. He stole one of Sekot's organic ships and fled back toward Yuzantar to warn Shimra that the living planet was coming. Whether he thought this warning would buy him redemption or he just wanted to cause more chaos, nobody knew. Probably both. Nenyim stayed behind on Sekot, convinced she'd found answers the Yuuzhan Vong desperately needed. Harar remained too, working with the Jedi to understand what Sekot's arrival might mean for ending the war. Everything was falling into place for the final confrontation. Zonama Sekot prepared to jump across the galaxy to Coruscant. The Galactic Alliance was rebuilding its strength after Mon Calamari. The Yuuzhan Vong leadership was dealing with growing unrest among the lower castes and the mysterious appearance of what might be their ancestral homeworld. The seeds of peace were being planted, even though nobody on either side quite understood it yet. Zonama Sekot represented something both factions needed, but didn't know they were missing: a connection to the past. a path forward that didn't require total annihilation of the other side. When Sekot finally made its jump to Yuuzhan, everything would come to a head. The living planet arriving in orbit above the conquered capital would force both the Yuuzhan Vong and the Galactic Alliance to confront questions they'd been avoiding since the invasion began. Who were the Yuuzhan Vong really? Where had they come from? What did they want beyond conquest and reshaping worlds? And could there be any resolution to this war besides one side wiping out the other completely? Zonama Sekot was about to give everyone some answers. Whether those answers would lead to peace or just more fighting, that remained to be seen. In the closing months of 29 ABY, something appeared in the skies above Coruscant that stopped the Yuuzhan Vong cold. Zonama Sekot dropped out of hyperspace right over their capital, a living planet hovering where moons used to orbit. The Yuuzhan Vong completely lost it. Some thought their gods had come to judge them. Others believed this was Yuuzhan itself, their lost homeworld, returning after all these centuries. Religious awe mixed with panic as warriors stared up at a verdant world that shouldn't exist. Supreme Overlord Shimra made a decision that would cost him everything. He ordered every Yuuzhan Vong force across the galaxy to pull back and defend Coruscant against whatever threat Zonama Sekot represented. Ships that had been occupying distant systems abandoned their posts. Garrisons left conquered worlds to rush back to the capital. It was exactly the opening the Galactic Alliance needed. While the Vong were busy freaking out about a living planet, Alliance forces liberated system after system in the outer territories. Worlds that had been under occupation for years suddenly found themselves free as the invaders retreated. Shimra's overreaction handed the Alliance victories they wouldn't have won otherwise. But the real fight was coming at Coruscant itself. The Galactic Alliance assembled the largest fleet in galactic history. Ships from the former New Republic, the Imperial Remnant, the Hapes Consortium, and dozens of other allied powers converged on a single target. They came down the Polemian trade route in a massive offensive aimed straight at the heart of Yuuzhan Vong territory. The Second Battle of Coruscant made every previous engagement look small by comparison. Alliance and Vong fleets clashed in orbit above the occupied capital. Ships fought amidst wrecked moons and debris fields, exchanging fire in a battle that would decide the fate of the galaxy. Han and Leia led a rescue mission during the chaos. Hundreds of Alliance prisoners were being held for ritual sacrifice, and the two heroes weren't about to let that happen. They fought their way through Vong defenses, freed the captives, and got them back to Alliance lines. Among the rescued were high-ranking officers who immediately rejoined the battle, adding to the Alliance's coordination and strength. On the surface, Luke Skywalker led a Jedi strike team through the transformed landscape of Coruscant. The city-covered world had been reshaped into jungles and organic structures. Jacen, Jaina, Mara Jade, and other Jedi fought alongside Luke as they pushed toward Shimra's citadel. The final confrontation took place in the Supreme Overlord's throne room. Luke faced Shimra Jama'an and his elite Slayer bodyguards in a duel that would end the invasion one way or another. The fight was intense, but Luke had decades of experience and the full power of the Force behind him. Luke struck down Shimra, cutting down the Yuuzhan Vong supreme leader, and seemingly ending the war in one blow. Except Shimra hadn't been the real power behind the throne. Onimi, the Supreme Overlord's jester, who everyone thought was just entertainment, revealed himself as the true mastermind. He was Force-sensitive, something that shouldn't have been possible for a Yuuzhan Vong. He'd been manipulating Shimura's mind for years, controlling the invasion from the shadows. Onimi unleashed his mutated Force abilities on the Jedi, trying to finish what his puppet had started. But Jacen Solo stepped forward. After everything he'd been through with Vergere, after losing Anakin, after his captivity and torture, Jacen had reached a level of understanding about the Force that few ever attained. He achieved oneness, a state of complete unity with the Force where everything became clear and possible. In that moment, Jacen was more than just a Jedi Knight. He was a conduit for the Force itself. Jacen defeated Onimi, ending the schemer's twisted existence and removing the last leader of the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. The deaths of both Shimura and Onimi sent ripples through the Force that every Vong warrior could feel. Their supreme leader was gone. The mind controlling their supreme leader was gone. There was nothing left to fight for. War Master Naschoka made the call. He'd been fighting this war longer than almost anyone, and he knew when it was over. Standing aboard his flagship with Alliance forces closing in on all sides, Choka broadcast a message to every Yuuzhan Vong warrior in the galaxy. The war is ended. 3 words that changed everything. Choka ordered all forces to lay down their weapons and surrender. Some fanatical warriors chose to take their own lives rather than accept defeat, but most obeyed their War Master's final command. After 4 years of brutal fighting, after millions of lives lost, and entire worlds reshaped or destroyed, the Yuuzhan Vong War was over. The invaders who'd conquered half the galaxy had been beaten at the very center of their power. On Coruscant's transformed surface, Alliance soldiers and liberated citizens celebrated together. The nightmare was finally done. People who'd been enslaved under Vong occupation were free. Worlds that had been cut off from each other for years could reconnect. Families separated by war could start looking for each other. The victory came at a cost that would take generations to calculate. Entire species were gone. Planets were so badly damaged they might never fully recover. The death toll was beyond anything the galaxy had experienced before. But it was over. The Yuuzhan Vong had been defeated. Zonama Sekot, the living planet that shared their origins, had helped broker the peace in ways nobody quite understood yet. The Galactic Alliance had proven that unity and cooperation could overcome even the most devastating threat. Standing in the ruins of what used to be Coruscant's urban landscape, now covered in alien jungles and organic structures, the survivors faced a massive task. Rebuilding wouldn't just mean fixing buildings or restoring infrastructure. It meant healing wounds that went deeper than anyone wanted to admit. But at least they had the chance. The Yuuzhan Vong War was over, and the galaxy could finally start putting itself back together. The war ended, and the galaxy started counting what it had left. One of the men who ended it did not stay to help rebuild. He walked away from all of it and spent the next 5 years looking for something no Jedi had ever thought to look for. After the war ended, Jacen Solo disappeared. For 5 whole years, nobody knew where he was or what he was doing. Turns out, he was chasing something dangerous. Jacen felt like the Jedi teachings weren't enough anymore. He had achieved oneness during the war and glimpsed something beyond what Luke or any other Jedi could explain. So he set out alone to learn from every Force-using group he could find, no matter how weird or obscure they were. He trained with the Dathomiri witches who used the Force like magic. He studied with the Gensarai, a group that blended Jedi and Sith philosophies. The Aang-Ti monks taught him strange abilities that bent the rules of what Force users could do. Jacen absorbed everything like a sponge, building an understanding of the Force that went way beyond traditional Jedi knowledge. During this journey, he discovered an ability called flow walking. It let him peer into the past and future, watching events that already happened or might happen someday. Most Jedi would have considered this dangerous territory, but Jacen was past worrying about crossing lines. The real problem started when he trained with a group called the Mind Walkers. They lived in some realm beyond shadows, a place where the Force worked differently than anywhere else. While he was there, Jacen received a vision that changed everything. He saw a dark figure sitting on a throne. The galaxy burned around this tyrant. War stretched on forever with no end in sight. People suffered on a scale that made the Yuuzhan Vong invasion look small. Jacen couldn't see the face of this dark ruler, but the vision felt real in a way that nightmares don't. This prophecy latched onto Jacen's mind and wouldn't let go. What if this future was coming? What if his family got caught in it? What if everything he fought for during the war meant nothing because some new dictator was going to destroy it all anyway? Jacen made a decision right there. He would prevent this future no matter what it took. If the galaxy needed someone to make hard choices and do morally gray things to avoid catastrophe, he would be that person. When Jacen finally returned after 5 years, the Jedi needed his help with a crisis involving the Killiks. These telepathic insect aliens in the unknown regions had somehow absorbed several Jedi Knights into their collective mind. Jaina was one of them, which meant Jacen wasn't about to ignore the situation. He joined Luke's team and followed his sister to the Killik nests. What he found was a powder keg about to explode. The Killiks were gearing up for war with the Chiss Ascendancy, the same military empire that Grand Admiral Thrawn came from. If these two forces clashed, it could spiral into something bigger. Jacen took matters into his own hands. He reached out to Tenel Ka, who was now Queen Mother of Hapes and happened to be his secret lover. During a private moment years earlier, their old attraction from the Academy days had finally turned into something more. Tenel Ka agreed to send a fleet of Hapan battle dragons to intervene and keep the peace. But Jacen was keeping a much bigger secret. Tenel Ka had given birth to his daughter. They named her Alana and hid her existence from everyone, including Jacen's own family. In the world of Hapan politics, a secret heir to the throne was a target waiting to be killed. While Jacen was dealing with the Killik situation, an assassin from the Gorog, a dark subset of the Killiks, tried to eliminate Tenel Ka and baby Alana. Jacen arrived just in time to stop it. The person behind the assassination attempt was Tenel Ka's grandmother, a scheming old woman who saw Alana as a threat to her own power. Jacen snapped. Rage and terror for his daughter overwhelmed him. He used the Force to shut down the grandmother's mind, putting her in a coma she would never wake up from. This wasn't a Jedi technique. This was straight-up dark side territory, using the Force to destroy someone's consciousness. Jacen told himself it was necessary. His daughter's life was at stake. What kind of father would he be if he let his child die because he was too principled to do what needed doing? The justification came easy to him now. The Killik conflict kept escalating, and Jacen kept seeing visions of where it led. In his mind, if this war continued, it would spread across the galaxy and never end. The solution became obvious to him. The Killiks had to go. So Jacen manipulated events behind the scenes. He pushed the Chiss into launching an overwhelming attack on the Killik nests. The bloodshed was heavy, but it ended the threat. Jacen watched aliens die by the thousands and told himself it was sacrifice for the greater good. The needs of the many outweighed the needs of the few. During the final battles of what they called the Swarm War, Jacen fought alongside Luke and Mara Jade against Lomi Plo, the leader of the Dark Nest. She was a dark Jedi who could turn invisible by exploiting self-doubt in her opponents. At one point, Jacen took a serious wound protecting Mara, proof that he still cared about his family even while keeping massive secrets from them. Luke managed to kill Lomi Plo without tapping into the dark side. It was a clean victory, the Jedi way of doing things. Jacen noticed the contrast between Luke's approach and his own ruthless methods. He just didn't care anymore. After everything settled down, Luke and Jacen sat together watching old recordings. Specifically, they watched holograms of Anakin Skywalker's transformation into Darth Vader, the moment where everything went wrong for Jacen's grandfather. Luke was troubled by what he saw. How did his father fall so far? Jacen had a different take on it. He understood Anakin completely. The man was terrified of losing Padme and did terrible things trying to save her. His intentions were noble, even if his actions were monstrous. Jacen looked at that footage and saw a human being pushed to the breaking point by fear and love. He saw someone who made understandable choices even if they were wrong. Luke heard this perspective and felt uneasy, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Nobody realized Jacen was basically describing his own future. He had acquired knowledge and power that went beyond what any Jedi possessed. He kept secrets like Alana's existence. He took unilateral action to solve problems without consulting anyone. He believed he alone understood what the galaxy needed. That vision of the dark figure on the throne haunted him constantly. Jacen was convinced that only he could prevent it. If stopping that future meant embracing darkness and dictatorship himself, well, that was better than letting the galaxy burn under someone else's tyranny. The same rationale that destroyed Anakin Skywalker was taking root in Jacen Solo. He just couldn't see it yet. Or maybe he could and simply decided the price was worth paying. Either way, Jacen Solo was running out of road. The man who survived torture and achieved oneness was about to make choices that would turn him into the very thing he feared most. The galaxy split apart again, and this time Jacen Solo picked a side that nobody expected. The Galactic Alliance was facing a secession crisis. Corellia, Jacen's homeworld, decided they were done taking orders from the central government. Other systems joined them, and suddenly the galaxy was sliding toward another civil war. Nobody wanted this after barely surviving the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, but here they were anyway. Jacen was a seasoned Jedi Master now in his early 30s. Luke put him in charge of important operations to keep the peace. Jacen took Ben Skywalker, Luke's teenage son, as his apprentice. Together they ran covert missions trying to stop things from getting worse. One of those missions took them to Corellia to sabotage Centerpoint Station, an ancient superweapon the rebels wanted to use. Jacen and Ben got in, disabled the weapon, and got out. Mission accomplished. Mass destruction averted. But this also made Jacen a hardliner against Corellian independence. His own father, Han, was Corellian through and through, loyal to his homeworld's right to govern itself. For the first time in their lives, Han and Jacen stood on opposite sides of a war. Things took a darker turn when Jacen went investigating rumors of a Sith hideout on some secret asteroid base. He brought Ben and a Jedi Knight named Nilani Din with him. What they found was a trap. Lumiya revealed herself. She was a dark lady of the Sith who once trained under Darth Vader himself. Most Jedi would have attacked her on sight, but Lumiya wanted to talk. She had information that stopped Jacen cold. Vergera, his old mentor from the Yuuzhan Vong War, had been a Sith. According to Lumiya, Vergera started Jacen's Sith training years ago without him even knowing it. All those cryptic lessons about the Force being beyond light and dark were apparently Sith philosophy wrapped in teacher's clothing. Jacen was skeptical. Lumiya was the enemy, but her words dug into his brain because they sounded too much like thoughts he already had. Then Lumiya showed him visions of possible futures. In every single one where Jacen refused to become a Sith or tried to arrest her, the galaxy descended into eternal war. He saw himself dueling Luke to the death. He saw everything he loved burning. The dark figure from his earlier vision was there too, ruling over endless suffering. But in the futures where Jacen accepted Lumiya's offer and embraced the Sith, peace came. Stability returned. His family survived. The galaxy needed a Sith Lord to save it, and Jacen was the only one who could do it. Nilani Din sensed what was happening and moved to apprehend Lumiya. She was doing her duty as a Jedi, stopping a Sith before more damage could be done. Jacen had a split second to choose. He chose to strike down Nilani. His lightsaber cut through a fellow Jedi, an innocent woman just trying to do the right thing. Jacen apologized even as he killed her, begging forgiveness while his blade ended her life. The agony of that choice was written all over his face. This was the point of no return. Jacen Solo had just committed straight-up cold-blooded murder to protect a Sith. He helped Lumiya escape and then used the Force to erase Ben's memory of the encounter so nobody would know what happened. In Jacen's mind, the math was simple. One sacrifice now saves billions later. If Nilani lived, she would trigger the chain of events that led to galactic devastation. By killing her, Jacen prevented that future. The ends justified the means. That utilitarian calculus became his entire worldview from that moment forward. Jacen agreed to become Lumiya's apprentice. He didn't think of himself as evil. In his mind, he was learning Sith knowledge so he could control it and use it for good. Lumiya fed him exactly what he wanted to hear. By becoming a Sith, Jacen could prevent the chaos he saw in his visions. So Jacen began training in secret. Jaina didn't know. Luke didn't know. His family had no idea their son and nephew was learning the dark side from a Sith Lord. On the outside, Jacen kept playing his role in the Alliance military. On the inside, he was transforming into something else. He grew distant, more authoritative, convinced he alone understood the bigger picture. The metamorphosis into Darth Caedus was already happening, even before he took that name. The Alliance government saw Jacen as a hero after he stopped Centerpoint. Chief of State Cal Omas and Admiral Neothal trusted him completely. They gave him more and more authority to deal with security threats. Eventually, they put him in charge of a new organization called the Galactic Alliance Guard. The GAG was supposed to be an elite security force hunting insurgents on Coruscant. Under Jacen's command, it became something else. He declared martial law. conducted raids without warrants, rounded up Corellian sympathizers based on suspicion alone, instituted interrogation protocols that crossed every line the Jedi normally respected. At one point, Jacen captured a bounty hunter named Aelin Vel, who he thought was plotting against his family. Turns out she was Boba Fett's estranged daughter. Jacen used a Force-powered mind probe to rip information out of her head. The technique killed her. Jacen felt no remorse. He rationalized it as collateral damage in the name of security. One more sacrifice for the greater good. Word of what Jacen was doing spread fast. Fellow Jedi started distrusting him. His parents were furious. Han and Leia found themselves on the opposite side of the political divide from their son, and Jacen started viewing them as potential threats. When someone framed Han and Leia in a conspiracy against Tenel Ka, Jacen didn't give them the benefit of the doubt. At one point, he ordered his Star Destroyer, the Anakin Solo, to fire on the Millennium Falcon with his parents aboard. He genuinely believed they were harboring terrorists, though they were actually innocent. Jaina was horrified. Her twin brother was willing to kill their own parents. When Jacen ordered her to shoot civilians during a battle, she refused. Jacen responded by removing her from her starfighter command. The Solo family was tearing itself apart. Han publicly denounced his son. Jaina became convinced Jacen was turning evil. Even Leia, who always tried to see the good in people, couldn't defend what her son was doing. Jacen found himself increasingly isolated. The only people who supported him were authoritarian-minded allies who saw him as the strong leader the galaxy needed. Everyone else just feared him. Lumia kept training Jacen in Sith lore, pushing him further down the dark path. Eventually, she told him about the Sith trial of sacrifice. To truly become a Sith Lord, he had to kill someone he dearly loved. This would sever his final ties to his old life and prove his commitment to the dark side. Jacen was conflicted in a way that tore him apart. The people he loved most were his family, his parents, his siblings, Luke and Mara, Tenel Ka and their daughter Alana. Lumia was asking him to destroy one of them. For a moment, Jacen actually considered sacrificing Tenel Ka and Alana. Maybe their deaths would save the galaxy from greater chaos. But his heart rebelled against that thought. He couldn't harm his lover or his child. That was a line even he wouldn't cross. So Jacen delayed. He brooded over the decision, hoping fate would present some other option. Maybe the sacrifice didn't have to be family. Maybe there was another way to pass this test. But fate was about to make the choice for him. Jacen's secret Sith affiliation was drawing him into conflict with someone who mattered deeply to the Skywalker family. His aunt, Mara Jade Skywalker, was about to discover what Jacen had become. And she wasn't the type to let a Sith Lord corrupt her son and get away with it. Ben Skywalker was getting suspicious. His mentor Jacen was acting strange, disappearing for secret meetings and giving orders that didn't sit right. When Ben discovered Jacen communicating with Lumia, he knew something was seriously wrong. Ben went straight to his mother. Mara Jade Skywalker was a seasoned Jedi Master and former Imperial assassin who could handle herself against anyone. She listened to her son's concerns and immediately understood what was happening. Jacen had corrupted Ben and was colluding with a Sith Lord. Mara didn't call for backup. She didn't notify Luke or the Jedi Council. She set out alone to eliminate Jacen before he could do more damage. In her mind, this was personal. He had used her son as an apprentice while secretly training with the dark side. On the planet Kavan, Mara sprung her ambush. Jacen suddenly found himself fighting for his life against one of the deadliest Jedi in the entire Order. This was the woman who had trained him as a teenager, who knew his fighting style and his tricks. She wasn't holding back. The duel raged across deserted city rooftops and through underground tunnels. Mara fought with a ferocity that terrified Jacen. He later admitted she was absolutely going to kill him. Her skill and resolve were overwhelming. Every move Jacen made, Mara countered. Every technique he tried, she anticipated. Jacen was losing. Death was coming fast, and there was no way out through skill alone. So he resorted to something darker than any lightsaber technique. He used a force illusion. When Mara landed a glancing blow and moved in for the kill, Jacen made himself appear as Ben in her eyes. Just for one crucial second, Mara saw her own son where Jacen stood and hesitated. That second was all Jacen needed. He fired a toxin dart coated in lethal poison into Mara's thigh. The poison worked instantly. Mara Jade Skywalker collapsed, dying before she hit the ground. Jacen fell too, exhausted and injured from the fight. Mara's last moment was a look of shocked betrayal. The boy she once mentored had just ended her life through deception. Jacen crawled over and cradled her body, grief-stricken and in pain. His beloved aunt died in his arms, and her blood was now permanently on his hands. In Jacen's twisted mind, this was the sacrifice the Sith prophecy required. He hadn't planned to kill Mara, but fate had made the choice for him. Someone he loved was dead by his hand. The trial was complete. Lumaya found him afterward and congratulated him. By killing Mara, someone dear to the entire Skywalker Solo family, Jacen had fulfilled the Sith sacrifice and passed the test. Jacen rationalized it in the sickest way possible. Mara's death proved he would give up anything, even family, to achieve peace. That made his love for them stronger somehow. Jacen Solo took on a new name, Darth Caedus. At 31 years old, he fully embraced his identity as a Dark Lord of the Sith. The compassionate boy from the Jedi Academy was gone. In his place stood someone who believed the Sith path would give him the strength to save the galaxy from itself. The fallout was immediate and brutal. Luke was devastated by his wife's death. The Jedi suspected Lumia at first, and Luke actually hunted her down and ended her in revenge. He didn't realize until later that Jacen had struck the killing blow on Mara. Ben knew from the start, though. He confronted Jacen at Mara's funeral with accusations that cut through the lies. Other clues piled up fast. Soon the entire Skywalker family understood that Darth Caedus and Jacen Solo were the same person. Han and Leia were heartbroken. The evidence pointing to their son was undeniable. By the time of Mara's funeral, Darth Caedus stood openly denounced as an enemy by his own family. Luke vowed to stop his nephew's reign of terror, though the idea of actually killing Jacen tore him apart inside. Jaina and her parents effectively disowned Jacen. They couldn't reconcile the loving boy they knew with the Sith monster he had become. Ben Skywalker burned with a desire for justice that bordered on vengeance. His mother's killer was walking around free, and that ate at him every single day. Darth Caedus stood virtually alone. His only real ally, Lumia, was dead. The Jedi Order went from viewing him as a wayward colleague to a dangerous traitor that needed to be stopped. Any lingering doubt about his path evaporated. He was a dark side warlord now. But Caedus didn't waste time mourning relationships. He moved fast to consolidate political power. The Alliance government was in chaos after removing Chief of State Cal Omas. Caedus maneuvered himself into position as co-chief of state, sharing power with Admiral Neothal at first. Then he systematically removed opposition until he held sole leadership. The Alliance military fell under his command. Caedus intended to end the Civil War on his terms, which meant crushing anyone who stood in his way. His public reputation took hits after Mara's mysterious death and the Jedi withdrawal from Alliance ranks, but Caedus just tightened his grip on the government. At Mara's funeral, Jacen had the audacity to show up in Jedi robes. He stood beside Luke like nothing was wrong, offering false condolences while everyone there knew what he had done. The move was pure intimidation, and it worked. The Jedi Council's mistrust deepened into outright hostility. As Caedus assumed dictatorial authority, he purged officials who opposed him and installed loyalists throughout the government. The war against the Confederation of seceding systems became his vehicle for absolute power. One of his first major moves was trying to secure Hapan allegiance. Caedus traveled to Haps and kidnapped Alana, his own daughter, from Tenel Ka's royal palace. His calculation was simple. Tenel Ka wouldn't dare abandon the Alliance if he held their child hostage. The plan backfired spectacularly. Han, Leia, and a Jedi team led by Luke mounted a rescue mission. They infiltrated the Anakin Solo flagship and freed Alana. In the process, Han and Leia finally learned the truth. Alana was their granddaughter. Jacen had kept this secret for years. Leia tried one last time to reach her son. She begged him to remember his love for his child and return to the light. There was still time to step back from the darkness. Alana needed her father, not a Sith Lord. Caedus refused. He declared that only his path could safeguard Alana's future. The galaxy needed order, and he was the only one strong enough to impose it. If that meant ruling through fear and making his daughter grow up without him, so be it. He let his parents escape with Alana. Part of him calculated the girl was safer hidden away. Another part didn't want to harm his own child. Even Darth Caedus had lines he wouldn't cross, though those lines kept moving. Tenel Ka cut off all relations with Caedus after the kidnapping attempt. Hapes withdrew from the war entirely. Another ally lost. Another relationship destroyed. Caedus had now alienated nearly everyone who once cared about Jacen Solo. In his mind, these personal sacrifices only proved he was on the right path. Darth Caedus declared that no one was beyond his reach in the pursuit of order. He meant it literally. As sole chief of state, Caedus imposed an authoritarian regime over what remained of the Galactic Alliance. Propaganda flowed from every channel. The GAG secret police rounded up dissidents in the night. More star systems defected to the Rebel Confederation every week. But Caedus just tightened his grip on the ones he still controlled. The Jedi Order openly broke from his command. They went into hiding and launched their own resistance against the Sith dictator. Caedus responded by branding them enemies of the state. If you sheltered a Jedi, you were a traitor. If you sympathized with them, you were next. The Civil War intensified across multiple fronts. Caedus proved he would commit any atrocity to cow his opponents into submission. When worlds harbored fugitive Jedi, he made examples of them. Kashyyyk learned this lesson the hard way. The Wookiee homeworld refused to hand over Luke Skywalker and other Jedi taking refuge there. Caedus didn't negotiate. He didn't send ground troops. He ordered an orbital bombardment of the forests. Massive fires burned across the entire jungle planet. Countless innocent Wookiees died in the flames. Large sections of Kashyyyk's ancient ecosystem turned to ash. Even Caedus's own fleet officers were shocked by the savagery of the Order. This wasn't war. This was deliberate devastation of a civilian population. The Jedi Coalition rushed to Kashyyyk's aid. Jaina, Luke, and Hapan allies forced Caedus's fleet to withdraw before he could finish the job. But the damage was done. Any remaining sympathy for Caedus evaporated after Kashyyyk. The message was clear. He would slaughter civilians and betray member worlds to achieve victory. As Caedus's brutality escalated, his political support collapsed. Admiral Char Neothal had served as his co-chief of state, but even she realized he had gone too far. During the Battle of Endor, she tried to broker a ceasefire with the Confederation over his objections. Caedus was enraged. He called her treasonous and overrode the truce. Alliance forces continued attacking Fondor's cities on his orders. This sparked an immediate mutiny. Part of the fleet sided with Neothal. The rest stayed loyal to Caedus. A chaotic three-way battle erupted between loyalists, defectors, and Fondor's defenders. Desperate to salvage the situation, Caedus reached out to the Imperial remnant for help. The Imperial Moffs were willing to assist if their leader agreed. Grand Admiral Gilad Pellaeon was an aged but honorable man who had long been allied with the Jedi. He took one look at what Caedus was doing and refused to follow a Sith usurper. Caedus responded with cold calculation. He ordered Tahiri Vela, his new Sith apprentice, to execute Pellaeon on his own flagship bridge. Tahiri was a former Jedi friend who Caedus had corrupted with false promises of reuniting her with the late Anakin Solo. She carried out the assassination without hesitation. Pellaeon's death horrified Imperial officers across the fleet. Admiral Natasi Dala and other loyalists retaliated by attacking Caedus's forces. Another chunk of support splintered away. The Fondor debacle left Caedus militarily weakened and politically isolated. Admiral Neothal fled into hiding. Caedus claimed sole leadership of the Alliance by default, but his empire was shrinking fast. What remained was a rump state held together only by fear and the loyalty of a fraction of the Navy. Caedus fought on anyway. He declared martial law on Coruscant and used Sith battle meditation to boost his fleet's effectiveness. The Confederation and Jedi Coalition were slowly gaining the upper hand, but Caedus refused to acknowledge reality. Luke Skywalker kept outmaneuvering him with strategy and guile. At one point, Luke fooled Caedus with a mere force projection during battle, undermining his confidence in his own precognition. The visions that once guided Jacen were failing Darth Caedus when he needed them most. Even his own subordinates plotted against him now. The war hero everyone once admired had become a tyrant that everyone feared. But Caedus clung to his belief that victory would vindicate everything. If he could just hold out a bit longer and win the war, the galaxy would thank him. Every atrocity would be justified by the peace to come. He sought any advantage through Sith knowledge. Caedus took on another dark side ally named Alema Ra, a fallen Jedi he tasked with attacking the Jedi from Korriban. He attempted arcane Sith rituals and engineered biological weapons. At one point, Caedus had a nanovirus created to target the Hapan royal bloodline in case he needed to eliminate Tenelka's family. While Caedus descended further into darkness, his opponents prepared their final move. Jacen Solo had accepted what needed to be done. Luke called her the Sword of the Jedi, and she concluded that stopping her twin brother might be her destiny. The bond between twins could give Jaina insight into Caedus's tactics, but Jacen was extremely powerful now, enhanced by Sith techniques and years of experience. Jaina needed an edge that regular Jedi training couldn't provide. On Luke's advice, she sought out Boba Fett. The legendary Mandalorian bounty hunter agreed to train her in guerrilla tactics and Mandalorian combat techniques. More importantly, Fett taught Jaina how to fight a Force user without relying on Force abilities, how to think like a hunter instead of a Jedi. The training was brutal. Fett and his Mandalorian commandos toughened Jaina's resolve and prepared her mentally to kill her own brother if necessary. This wasn't going to be a duel with honor. This was an assassination mission. Jaina assembled a strike team from an unlikely alliance. Jedi, Mandalorians, Bothans, Hapans, and other forces all converged with one goal: topple Darth Caedus before he destroyed what remained of the galaxy. Luke stepped back from this confrontation. He recognized that his own anger over Mara's death could drive him too far if he faced Caedus directly. The burden fell to Jaina. An ancient prophecy said the sword of the Jedi would bring justice to a loved one turned dark. The personal torment was enormous, but Jaina steeled herself for what had to be done. Caedus sensed the confrontation coming. In his twisted way, he still didn't want to kill Jaina. He hoped to turn her to his side or disable her long enough to complete his plans. Maybe she would understand eventually. Maybe she would see that everything he did was necessary. The stage was set for a final duel between twins. One fighting for redemption of the galaxy, the other fighting for a vision of peace built on tyranny and fear. Whatever remained of Jacen Solo would face judgment from the sister who once knew him better than anyone, and only one of them was walking away from this fight. Jaina made her move at Nickel 1, an asteroid base where Caedus thought he was safe. She brought Jagged Fell and Zek as backup, plus a squad of Mandalorian commandos trained by Boba Fett himself. The trap was set perfectly. Explosives detonated around Caedus the moment he arrived. But he survived the blast and came out fighting. This wasn't the compassionate boy from the Jedi Academy anymore. This was a Sith Lord at full power. Caedus tore through the Mandalorian commandos with force attacks that dropped them like broken toys. Within seconds, Jaina found herself alone facing her twin brother in single combat. His skill in the Force nearly overwhelmed her immediately. But Jaina had learned tricks that traditional Jedi never used. She pulled gadgets and unorthodox tactics straight from Fett's playbook. For a moment, she caught Caedus off guard. In that opening, Jaina's lightsaber came down and severed his right arm at the elbow. Caedus howled in pain. His arm hit the ground, still clutching his lightsaber. The shock and agony would have ended most fighters right there. Caedus retaliated with dark side force strikes that sent Jaina flying backward with serious injuries of her own. Before either could land a killing blow, Caedus triggered an explosion with the Force. In the chaos and smoke, he escaped to his ship and jumped to hyperspace. Round 1 ended with both twins wounded and bleeding. Caedus retreated to his flagship, the Anakin Solo, named after the brother they both lost years ago. He was physically maimed, but his will stayed unbroken. While recovering, Caedus fell into meditation and received another vision. He saw his daughter Alana sitting on a white throne. The war was over. The galaxy was peaceful and united. His loved ones were safe and thriving. In Caedus's mind, this vision proved everything. If he could just win now, Alana would rule a golden age. All his sacrifices would be worth it. The vision didn't show him how that peace came about. It didn't warn him that his actions were uniting every enemy against him. Caedus only saw the end result and convinced himself he was almost there. Victory was within reach. With renewed conviction, he prepared for Jaina's next attack. She would come for him again. He knew it. The confrontation would happen aboard his own ship, and this time one of them wasn't walking away. The Battle of Sheddu Mad erupted around Caedus's fleet. Luke Skywalker and the Jedi created a massive illusion of phantom ships to confuse his forces. In the chaos, Jaina infiltrated the Anakin Solo and made her way through the corridors. Brother and sister faced each other one last time. The duel that followed was more ferocious and emotionally charged than anything either had experienced. Caedus fought with one arm, but dark force energy poured through him like a storm. Jaina stayed grimly focused, countering his techniques with everything she learned. They battled through multiple sections of the Star Destroyer. Lightsabers clashed amid bursts of electricity and flying debris. The ship shook from external explosions while the twins tried to end each other. Mid-duel, Caedus did something unexpected. He deactivated his lightsaber. Standing there defenseless, he told Jaina he had no desire to kill her. He claimed he only wanted to protect Tenel Ka and Alana from threats she didn't understand. For one moment, Jacen Solo flickered through the facade of Darth Caedus. The brother Jaina once knew tried to reach her through the darkness. But Jaina remembered Kashyyyk burning. She remembered Mara's death. She remembered every atrocity committed in the name of his twisted peace. She pressed the attack. Caedus realized his sister would never stop and reignited his blade. The fight raged on with both twins drawing on intimate knowledge of each other's moves. A lifetime together meant they could anticipate every strike. Jaina feigned a vulnerable opening. Caedus took the bait. With a swift maneuver, she sliced through the Achilles tendon on his remaining leg. As Caedus staggered, unable to stand, Jaina thrust her lightsaber into his chest. The blade pierced his heart. Darth Caedus dropped his weapon. In his final seconds, the dark side haze lifted from his mind. Instead of lashing out or trying to kill his sister, Jacen used the Force for one last act. He reached across the galaxy to Tenel Ka and Alana. Through the Force bond they shared, Jacen sent an urgent warning. The Moffs had engineered a nanovirus targeting the Hapan royal bloodline. Tenel Ka needed to take Alana and run. Now, his final moment went to saving the family he loved. Jaina felt it through their twin bond. Confusion and empathy hit her all at once. She sensed Jacen's true self in that instant, filled with love and concern, empty of Sith hatred. The good man he once was shined through one last time. Jacen Solo died in Jaina's arms. The last Skywalker-blooded Sith Lord was gone. The death of Darth Caedus ended the Civil War almost immediately. Alliance forces, Confederation rebels, and the Jedi Coalition all ceased hostilities. With the tyrant gone, cooler heads negotiated peace. The galaxy reunited, achieving the very thing Jacen wanted, but through his death rather than his rule. Luke reflected on hard lessons the Jedi needed to learn about arrogance and the seduction of power. The Skywalker Solo family was left scarred in ways that would never fully heal. Han and Leia mourned their son, even while hating what he became. Jaina carried trauma and grief from killing her twin that would haunt her forever. They found solace in Alana. To protect her from vengeance and political exploitation, Han and Leia faked her death publicly and adopted her under a false name. She would grow up in secret, away from the shadow of Darth Caedus, until she was old enough to understand her father's legacy. Years later, Luke embarked on a quest to understand how Jacen fell. During that journey, he and Ben encountered Jacen's Force ghost. The spirit appeared gentle, like the boy they remembered. He warned them about an ancient evil named Abeloth and revealed the truth about his visions. The dark figure on the throne Jacen saw was Darth Krayt, a future Sith Lord who would indeed try to conquer the galaxy. Jacen admitted his actions as Caedus only delayed that fate instead of preventing it. By helping Luke fight Abeloth, Jacen's ghost found a measure of redemption. He acted selflessly one more time, proving some part of his noble intentions survived. Luke came to understand that Jacen fell trying to save everyone from a terrible future. The road to darkness was paved with love, twisted into fear, compassion corrupted into control, and the certainty that only he could save the galaxy. Jacen Solo loved too much and trusted himself too little. Darth Caedus proved that even the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes when you convince yourself the ends justify any means. The war was over, and the family buried what was left of it. But Luke Skywalker could not let go of the question of how his nephew ever got there. What he found at the end of that road was older than the Sith, and it had been waiting a very long time. The galaxy's greatest hero was about to become its darkest villain, and this time the threat came from within the family that had saved them all before. Just when the galaxy thought it could finally heal from the devastation of the Yuuzhan Vong War, new problems emerged that tested everyone's patience and resolve. The Dark Nest Crisis brought Luke Skywalker face to face with Killik insects in the unknown regions who were influencing Jedi through a hive mind connection. These weren't just any bugs, but creatures capable of absorbing Force-sensitive individuals into their collective consciousness, turning them into extensions of the Nest's will. Luke had become a father during the war when his son Ben Skywalker was born. Now serving as Grand Master of the Jedi, he led the effort to resolve what became known as the Swarm War. The conflict threatened to spread when the insectoid Killiks came into contact with the militaristic Chiss, two species whose fundamental differences made peaceful coexistence nearly impossible. The crisis was resolved when Unu Thul, formerly the human Raynar Thul, who had been absorbed into the Killik collective, agreed to step down from his leadership role. But the incident revealed deeper problems brewing within the galactic government as member worlds began questioning whether the Galactic Alliance was becoming too centralized and authoritarian. The political turbulence that followed the Killik resolution grew worse as the Alliance struggled with internal dissent. Member worlds that had united against the Yuuzhan Vong began demanding more autonomy now that the external threat was gone. The same cooperation that had saved the galaxy was becoming a source of friction as different systems pursued their own interests. Corellia emerged as the leader of a new secession movement that attracted other worlds frustrated with Alliance policies. The confederation that formed around Corellian leadership included Botha Wui and other systems that felt their voices were being ignored by the central government. What started as political disagreement gradually escalated into something much more dangerous. Jacen Solo returned from his travels with expanded force powers and a philosophy that would have horrified his parents if they had understood its implications. His experiences during the Yuuzhan Vong War, particularly his torture and education by Vergere, had convinced him that traditional Jedi teachings were inadequate for preventing future galactic catastrophes. The young man who had once been a symbol of hope for the new generation now believed that the ends justified the means when it came to maintaining peace. His mentor, Vergere, had taught him to see beyond conventional concepts of light and dark, but those lessons had planted seeds of corruption that were now beginning to bloom. Lumiya, a Sith Lord who had survived from the Imperial era, recognized opportunity in Jacen's philosophical confusion. She began whispering in his ear about the necessity of embracing darker methods to achieve noble goals. Her influence combined with Vergere's earlier teachings to create a dangerous mix of idealism and ruthlessness. Jacen's position as a special agent for the Chief of State gave him authority to form the Galactic Alliance Guard, a security force designed to crack down on terrorist activities by Corellian separatists. What began as legitimate law enforcement gradually transformed into something more sinister as Jacen's methods became increasingly harsh. The Second Galactic Civil War erupted when diplomatic efforts failed to resolve the growing tensions between the Alliance and the Confederation. Unlike the previous conflict with the Empire, this was truly a civil war with families and friends finding themselves on opposite sides of political divides that had spiraled out of control. Jacen's secret transformation into Darth Caedus marked the point of no return in his fall to the dark side. Lumiya formally knighted him as a Sith Lord, completing a corruption process that had been years in the making. The idealistic young man who had helped defeat the Yuuzhan Vong was now following the same path that had destroyed his grandfather. The parallels between Jacen and Anakin Skywalker became clear as Caedus began alienating everyone who cared about him in pursuit of his vision of galactic peace through authoritarian control. He genuinely believed he was saving the galaxy from future chaos, but his methods grew more brutal with each passing day. Mara Jade Skywalker's death marked the moment when any remaining hope for Jacen's redemption disappeared. When she confronted him about his dark activities, their duel ended with her murder at the hands of someone she had watched grow up from childhood. The woman who had served as Luke's wife and partner was killed by her own nephew in what amounted to family betrayal of the worst kind. Luke's grief and anger over Mara's death nearly drove him to the dark side as well. The revelation that his own nephew was responsible for killing his wife shattered the Skywalker family and created divisions that would take years to heal. Lumiya's subsequent death at Luke's hands eliminated one of Caedus's key supporters, but came too late to prevent further tragedy. Caedus's rise to Chief of State of the Galactic Alliance came through political manipulation that engineered the removal of Cal Omas from office. Once in power, he transformed the democratic government into an authoritarian regime that used fear and violence to maintain control. The alliance that had been founded on principles of cooperation and mutual respect became a tool of oppression. The war that followed devastated multiple worlds as Caedus pursued increasingly extreme measures to maintain his grip on power. His decision to burn Kashyyyk as punishment for aiding Luke demonstrated how completely he had abandoned any pretense of moral leadership. The planet where Chewbacca had been born suffered ecological destruction to satisfy one man's need for revenge. The Imperial remnant's defection from the Alliance came when Admiral Pellaeon realized that Caedus represented everything the Empire had been accused of at its worst. Jagged Fell, Pellaeon's protege, led the remnant forces in joining Luke Skywalker's coalition against the increasingly tyrannical Alliance government. The Jedi coalition that formed around Luke brought together former Alliance loyalists who could no longer support Caedus's regime. This wasn't a traditional military alliance, but a desperate attempt to stop someone who had the power to destroy galactic civilization in pursuit of his twisted vision of peace. Jacen Solo faced the most difficult choice imaginable when she realized that stopping her twin brother might require killing him. Her training with Mandalorians taught her techniques specifically designed for fighting Force users, knowledge that she hoped never to use against someone she loved. The final confrontation between the twins aboard Caedus's flagship was both a family tragedy and a galactic necessity. Jacen's last moments were spent trying to warn Tenel Ka about threats to their infant daughter, Alana, showing that some spark of goodness remained even in his fallen state. Caedus's death ended the immediate threat but left behind a galaxy traumatized by watching heroes turn into villains. The fact that one of the most celebrated families in galactic history could produce someone capable of such destruction shook public confidence in both the Jedi and democratic institutions. Admiral Neothal's surrender of Alliance leadership paved the way for Natassi Dalla to become Chief of State as a neutral figure who could unite the warring factions. The former Imperial Admiral's appointment was controversial but necessary given the need for someone with no ties to either side of the recent conflict. Han and Leia's decision to adopt their granddaughter Alana while hiding her true parentage protected the child from those who might blame her for her father's crimes. The couple, who had already lost one son to the dark side, now faced the challenge of raising his daughter while keeping her safe from the consequences of his actions. The Jedi Order emerged from the war battered by internal divisions, but still committed to their role as peacekeepers. The fact that one of their most promising members had fallen so completely forced painful examinations of their training methods and philosophical foundations. Luke's temporary exile came when Chief Dalla blamed the Jedi for failing to prevent Caedus's rise and subsequent crimes. The restrictions placed on the Order reflected public distrust of Force users who seemed to operate above the law while making decisions that affected everyone's lives. The journey that Luke and Ben undertook to understand Jacen's fall led them to discover ancient threats that had been inadvertently awakened by recent events. Abeloth, a dark side entity of immense power, represented dangers that went beyond traditional conflicts between light and dark. The alliance between Jedi and Sith to defeat Abeloth demonstrated that even ancient enemies could cooperate when faced with threats to existence itself. The lost tribe of the Sith proved willing to work with their traditional foes rather than see the galaxy consumed by forces neither side could control alone. Abeloth's defeat restored order to the Senate while eliminating a threat that could have destroyed everything both Jedi and Sith valued. Win Dorvan's elevation to Chief of State provided stable leadership for a government that had been manipulated by supernatural forces beyond most people's understanding. The Jedi's temporary withdrawal from Coruscant reflected their recognition that political entanglements had contributed to recent disasters. By distancing themselves from government power, they hoped to avoid future conflicts between their spiritual mission and political necessities. Jagged Fell's marriage to Jacen Solo laid the foundation for the Fell dynasty that would eventually bridge the gap between Imperial and Jedi traditions. Their union symbolized hope that former enemies could build something better together than they had achieved separately. The Second Galactic Civil War taught the galaxy that peace was fragile and required constant vigilance to maintain. The fact that their greatest heroes could become their most dangerous enemies forced everyone to reconsider assumptions about good and evil that had seemed clear-cut during previous conflicts. The galaxy entered a new era with hard-won wisdom about the dangers of both extremism and complacency. The next generation would inherit both the legacy of these tragedies and the responsibility to build something better from the ruins of what had been destroyed. Abeloth was beaten, and the Jedi went back to their work, believing the worst of it was behind them. It was not. To understand the man who would take Coruscant a century later, we have to go back a very long way, to a boy raised by Tusken raiders on Tatooine. The man who would one day become the most dangerous Sith Lord in the galaxy was not born on some dark world soaked in the Force. He was born in the sand, on Tatooine, raised among the Tusken raiders. And his story starts with a father who gave up everything. Now, let us go back roughly 67 years before the Battle of Yavin, before the Clone Wars, before the Empire, before any of the events most fans know about. Because the rise of the One Sith did not start with a Sith Lord. It started with a Jedi. Sharad Het was one of the most famous Jedi Knights in the entire Old Republic. And we are not talking about someone who just went on a few missions and called it a career. This man had earned titles that were known across the galaxy. The Defender of Camparas, Champion of Kurmar, the Hound of Worlds, Nemesis of the Kim. Every single one of those names came from a different campaign, a different fight, a different victory that added to his reputation. Sharad Het was the kind of Jedi that other Jedi talked about. But behind all of that fame, behind every title and every victory, Sharad Het was carrying something that nobody in the Order fully understood. An attack by off-world rivals had completely destroyed his homeworld. Every major city was leveled. Millions of people were gone, and every single member of Sharad's family was taken from him in that attack. All of them. There was nothing left for him to go back to. The place he came from no longer existed in any meaningful way. That kind of loss changes a person at the deepest level. And for Sharad Het, it broke something inside him that the Jedi Order could not fix. He walked away from the Order. He left behind his rank, his reputation, everything he had built across years of service. He just disappeared. And the next time anyone saw him, he was on Tatooine. He had crash-landed on the desert planet and done something nobody expected. He had joined the Tusken Raiders. Now this was not some temporary arrangement. Sharad did not just hide among the Tuskens for a while and move on. He fully integrated into their culture. He learned their ways. He earned their respect. and over time, he became a feared warlord among the tribes. He taught the Tuskens new combat techniques. He brought them together in ways they had never been organized before. Multiple tribes fell in line under his leadership, and for the first time, the scattered Tusken clans had a real unified force in the Dune Sea. During this time, Sharad took a wife. Her name was Kashyyyk, and she was a human woman who had been taken as a child and raised within the Tusken culture her entire life. She was a warrior in her own right, and together, Sharad and Kashyyyk had a son. They named him Asharad Het, and from the moment that boy was old enough to understand the world around him, Sharad began training him in the ways of the Force, right there in the desert, right there in the sand dunes of Tatooine. This child was learning to feel the Force before he ever set foot in a Jedi temple. Now the Jedi Council back on Coruscant had no idea any of this was happening. Sharad had been gone for years, and they had given up trying to find him. But then something showed up that changed everything. Footage surfaced of what appeared to be a Tusken Raider wielding a lightsaber, and the Council took that very seriously. They sent Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi to Tatooine to investigate, and when Ki-Adi-Mundi arrived, he found exactly what the footage had suggested. Sharad Het was alive. He was living among the Tuskens, and he had a young son who was being trained in the Force. But Ki-Adi-Mundi had walked into a war zone. A conflict had erupted between the Tusken tribes and the Hutts. Jabba the Hutt and Gardulla the Elder had both moved against the Tuskens, and the situation was deteriorating fast. The desert was turning into a battlefield, and in the middle of all that chaos, a bounty hunter named Aurra Sing showed up. Aurra Sing was one of the most notorious figures in the galaxy at that time. She was a Jedi hunter. She had made a name for herself by going after Force users, and she was extremely good at what she did. Aurra Sing ambushed Sharad Het and drove her lightsaber straight through his chest. The greatest Tusken warlord Tatooine had ever seen was struck down in the middle of a war he had been fighting to protect his people. And as Sharad lay there in his final moments, he turned to Ki-Adi-Mundi and made him promise one thing. Take my son to Coruscant. Train him as a Jedi. That was the last thing Sharad Het ever asked for, and Ki-Adi-Mundi gave him his word. What happened next only made things worse. Kashyyyk, the boy's mother, was caught in a sandstorm shortly after and was never seen again. She was presumed gone. The Tusken coalition that Sharad had spent years building was wiped out by the Hutts. Everything the family had created in the desert was torn apart in a matter of days. Asharad Het was left with nothing. No father, no mother, no home, no tribe. He was roughly 15 years old. Ki-Adi-Mundi kept his promise. He brought Asharad to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. And this happened around the same period that another young boy from Tatooine was entering the Order, Anakin Skywalker. Two desert boys arriving at the Jedi Temple at nearly the same time from the same planet, carrying very different kinds of pain. And their paths would cross in ways that neither of them could have predicted. When Asharad walked into the temple, he did something that immediately set him apart from every other Padawan in the building. He kept his Tusken head wrappings on. He refused to remove them. In a place where conformity was expected, where students dressed alike and followed the same routines, Asharad wore the face coverings of his people as a statement. This was who he was. He was a Jedi now, but he was also a son of the sand. and he was not going to let anyone forget that. He was one of the only Jedi to ever wear traditional Tusken wrappings inside the temple walls. His initial training began under Ki-Adi-Mundi, the same Jedi Master who had brought him to Coruscant. But as time went on, Asharad was eventually placed under the guidance of a very different kind of teacher. Her name was Anya Kuro, though most people in the Order knew her as the Dark Woman. She was mysterious. She was unconventional. She did not teach the way other Jedi Masters taught, and she saw something in Asharad that others either missed or chose to ignore, because the darkness was already there. Even as a young Padawan, it showed itself. During one mission, Asharad came face to face with Aurra Sing, the same bounty hunter who had taken his father from him. And in that moment, everything Asharad had been taught about peace and control and letting go of attachment went out the window. He fought Aurra Sing with everything he had, and during that fight, he reached deep into the dark side of the Force. The anger that had been sitting inside him since the day his father fell came pouring out, and he nearly lost himself completely to the rage. He managed to take Aurra Sing down, but the way he did it shook him to his core. The guilt of what he had almost become stayed with him long after the fight was over. The Dark Woman understood what was happening inside her student. She could see the path that Asharad was being pulled toward, and she knew that running from it would only make things worse. She convinced him that exile would not solve his problems, that he could not escape what was inside him by going somewhere else. Instead, she took him under her wing and began teaching him something that most Jedi struggled with their entire lives: how to accept loss without letting it turn into anger. How to face the reality of the people you have lost without letting that grief become a weapon that destroys you. And for a time, it seemed like those lessons were working. Asharad Het grew into a capable Padawan. He trained hard. He followed the path of the Jedi as best he could, but the truth was sitting right beneath the surface. Some of the Jedi around him could feel it. There was a shadow clinging to Asharad Het, something dark and patient that never fully went away no matter how much training he put in. It was the kind of darkness that does not announce itself. It does not show up all at once. It waits. It grows slowly. And it would take nearly 2 centuries for that shadow to fully reveal what it had been building toward the entire time. Asharad Het had entered the Jedi Order carrying the weight of everything he had lost. A legendary father struck down in front of him. A mother swallowed by the desert. A people scattered and destroyed. And a moment of rage that proved the dark side already had a foothold inside him. He was a Jedi, but the sand never left his bones. And the galaxy had no idea what this boy from Tatooine would eventually become. There is a moment during the Clone Wars that almost nobody talks about. A moment where one conversation between 2 Jedi on a battlefield could have changed the entire future of the galaxy. And the reason it matters so much is because one of those Jedi was Asharad Het, and the other was Anakin Skywalker. When the Clone Wars broke out across the galaxy in 22 BBY, Asharad Het did not hesitate. He stepped into the role of Jedi General in the Grand Army of the Republic and threw himself into the fighting from day one. And he was good at it. Really good. He was the kind of leader who did not sit in a command center giving orders from a safe distance. He was on the ground with his troops, in the thick of every engagement, leading charges and putting himself in the same danger as the soldiers around him. That kind of leadership earned him loyalty fast, and it earned him a reputation as one of the more capable Jedi commanders in the war. His first major engagement was at the Battle of Geonosis, the very battle that kicked off the entire Clone Wars. Asharad flew his Jedi starfighter in air support over the arena and the surrounding plains, while clone troopers fought separatist droid armies below. From there, his war only got bigger. He fought ground campaigns on worlds like Metalorn and Argonar, each one more brutal than the last, each one pushing him further into a conflict that was consuming the entire galaxy system by system. Now here is where Asharad's story takes a turn that nobody saw coming. After the Battle of Jabim, the Jedi Order received word that Obi-Wan Kenobi had been lost in the fighting. Kenobi was presumed gone, and for a young Jedi named Anakin Skywalker, that news was devastating. Obi-Wan had been more than just a teacher to Anakin. He was the closest thing to family that Anakin had inside the Order. Losing him left a gap that Anakin did not know how to fill. Asharad stepped into that gap. The two of them became close during this period of the war, bonding over shared experiences and the weight of everything they were carrying. Both of them were from Tatooine. Both of them had lost people they loved, and both of them were fighting a war that seemed to have no end in sight. For Asharad, the connection felt natural. He saw a younger version of himself in Anakin, someone talented, someone driven, someone who carried pain beneath the surface. Then came Argonar. Asharad and Anakin were deployed together on the planet, and their gunship took heavy fire. It went down behind enemy lines, leaving the two of them stranded in hostile territory with no backup and no way out. They had to survive on their own. And during that time together, isolated from the rest of the army, Asharad tried to deepen their bond. He told Anakin that he would have made a good Tusken. In Asharad's mind, this was one of the highest compliments he could give someone. The Tuskens were his people. Saying that Anakin would have fit among them was his way of expressing genuine respect and admiration. Anakin did not take it that way, at all. What Asharad had no way of knowing was that Anakin Skywalker carried a deep and burning hatred for the Tusken Raiders. The same Tusken people that Asharad loved and identified with were the people who had taken Anakin's mother, Shmi Skywalker. They had captured her, they had held her, and by the time Anakin found her, she was already gone. She passed in his arms. What Anakin did after that moment was something he had never told anyone in the Jedi Order. But stranded on Argonar, alone with a man who considered the Tuskens his family, Anakin's secret came out. He told Asharad the truth. He confessed that after finding his mother, he had gone back to the Tusken camp and wiped out the entire tribe. Men, women, and children. He had let the rage take over completely, and he had not stopped until there was no one left standing. Think about what that confession meant for Asharad Het. Here was a man who had been raised by the Tuskens, who considered them his people, who wore their wrappings as a badge of honor inside the Jedi Temple itself. And now he was hearing that the young Jedi standing next to him, the person he had been building a friendship with, had destroyed an entire village of the people he loved. The Tusken part of Asharad understood rage. He understood what grief could do to a person when it went unchecked. He had felt that same pull during his fight with Aurra Sing years earlier. But the Jedi part of him recognized what Anakin had done for exactly what it was, a deeply dark act, the kind of act that the Jedi teachings existed to prevent, the kind of darkness that should have been reported to the Council immediately. Asharad made a choice, and it might be the single most consequential decision in this entire story. He kept Anakin's secret. He did not report what he had heard to the Jedi Council. He did not raise the alarm about the darkness living inside one of the most powerful Force users in the galaxy. He believed that Anakin had to face this on his own terms, that it was Anakin's burden to carry, and that the young man needed to find his own way back to the light. That silence would follow Asharad Het for the rest of his life. Decades later, after everything fell apart, after the Jedi Order was destroyed and the galaxy burned under the Empire, Asharad would look back at that moment on Argonar and ask himself the one question that never stopped haunting him. What if he had spoken up? What if he had told the Council about Anakin's darkness? Would the Jedi have intervened? Could the fall of the entire Order have been prevented if one person had just said something when it mattered? The war continued. Asharad fought on campaign after campaign, moving from one battlefield to the next as the Clone Wars ground forward. At the Battle of Bos Pitti, he watched his mentor Adi Gallia fall at the hands of General Grievous. Another loss, another person taken from him by the war. The list of people Asharad cared about was getting shorter with every engagement, and the emotional toll was building in ways that nobody around him fully recognized. On the planet Salukami, something unexpected happened. Asharad fell in love. Her name was Xian Amersu, and she was a fellow Jedi fighting in the same campaign. For Asharad, who had spent his entire life defined by loss and duty, this connection was rare. It was real, and it did not last. Xian sacrificed herself during the battle, choosing to destroy the Separatists' planetary gun, even though it meant she would not walk away from it. She gave her life to save the people around her, and Asharad was left standing on the other side of that decision, with one more name added to the list of people the galaxy had taken from him. He fought at the Siege of Salukami alongside Jedi like Kakrok and Quinlan Vos, two warriors whose own paths through the Clone Wars were long and painful in their own right. Kakrok, in particular, would end up crossing Asharad's story again, much later, in ways that neither of them could have imagined at the time. By the final stretch of the Clone Wars, Asharad Het had earned the rank of Jedi Master. He was battle-tested in a way that few Jedi in the Order could match. He had survived Geonosis, Argonar, Bos Pitti, Salukami, and dozens of engagements in between. He carried 2 green lightsabers into every fight, wielding them in the Jarkai dual-blade style. One of those sabers was his own. The other had belonged to his father, Sharad Het. Every time Asharad ignited that second blade, he was carrying his father's memory into the fight alongside him. He was respected. He was trusted. He was one of the survivors. But the war had done something to him that promotion and recognition could not undo. And the biggest mark of all was the secret he was still carrying. The truth about Anakin Skywalker that he had never shared with anyone. The Clone Wars were almost over. The galaxy was about to change in ways that nobody in the Jedi Order was prepared for. And Asharad Het, Jedi Master, Son of the Sand, was about to walk straight into the worst day in the history of the Jedi. Order 66 came for every Jedi in the galaxy at the same time, and Asharad Het was alone when it found him. He was out on a scouting mission, separated from his clone troopers when he felt it. A disturbance in the Force so massive and so sudden that there was no mistaking what it meant. Across the galaxy, Jedi were falling. He could feel them going dark one by one, their presences in the Force flickering out like candles being snuffed in a windstorm. The clones that had fought beside every Jedi general for the past 3 years had received a single command from Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, who had been the Sith Lord Darth Caedus the entire time, hiding in plain sight at the center of the Republic. And that command turned every clone trooper in the galaxy into an executioner. The clones assigned to Asharod came for him too. They turned their blasters on the man they had been serving under and opened fire. But Asharod Het was not an easy target. He was a Jedi Master who had survived some of the worst campaigns of the Clone Wars. He had been fighting non-stop for 3 years, and when those clones pointed their weapons at him, he cut through every single one of them. He left one trooper alive just long enough to get answers. Long enough to learn what had happened, that the Republic was gone, that the Jedi were being hunted, that the entire galaxy had shifted underneath him in the span of a few hours. With that information, and believing he might be the last Jedi still breathing, Asharod Het did the only thing that made sense to him. He ran. And the place he ran to was the same place where his story had started decades earlier. Tatooine, the desert, the sand, the only home that had never asked him to be anything other than what he already was. He put the Tusken wrappings back on, the same coverings he had worn as a boy, the same ones he had refused to remove when he first walked into the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. After everything the galaxy had put him through, after the Clone Wars, after watching the Jedi Order get ripped apart in a single afternoon, Asharod went back to being a Tusken. He rejoined the tribes, and within a short time, he had risen to become a war leader over several clans. His plan was straightforward. He would build an army in the desert, keep it hidden, and when the time was right, he would use it to strike against the new galactic empire that Palpatine had built on top of the Republic's corpse. That was the plan, anyway. The reality turned out very differently, because Asharod Het was angry, and angry people do not always point their weapons in the right direction. Instead of waging war against the Empire, he turned his Tusken forces against the moisture farmers of Tatooine. These were ordinary people, settlers, families trying to make a living on a desert planet that barely gave them enough water to survive. They had moved into areas that the Tuskens considered their ancestral territory, and Asharod used that tension as justification for launching raids against their farms. One after another, homesteads across the desert came under attack from Tusken war parties led by a man who had once sworn an oath to protect the innocent. The raids kept spreading, and eventually, Asharod's campaign of aggression brought his forces right up to the edge of a small moisture farm owned by the Lars family. Just another homestead in the middle of nowhere, or so Asharod thought. What he did not know was that someone was already watching that farm. Someone was already protecting it. And when Asharod arrived at the Lars homestead, he came face to face with the last person he expected to find hiding in the Tatooine desert, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Kenobi was alive. He had survived Order 66 and made his way to Tatooine, where he had been living in secret ever since. And he was there for one reason. The Lars homestead was home to an infant named Luke Skywalker, the son of Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala. The boy had been hidden on Tatooine to keep him safe from the Empire, and Obi-Wan had taken it upon himself to watch over the child from a distance. He could not let anything threaten that farm or the boy growing up inside it. Obi-Wan tried to talk Asharod down. He asked him to stop the raids. He tried to reason with him. He appealed to whatever was left of the Jedi inside the man standing in front of him. But he could not tell Asharad the real reason he was protecting this particular farm. He could not reveal that Anakin's son was inside. That secret was too important and too dangerous to share with anyone, especially a man who was clearly spiraling. Asharad refused to back down. In his mind, the moisture farmers had taken Tusken land, and the Tuskens had every right to take it back. Diplomacy was not going to work here. Both of them knew it. And so two Jedi survivors, two men who had fought on the same side during the Clone Wars, who had both lost everything when Order 66 came, ignited their lightsabers in the Tatooine sand. The Tusken army stood watching as their war leader fought the stranger in the desert. Sabers clashed across the flat, open ground, and the fight was intense. But Obi-Wan Kenobi had spent his career going up against some of the most dangerous opponents in the galaxy. He had fought Darth Maul. He had fought General Grievous. He had stood on a lava planet and brought down his own former apprentice. And on that day in the Tatooine sand, he was fighting to protect a child who represented the last hope for the galaxy. Kenobi won, decisively. He severed Asharad's right arm with a single clean strike, and then he did something far worse than any physical wound could have delivered. He reached forward and removed Asharad's Tusken mask. He pulled it off and exposed Asharad's bare face to the entire tribe that was standing there watching. In Tusken culture, showing your skin is one of the worst things that can happen to you. It is forbidden. The wrappings are sacred. They are your identity. To have your face exposed in front of your people is a humiliation so severe that there is no coming back from it. And on top of that, Asharad now had only one hand. He could never again hold the Gaderfi stick, the traditional weapon of the Tusken warriors. Without that weapon, and without his mask, Asharad Het was no longer a Tusken in the eyes of his people. The tribe cast him out. They turned their backs on him and walked away, leaving him alone in the sand with one arm, no mask, and nothing left to call his own. Think about where this man was now. He had already lost his Jedi identity when the Order was destroyed. And now he had lost his Tusken identity in a single afternoon. The two things that had defined Asharad Het since the day he was born, the two cultures he had spent his entire life trying to hold on to at the same time, were both gone. He was nobody. He belonged nowhere. Exiled from Tatooine, drifting through the galaxy with no purpose and no direction, Asharad eventually learned something that made everything worse. He found out what had happened to Anakin Skywalker, the young Jedi he had befriended during the Clone Wars. The man whose dark secret he had carried in silence for years had become Darth Vader. Anakin had fallen to the dark side completely. He had helped Palpatine destroy the Jedi Order. He had become the enforcer of the Galactic Empire, the armored fist that kept the galaxy in line through fear. Asharad Het picked up work as a bounty hunter. He wandered the galaxy, taking jobs, using his Force abilities to stay alive while keeping his Jedi past hidden from everyone around him. He was surviving, but that was all he was doing. There was no mission, there was no purpose, there was no reason to keep going other than the simple fact that he had not stopped yet. He was a ghost walking through a galaxy that had already moved on without him, carrying a weight that only got heavier with every passing year. And somewhere inside that broken, purposeless shell of a man, the dark side was still waiting. Korriban was not the kind of planet anyone stumbled onto by accident. It was the ancient homeworld of the Sith, A world where the dark side of the Force was not just present, but soaked into every grain of dirt and every stone. The tombs of Sith Lords who had been gone for thousands of years still radiated with their power. The air itself felt wrong, and it was here, during a routine bounty hunting job, that Asharad Het walked into the place that would swallow what was left of him whole. He had been drifting for a while at this point, taking jobs, staying anonymous, moving from system to system with no real direction and no reason to stop. The galaxy did not know he existed, and he was fine keeping it that way. But Korriban had a pull to it that went beyond anything physical. The dark side energy on that planet reached out to Force-sensitive beings like a hand extended in the dark. And Asharad, whether he realized it or not, had been walking toward that hand for a long time. Deep inside the crypts and burial chambers that dotted Korriban's surface, Asharad found something that would redirect the rest of his life. A Sith holocron. And this was not just any holocron. It belonged to Lady Zosan. For anyone unfamiliar, Zosan was one of the original Dark Jedi exiles who had left the Jedi Order thousands and thousands of years before the Clone Wars. She and the other exiles had traveled to Korriban, found the Sith species already living there, and essentially built the Sith Order from the ground up. She was a founder, one of the very first. Her holocron contained knowledge that stretched back to the earliest days of the dark side as an organized tradition. When Asharad activated the holocron, Zosan's spirit spoke to him. Not a recording, not a pre-recorded message. The holocron projected a version of Zosan's consciousness that could teach, respond, and guide. And she began doing exactly that. She taught Asharad the philosophies of the Sith. She showed him techniques that the Jedi had never known. She opened the door to an entire world of dark side knowledge that had been accumulating for millennia, just sitting there in the tombs of Korriban, waiting for someone to come along and pick it up. And here is the part that makes Asharad's story so painful. He did not go looking for Sith knowledge because he wanted to become a Sith. That was not his motivation, at least not at the beginning. In his mind, he was learning these powers for a very specific reason. He wanted revenge. Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine had destroyed the Jedi Order. They had taken everything from him, and Asharad believed that if he could learn the secrets of the dark side, he could use those same powers against the people who had weaponized them. Fight fire with fire. Take the Sith's own tools and turn them on the two Sith Lords who had ruined the galaxy. There is a twisted logic to that. You can almost understand where his head was at. He was a man with no home, no identity, and no allies, who had just spent years wandering the galaxy as a nameless bounty hunter. The idea that he could arm himself with forbidden knowledge and use it to bring down the Empire gave him something he had not felt in a very long time: purpose. But the dark side does not work that way. It never has. Nobody picks up the dark side of the Force and uses it on their own terms without paying the price. The dark side is patient. It does not need to overpower you in a single moment. It does not need some dramatic scene where a person falls to their knees and pledges themselves to evil. It just needs time. And it needs you to keep reaching for it, one choice at a time, one lesson at a time, one day at a time, until the line between using the dark side and belonging to it disappears completely. Asharad spent years on Korriban, possibly decades. The exact timeline is hard to pin down because time moved strangely for him during this period. He was deep in study, absorbing everything Zosan's holocron had to offer, and he had also begun experimenting with force stasis. This was a technique that allowed him to place himself in a state of suspended animation, slowing down his aging and preserving his body while his mind continued to absorb the dark side teachings around him. Between the stasis sessions and the endless hours of training, Asharad lost track of the galaxy outside those tombs. He was in his own world now, a world made of ancient secrets and dark side energy, with no one to talk to except the ghost of a Sith Lord who had been waiting in the dark for thousands of years. When he finally came out of it, when he finally emerged from Korriban and reconnected with the wider galaxy, he received news that tore the last piece of his plan apart. Palpatine was already gone. Vader was already gone. The Rebel Alliance had won the Galactic Civil War. The Empire had collapsed. Everything Asharad had been training for was pointed at a target that no longer existed. And the person responsible for all of it was the one detail that made the whole thing sting the most. Luke Skywalker, the baby that Obi-Wan Kenobi had been guarding on that moisture farm. The infant whose existence had cost Asharad his arm and his Tusken identity. That child had grown up, joined the rebellion, confronted Darth Vader, and somehow managed to redeem his father in the final moments of the war. Anakin Skywalker, the man whose darkness Asharad had kept secret all those years ago, had been brought back to the light by his own son. Palpatine was destroyed, the Empire fell, and the galaxy moved forward without Asharad Het playing any part in it at all. He turned his ship toward the unknown regions, the uncharted space beyond the edge of the galaxy, where the map stopped and the hyperspace lanes ended. Nobody went out there unless they were running from something or searching for something they could not find anywhere else. Asharad was doing both. What he found in those dark reaches of space would finish the job that Korriban had started. Something was waiting out there in the unknown. Something that would take the broken remains of Asharad Het and reshape them into something the galaxy had never seen before. The man who walked into the unknown regions was a lost Jedi pretending to be a Sith. The thing that would eventually walk out would call itself Darth Krayt, and the galaxy was nowhere near ready for what that name would come to mean. Somewhere beyond the edge of the galaxy, in the empty stretches of space where no Republic ship had ever traveled and no Imperial patrol had ever reached, Asharad Het's vessel was intercepted by something that should not have existed. A living ship. Not a ship with living things inside it. The ship itself was alive, organic, grown, not built. It grabbed him and pulled him in before he had any chance to fight back. And just like that, the man who had survived Order 66 survived a duel with Obi-Wan Kenobi and survived years of isolation on Korriban, became a prisoner of the Yuuzhan Vong. Most people in the Star Wars galaxy had never heard of the Yuuzhan Vong at this point in history. They would not learn about them for years to come, and when they finally did, it would be during one of the most devastating invasions the galaxy had ever experienced. The Vong were an extragalactic species. They came from outside the galaxy entirely, and everything about them was different from anything the galaxy had ever encountered. Their entire civilization ran on organic biotechnology. They did not build machines. They grew them. Their ships, their weapons, their armor, even their tools were living organisms that had been shaped and engineered by specialists called shapers. And the thing that made the Yuuzhan Vong truly terrifying to any Force user was a single fact that defied everything the Jedi and Sith had ever understood about the universe. The Vong existed outside the Force. They could not be sensed through it. They could not be manipulated by it. The Force, the energy field that connected every living thing in the galaxy, did not touch them. For someone like Asharad, who had spent his entire life relying on the Force to fight, to sense danger, to survive, this was like having a wall dropped between him and his most basic instincts. The Vong locked Asharad into a device called the Embrace of Pain, and the name was not a metaphor. It was an organic restraint system, something like a rack made of living tissue, designed to do one thing and do it perfectly. It read the nerve impulses of whoever was strapped into it. It measured how much agony the body was experiencing at any given second, and it adjusted. If the captive stopped struggling, the device increased the intensity. If the captive fought back, it tightened and twisted harder. There was no position that offered relief. There was no way to trick the system. The Embrace of Pain kept its victim at the absolute peak of suffering at all times, and it could maintain that state indefinitely. Asharad hung in that device while the Shapers went to work on him. They removed his cybernetic arm, the replacement he had been using since Obi-Wan severed the original on Tatooine, and they grafted a new one onto him. This arm was made of living Yuuzhan Vong tissue, organic material that fused directly with his body. They also took his left eye and replaced it with the eye of a Vong creature, embedding it into his skull as if he were one of their own experiments. But the changes did not stop with those procedures. The Vong implants that had been placed inside Asharad began to grow. Bony, coral-like material started spreading across his body from the points where the organic grafts had been attached. It was an exoskeleton forming on the outside of his skin, slowly expanding, slowly consuming more and more of him. This was not armor he could take off. It was becoming part of him, and it would never stop growing. This living shell would eventually define the way Darth Krayt looked for the rest of his existence. The terrifying figure covered in bone and coral that fans of the Legacy comics recognize was not a costume or a suit. It was a parasite that started here, on a Yuuzhan Vong scout ship in the space between galaxies. While all of this was happening, Asharad discovered that he was not the only prisoner on the ship. There was someone else, a former Jedi named Vergere, and Vergere's story was complicated in ways that would take an entire video on its own to fully explain. She was a Jedi from before the Clone Wars who had encountered the Yuuzhan Vong years earlier and had gone with them voluntarily. She had lived among them, studied them, learned their ways. Her loyalties were a tangled web that nobody fully understood, partly because Vergere herself seemed to operate on a level that did not fit neatly into light side or dark side categories. She had received training from Darth Caedus at one point in her past, and she walked a gray path between the Jedi and the Sith that made her one of the most unpredictable figures in the galaxy. Vergere saw Asharad hanging in the embrace of pain, and she taught him something that no Jedi would have ever approved of. She showed him how to take everything he was feeling and channel it directly into the dark side of the Force. Pain became fuel. Torment became power. Instead of trying to endure the embrace by shutting the pain out, Asharad learned to open himself up to it completely and let the dark side rush in through the cracks that the suffering had created. And it was during this period, suspended in agony on an alien ship with the dark side flooding through every part of him, that Asharad received a vision. He saw something that had never existed before, a new kind of Sith Order. Not two Sith hiding in the shadows the way Darth Bane had designed it 1,000 years earlier. Something far bigger. An entire army of Sith, unified under a single will, serving one purpose, working toward one goal. A galaxy brought to order not by two scheming lords passing power back and forth, but by a disciplined force of dark side warriors, all pointed in the same direction. Asharad shared this vision with Vergere, and the two of them argued about it. Vergere did not agree. She believed in the rule of two. She thought the Sith should remain small, focused, with a single master passing their knowledge to a single apprentice. One line of succession, one tradition carried forward generation by generation. Asharad thought that model was weak. He thought it was the reason the Sith kept failing. Two people hiding in the dark, scheming against each other, hoping that their apprentice would carry the torch after they were gone. It was fragile. It was limited. And Asharad believed the galaxy needed something stronger. They could not agree. And eventually, Vergere made her decision. She looked at Asharad Het and concluded that he was a lost cause. She abandoned him. She left him hanging in the embrace of pain and walked away from the Vong ship to pursue her own agenda. She had her own plans for the galaxy's future, and those plans would eventually lead her to a young man named Jacen Solo, the grandson of Anakin Skywalker, who she would begin grooming down a path that ended with him becoming the Sith Lord Darth Caedus. Asharad was alone again, strapped into a torture device on an alien ship with no allies and no way out. But he did not break. He kept drawing on the dark side. He kept channeling every moment of pain into raw power. And he waited. He waited until the force inside him had built to a level that the Vong and their force-blind biology could never have anticipated. Then he struck. He unleashed force lightning for the first time in his life, a power he had never used before that moment, and he tore through his captors with it. He fought his way to one of their organic starfighters, a vessel called a Yoriket, and he escaped the ship. But before he left, he made sure there would be no witnesses. He turned around and destroyed the entire Vong scout ship. Everyone on board was gone. Nobody would know that Asharad Het had been captured. Nobody would know he had escaped. And nobody would know that the Yuuzhan Vong were out there, preparing for an invasion that would eventually cost the galaxy trillions of lives and reshape entire civilizations. Asharad could have warned someone. He could have sent a message to the New Republic. He could have told them what was coming. The information he carried in his head about the Yuuzhan Vong, their technology, their capabilities, their intentions, could have given the galaxy years of preparation time. Billions of lives might have been saved. But he chose silence. Again. The same choice he had made on Argonar when Anakin told him about the Tusken village. The same instinct to keep quiet, to protect himself, to let someone else deal with the consequences. He flew back to Korriban, back to the Sith tombs, back to Zosan's holocron, and the dark side energy that saturated every corner of that world. But the person who landed on Korriban this time was fundamentally different from the man who had left it. Asharad Het was gone. The Jedi was gone. The Tusken was gone. The bounty hunter was gone. What walked back into those tombs was something new. Something that had been forged in pain and reshaped by a vision of galactic conquest. He named himself after the most feared predator on the planet where he had been born, the Krayt dragon of Tatooine, a creature that ruled the desert through sheer dominance and that nothing in the sand could challenge. From this moment forward, the galaxy would come to know him as Darth Krayt, and the Sith Order he had seen in his vision was about to become real. For 1,000 years, the Sith had followed one rule above all others, only two, a master and an apprentice, never more. Darth Bane had created that system after watching the old Sith tear themselves apart through constant infighting, and it had worked. The rule of two had carried the Sith from the shadows of defeat all the way to Palpatine's throne. It was the most successful framework the dark side had ever produced, and Darth Krayt looked at it and said no. He threw the whole thing out. On Korriban, surrounded by the tombs of the very Sith Lords whose legacy he was about to dismantle, Krayt introduced something completely new. He called it the Rule of One, and the name was deliberately misleading because the One did not refer to a single person. It referred to the Sith Order as a whole, one body, one collective purpose, one unified organization serving under the absolute authority of a single Dark Lord. This was a radical shift in everything the Sith had been for the past millennium. Under Bane's system, the entire Sith tradition rested on two individuals at any given time. If one of them made a mistake, the whole thing collapsed. If the apprentice was weak, the lineage suffered. If the master grew complacent, the apprentice was supposed to strike them down and start the cycle over. It was a system built on distrust and designed around the idea that only through constant pressure could the Sith remain strong. Krayt saw it differently. He saw two people hiding in the dark, always looking over their shoulders, always scheming against each other, and he asked a simple question. What is the point of having power if it never actually accomplishes anything? Two Sith in a galaxy of trillions. Two individuals trying to reshape civilization from the shadows. Krayt thought that was absurd. He wanted an army, so he built one. The One Sith operated under a structure that would have been unrecognizable to any Sith who had come before. There was one Dark Lord at the top. Beneath that Dark Lord sat multiple Sith Lords, Sith Masters, and Acolytes, all organized into a hierarchy that functioned more like a military than a secret society. Blind obedience was the foundation. Absolute loyalty to the Dark Lord was the price of membership. And unlike the old Sith empires where backstabbing and betrayal were practically encouraged, the One Sith treated disloyalty as the worst possible offense. You served the Order. You served the Dark Lord. That was it. Now there was one tradition from the old ways that Krayt kept. Sith Masters still trained individual apprentices. The relationship between teacher and student still existed. But when an apprentice's training was finished, they had to do something that sounds familiar on the surface but was actually completely different in its meaning. The apprentice had to strike down their master. Under the rule of two, that act was about seizing power. The apprentice took out the master because they believed they were stronger and they wanted the top spot. Under Krayt's system, the purpose was entirely different. Striking down your master was a final test of loyalty to the Dark Lord. It proved that your allegiance was not to your teacher, not to your personal ambition, but to the Order and to Krayt himself. The act looked the same from the outside. The meaning behind it was the opposite. Krayt was so confident in his new vision that he confronted the ghosts of the old Sith directly. He accessed holocrons on Korriban that contained the preserved consciousness of Darth Bane, the architect of the Rule of Two, and he told Bane exactly what he had done. He explained that he had rebuilt the Sith, that instead of two, there was now only one, the Sith Order itself. He told Bane that he had given the Sith something they had been missing for 1,000 years: purpose. Bane's response was cold. The ghost of the ancient Sith Lord warned Krayt that power exists for its own sake, and that sharing it only makes it weaker. He called Krayt a pretender, and told him flatly that his order would eventually turn on itself and on him. Bane was not the only one who felt that way. The holocrons of Darth Nihilus and Darth Andedu, two other ancient Sith whose preserved essences still lingered on Korriban, both rejected Krayt's vision as well. They considered the One Sith to be heretics, pretenders playing at a game they did not understand. Krayt listened to all of them and ignored every word. The order he was building looked nothing like anything the Sith had ever fielded before. His followers were organized down to every detail. Acolytes were not recruited as adults or discovered by chance the way most Force users found their way to the dark side. They were raised from birth on Korriban, trained from the moment they could walk, taught to believe in the One Sith with the kind of devotion that left no room for independent thought or personal ambition. These were not individuals who had chosen the dark side. They were shaped into it before they ever had the chance to choose anything else. The One Sith had a look to them that set them apart from every Sith tradition that had come before. Red and black tattoos covered their bodies in elaborate patterns. Their lightsabers were built with hilts styled after Yorick coral, the organic material used by the Yuuzhan Vong. That design choice was not decorative. It was a direct reflection of the experience that had created Darth Krayt in the first place. The Vong had broken him and remade him in their image, and now his Sith carried a piece of that transformation with them into every fight. While Krayt was building this army underneath the surface of Korriban, the rest of the galaxy kept moving. The Yuuzhan Vong invaded, and the war that followed was one of the most devastating conflicts in galactic history. The New Republic eventually won, reorganizing itself into the Galactic Alliance. Luke Skywalker's new Jedi Order grew in numbers and influence. The Imperial Remnant transformed under the leadership of the Fel Dynasty into a reformed galactic empire that actually cooperated with the Alliance. Decades of change swept across the galaxy, and through all of it, the One Sith sat underneath Korriban in total silence, growing, training, waiting. Krayt himself was barely holding on physically during this period. The Yuuzhan Vong implants that had been grafted onto his body during his captivity were still growing. The bony coral exoskeleton continued spreading across his body year after year, consuming more of him with every cycle. His own body was slowly being overtaken by an alien parasite, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. To survive, Krayt placed himself in extended periods of force stasis, the same technique he had first experimented with on Korriban years earlier. During these long stretches of suspended animation, his mind stayed open to only his most trusted followers. Chief among them was the Darth Wirelock line, a succession of Chagrian Sith Lords who served as Krayt's voice and regent while he slept. Each Wirelock passed the role down to the next, maintaining continuity across the decades while their master preserved what was left of his failing body. During this century of patient waiting, Krayt made one attempt to bring in outside talent. He reached out to Lumiya, a woman who had been trained by both Darth Vader and Darth Sidious. She was one of the last living connections to Bane's lineage, and Krayt wanted her in his order. Lumiya refused. Just like Verga before her, Lumiya believed in the rule of two. She had her own vision for the future of the Sith, and that vision centered on turning a young Jedi named Jacen Solo, Han and Leia's son, into her apprentice. She succeeded. Jacen became Darth Caedus, and his fall triggered the Second Galactic Civil War around 41 ABY. Krayt watched all of this from the shadows, and he let it happen. Caedus was not his project, but the chaos that Caedus created was useful. While Luke Skywalker and the Jedi Order poured everything they had into stopping Caedus, nobody was paying attention to Korriban. Nobody was looking for a hidden army of Sith growing beneath the tombs. The war was the perfect cover. When Caedus finally fell and Lumiya's Sith lineage ended with him, something significant happened that most people in the galaxy never even noticed. Darth Bane's 1,000-year legacy was effectively finished. The rule of two was over. The chain of master and apprentice that had stretched in an unbroken line from Bane all the way through Sidious and Vader and Lumiya and Caedus had finally snapped. There was no heir, no successor, no next link in that chain. The only Sith Order left standing in the galaxy was Krayt's, and nobody knew they existed. In 44 ABY, Luke Skywalker himself visited Korriban. His son Ben Skywalker was with him. So was a young Sith apprentice from the lost tribe named Vestara Kai. 3 powerful Force users walked across the surface of the planet where hundreds of One Sith were hiding directly beneath their feet. And none of them sensed a thing. The dark side energy that saturated Korriban, the same ancient miasma that poured out of every tomb and every crypt, masked the presence of Krayt's followers completely. They were invisible. Right there, in plain sight, an entire Sith army was waiting for its moment. And that moment was getting closer with every passing year. A Jedi Knight named Yakil Savetu spotted a stranger on Coruscant during one of the most chaotic periods in the capital's history. She confronted him. She was doing her job, and the stranger disarmed her without breaking stride. He did not attack her. He did not threaten her. He removed her weapon from the equation and kept walking. The only thing he said to her was that the Jedi should focus on Abeloth first. Then he moved on. That stranger was Darth Krayt, and the fact that he was walking openly through the streets of Coruscant after spending over a century hidden beneath Korriban tells you exactly how serious the situation had become. Krayt had not left his tomb because he wanted to. He left because something had appeared in the galaxy that threatened everything he had spent 100 years building. Her name was Abeloth, and she was unlike any enemy the Sith or the Jedi had ever faced. Abeloth was not a person. She was not a Sith Lord or a dark Jedi or some warlord with a fleet. She was a dark side entity on a scale that made even the most powerful Force users in galactic history look small by comparison. Her origins went back over 100,000 years, long before the Republic, long before the Jedi Order had a name. Abeloth had once been mortal. She was the servant of the Ones, the Force entities known as the Father, the Son, and the Daughter. Fans who watched the Clone Wars might remember those 3 beings from the Mortis arc. The Father held balance. The son embodied the dark side, the daughter embodied the light, and the servant lived among them as a mortal woman who eventually became known as the Mother. She loved the family. They loved her. But she was aging while they stayed eternal, and the fear of being forgotten drove her to do something forbidden. She drank from the font of power and bathed in the pool of knowledge, two ancient force sources that no mortal was ever supposed to touch. The transformation did not make her a god. It made her a monster. She became Abeloth, a being of corrupted power who could consume living beings, wear their faces, split herself into multiple avatar bodies, and spread madness through the Force itself. The Ones had imprisoned Abeloth inside the Maw, a shell of black holes near Kessel, and kept her there for tens of thousands of years. But when the Ones perished on Mortis during the Clone Wars, and the physical infrastructure of the prison was destroyed during the Second Galactic Civil War decades later, Abeloth got out. She began tearing through the galaxy. She possessed people. She took on multiple forms at once. She manipulated an entire group called the Lost Tribe of Sith as pawns in her campaign. She drove Jedi Knights insane with a Force psychosis that made them believe everyone around them had been replaced by imposters. And eventually, she seized control of the galactic government itself by consuming a senator and winning an election while wearing the woman's face. Darth Krayt watched all of this from Korriban and recognized the problem immediately. Abeloth was chaos in its purest form. She did not want to conquer the galaxy. She did not want to rule it. She wanted to consume it, to bend it, to fill it with the kind of madness that made organized civilization impossible. And that was a direct threat to everything Krayt had been working toward. His entire vision for the One Sith was built on order, discipline, structure, a galaxy brought under a single will. Abeloth was the opposite of all of that. If she was not stopped, there would be no galaxy left for Krayt to claim. So he took an enormous risk. He left Korriban and traveled to Coruscant in person, knowing that every second he spent in the open increased the chance that someone would discover the One Sith. When Jedi noticed him moving through the capital, he let them believe he was a member of the Lost Tribe, just another Sith from the group that had already been causing problems across the galaxy. Grand Master Luke Skywalker sensed this mysterious Darksider and recognized that he was enormously powerful. But Luke also sensed that the stranger was not hostile toward the Jedi, at least not in this moment. Luke ordered his people to leave the stranger alone and let the situation play out. Krayt made his way into a metaphysical dimension called the Realm of Beyond Shadows. This was a plane of existence that sat outside physical reality, a place where the Force could be experienced in its raw, unfiltered state. It was accessible only through deep Force meditation, and it was where Abeloth was most dangerous. Luke Skywalker was already there, preparing to face Abeloth in what both of them knew would be the most important fight of the entire crisis. It was inside Beyond Shadows that an unexpected figure appeared. The Force ghost of Jacen Solo. The same Jacen Solo who had become Darth Caedus years earlier and whose fall to the dark side had triggered the chain of events that eventually freed Abeloth from her prison in the first place. Jacen's spirit recognized Krayt instantly. He identified him as the Dark Man, the same shadowy figure that Jacen and Luke had both seen in separate visions years before. This was the being whose appearance on something called the Throne of Balance had terrified Jacen so deeply that he turned to the dark side specifically to prevent that future from happening. The irony was staggering. Jacen had become a Sith to stop this man, and now this man was standing next to Luke, offering to help fight the very entity that Jacen's fall had set free. Krayt laid out his argument to Luke. With the ones gone, there were no longer any designated guardians of the balance between light and dark. The old system was finished, and the only way to bring down a being as powerful as Abeloth was for a Jedi and a Sith to fight her together. They would have to step into the roles that the son and the daughter had once filled. Light and dark, side by side, combining their strength against a common enemy. Luke did not fully trust Krayt. He noticed that the tattoos covering Krayt's body did not match the markings of the lost tribe. He knew this man was something else entirely, but the threat was too large to refuse the help, and Luke agreed to the alliance. What followed was one of the most extraordinary fights in the entire Star Wars timeline. Luke Skywalker and Darth Krayt, Jedi and Sith, fought Abeloth together at the Lake of Apparitions inside Beyond Shadows. The spirit of Luke's deceased wife, Mara Jade Skywalker, appeared during the battle and aided them. Krayt unleashed a technique called Force Drain against Abeloth, a power so potent that it actually damaged this ancient dark side entity. Abeloth fought back with everything she had. She ripped one of Krayt's hands clean off during the fight. The three of them, Luke, Krayt, and Abeloth, crashed and tumbled across the lake in a struggle that was as much metaphysical as it was physical. But in the end, it was the combination that made the difference. Jedi and Sith, working together the way the daughter and the son had done throughout history whenever Abeloth had broken free. The pattern held. Light and dark, united against chaos, proved stronger than either side would have been alone. Abeloth fell, and when it was over, Krayt did something that might have been even more impressive than the fight itself. He walked away with his secret intact. Luke knew that the Dark Man was a Sith. Luke knew that his tattoos did not match the lost tribe. But Luke never discovered the existence of the One Sith. He never learned that an entire army of dark side warriors was hiding on Korriban. He never found out that the man standing next to him during that battle was a former Jedi named Asharad Het, who had fought alongside Anakin Skywalker during the Clone Wars. Krayt gave up nothing. He risked everything by coming out of hiding to fight Abeloth, and he returned to the shadows without leaving a single thread for the Jedi to pull on. Back on Korriban, Krayt resumed what he had been doing for the past century. Building, training, waiting. The obstacle was gone. Abeloth was finished. The galaxy had returned to a state that Krayt could work with. And after 100 years of patience, the moment he had been preparing for was finally within reach. Here is what makes Darth Krayt different from every other Sith Lord in Star Wars history. Palpatine started a war to gain power. Krayt poisoned a peace. By the early 100s ABY, more than a century after Luke Skywalker redeemed his father and brought down the Empire, the galaxy had finally reached something that resembled stability. The Galactic Alliance, which had grown out of the old New Republic, controlled most of the core systems. The Fel Empire, a reformed version of the Imperial remnant now led by the Fel dynasty, governed large portions of the outer territories. The two governments were not exactly friendly, but they coexisted. They traded. They cooperated on certain issues. And sitting between them, acting as a bridge and a peacekeeping force, was the new Jedi Order that Luke Skywalker had built from the ground up over the course of his lifetime. The galaxy was not perfect. Old wounds from the Yuuzhan Vong War still lingered beneath the surface. Entire worlds had been reduced to barren wastelands during that invasion, and millions of displaced people were still feeling the effects decades later. But the fighting was over. The galaxy was trying to heal. And then the Jedi proposed something that could actually make that healing real. They called it the Ossus Project. The idea was ambitious and, on the surface, beautiful. Jedi Master Cade Skywalker, a direct descendant of Luke, partnered with a Yuuzhan Vong shaper named Rin to develop a terraforming program that would use Vong biological technology to restore the devastated worlds. The Yuuzhan Vong had destroyed these planets with their biotech during the invasion. Now that same biotech would be turned around and used to bring them back to life. The first test was run on the planet Ossus itself, and it worked. The results were stunning. Ossus, which had been barren and lifeless, returned to vibrant, thriving vegetation. The project was a genuine success, and the galaxy responded with something it had not felt in a long time: hope. Over 100 additional worlds were selected for the terraforming process. The future looked bright. Darth Krayt had been waiting for exactly this moment. Not just years, not just decades. He had been waiting for over a century, sitting in stasis beneath Korriban, keeping his army hidden, watching the galaxy through his network of followers, waiting for the right crack to appear in the right place at the right time. The Ossus Project was that crack. The plan Krayt put into motion was surgical. His apprentice Darth Maladi was the One Sith's leading expert in Yuuzhan Vong biotechnology. Maladi had studied the Vong's organic science extensively, and she knew exactly how to weaponize it. She reached out to a rogue Vong shaper named Zenok Kwa, a man who had never accepted the Yuuzhan Vong's surrender at the end of their war. Kwa believed his people had been betrayed by their own leaders when they laid down their weapons. He was angry, he was bitter, and he was willing to work with anyone who shared his resentment, even the Sith. Maladi and Kwa sabotaged the Ossus Project using something called a Vong spawn virus. The virus was introduced into the terraforming process on every single world where the Vong had been working, and the results were horrifying. The lush vegetation that had been growing on these restored planets began withering and collapsing. Green, living landscapes turned into decaying wastelands almost overnight. But the vegetation was not the worst part. The inhabitants of these worlds, the people who had been living on the planets as the terraforming took hold, started developing growths on their skin. Bony, coral-like formations that looked identical to the implants that had been forced onto Yuuzhan Vong slaves during the invasion decades earlier. The same kind of growths that was slowly consuming Darth Krayt's own body. The panic spread fast. Across more than 100 worlds, the project that was supposed to represent the galaxy's recovery turned into a nightmare. And now Krayt's real genius revealed itself. Because the sabotage was only half the plan. The other half was the reaction. The Jedi investigated and immediately suspected that someone had tampered with the project. They were right, but they could not prove it. They had no evidence that pointed to the Sith, no smoking blaster, nothing concrete enough to convince the rest of the galaxy. And the truth did not matter anyway, because the galaxy had already made up its mind. The Yuuzhan Vong had always been hated. Even decades after their defeat and surrender, the resentment was still there, simmering just below the surface of every political conversation and every public debate. When the Ossus Project failed, and people started developing Vong-like growths on their bodies, the galaxy did not wait for an investigation. The Vong were blamed instantly. The public narrative was simple, and it spread everywhere. The Yuuzhan Vong had used the Ossus project as a cover to restart their campaign against the galaxy. The terraforming had been a trap from the beginning. The Jedi tried to push back against this narrative. They defended the Yuuzhan Vong publicly, insisting that the evidence pointed to sabotage rather than Vong treachery. They urged the Galactic Alliance to stand behind the Vong and to look for the real source of the contamination. And this was the trap that Krayt had laid perfectly. By defending an alien species that the galaxy already despised, the Jedi made themselves look like they were on the wrong side. Public opinion turned against them. Systems that had once supported the Jedi Order began questioning their judgment and their loyalty. The Imperial Council of Moffs, the governing body of the Fel Empire, seized on the outrage. Whether they were being directly manipulated by Krayt's agents or riding the wave of anti-Vong sentiment on their own, the result was the same. The Moffs demanded retribution. They invoked an old agreement called the Treaty of Anaxes and declared that the Galactic Alliance had failed in its obligations. The Fel Empire declared war. Emperor Rowan Fel did not want this fight. He went along with the war reluctantly, pressured by his own Moffs and by the political momentum that was pushing everything toward conflict. He never fully committed to the campaign and even kept his personal guard, the Imperial Knights, out of the fighting entirely. Fel sensed that something was wrong with the whole situation, but he did not have enough power or enough information to stop the machine that was already in motion. The Sith Imperial War erupted in 127 ABY and lasted 3 years. The Galactic Alliance, which should have been strong enough to hold its ground, was fractured from the inside. Worlds that blamed the Jedi for defending the Vong withdrew their support. Political alliances that had held together for decades fell apart under the pressure of public anger and wartime paranoia. The Alliance was fighting a war against the Fel Empire while simultaneously losing the loyalty of its own member systems. And then, in the second year of the war, the One Sith revealed themselves publicly for the first time. They stepped out of the shadows and openly allied with the Fel Empire. Hundreds of tattooed Sith warriors, trained on Korriban for generations, entered the conflict on the Imperial side. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The Galactic Alliance, already divided and struggling, could not withstand the combined force of the Fel military and an entire Sith army. Within 3 years of the war's start, the Galactic Alliance surrendered. The Empire absorbed every system the Alliance had controlled. Coruscant, the capital of galactic civilization, became the Imperial throne world for the first time in over a century. Everything the New Republic and the Galactic Alliance had built since the fall of Palpatine's empire was gone. 100 years of democratic governance wiped out in 3 years of fighting that had been started by a lie. Shaper Ne Rin eventually returned to Ossus with proof. Actual concrete evidence that the Sith had been behind the sabotage of the terraforming project from the very beginning. The contamination had not come from the Yuuzhan Vong. It had come from the One Sith, planted deliberately to trigger exactly the chain of events that had just played out. But the proof arrived after the war was already over, after the Alliance had already surrendered, after Coruscant had already fallen. The truth came too late to save anything. Krayt had played the entire galaxy. He had taken the one thing that was supposed to bring the galaxy together, a project built on cooperation and healing and hope for the future, and he had turned it into a weapon that tore everything apart. He did not need a fleet. He did not need a super weapon. He needed a virus, a scapegoat, and a galaxy that was still too angry about the past to think clearly about the present. And after 100 years of waiting, the board was finally set for his last move. Everything that follows happened in 130 ABY. 1 year. That is all it took for Darth Krayt to go from a hidden figure beneath Korriban to the ruler of the galaxy. A century of patience. And then he moved so fast that nobody had time to react. The Galactic Alliance had just surrendered. The war was over. The Fel Empire now controlled more territory than any government had held since Palpatine's original empire. And Emperor Rowan Fel, the man sitting on that throne, did what any ruler in his position would do after winning a war against a government that had harbored the Jedi. He called on the new Jedi Order to lay down their weapons and submit to Imperial authority. Some of them actually did. A small number of Jedi chose to cooperate with the Empire and joined a group called the Imperial Knights. The Imperial Knights were something unusual in Star Wars lore. They were a Force tradition loyal specifically to the Emperor, and they walked a deliberate middle path between the light side and the dark side. They were not Jedi. They were not Sith. They served the throne, and as long as the Emperor served the light, they served the Emperor. For the Jedi who joined them, it was a compromise, a way to keep serving the galaxy within the new political reality. But most of the Jedi Order refused, and they had good reason. By this point, the surviving Jedi leadership understood what had really happened. They knew the Sith had been behind the sabotage of the Ossus project. They knew the entire war had been manufactured. Surrendering to an empire that was now openly allied with the Sith was not something they were willing to do. So the majority of the Order pulled back from Coruscant and retreated to their academy on the planet Ossus. Krayt did not give them time to regroup. The moment the Jedi gathered on Ossus, he saw an opportunity to cripple them in a single strike. He sent his hand, a Sith Lord named Darth Nihil, to lead a full assault on the Jedi Praxium. What happened next became one of the darkest chapters in the history of the Jedi Order since Palpatine's Purge over a century and a half earlier. The Sith attacked the Academy with overwhelming numbers and ferocity. Darth Nihil personally cut through some of the most prominent Jedi at the Academy. His most significant target was Cade Skywalker, a member of the Jedi Council and a direct descendant of Luke Skywalker himself. Cade was one of the leaders who had championed the Ossus project in the first place, the man who had believed that Vong technology could heal the galaxy's wounds. He was struck down during the assault, and watching from the chaos of that battlefield was a young boy named Cade Skywalker, Cade's son, the latest in the Skywalker bloodline. Cade saw his father fall, and that image would stay with him for the rest of his life. The attack on Ossus was devastating, but it was not the clean sweep that Krayt had been hoping for. The Sith had moved before the entire Jedi Order could assemble at the Academy. More than half of the Order's surviving members were scattered across the galaxy on other assignments when the assault happened. They never made it to Ossus, and when word reached them about what had taken place, they went underground. Jedi survivors disappeared into the outer systems, into the fringes, into the forgotten corners of the galaxy where the Empire's reach was weakest. Many of them eventually found their way to a secret location called the Hidden Jedi Temple on the planet Tyvus. The Order was shattered, but it was not gone. Krayt had wounded it badly. He had not finished it off. That was a problem Krayt could deal with later, because right now, in this moment, there was a bigger target sitting in front of him, the Imperial throne. So Krayt did not wait for permission. He did not negotiate. He did not send a message or make a demand. He walked into the Imperial Palace on Coruscant with his Sith at his back, and he marched straight into Emperor Rowan Fell's audience chamber. What happened inside that room was supposed to be the final move. Krayt confronted the Emperor and struck him down personally. The man on the throne fell. The Sith had just taken the galactic seat of power by force. Except Krayt had been fooled. The man he had just struck down was not Rowan Fell. It was a body double, a decoy placed on the throne specifically because the real Rowan Fell had sensed the danger coming. Fell was a trained Force user, and his instincts had told him that the Sith were about to make their move. He had swapped himself out and fled the palace before Krayt ever set foot inside. The real Emperor was alive, free, and already planning his next steps from somewhere beyond Krayt's reach. It was the one detail that did not go according to plan. Krayt had spent 100 years building toward this moment, and at the final step, his target had slipped through his fingers. But Krayt was not the kind of person who let a setback stop the momentum. Fell was gone, but the throne was empty, and an empty throne is still a throne. Krayt sat down in it. He turned to the Moff Council, the collection of imperial governors and military leaders who had been running the Empire's day-to-day operations, and he told them how things were going to work from now on. The Moffs looked at the Sith Lord sitting where their Emperor had been just hours earlier. They looked at the army of tattooed dark side warriors standing behind him, and they did the math. There was no fleet coming to save them. There was no Emperor to rally behind. The Jedi were scattered. The Galactic Alliance had surrendered. The Moff Council bent the knee and swore their loyalty to Darth Krayt. A Sith Lord was sitting on the galactic throne. That had not happened since Palpatine. Darth Caedus had come close nearly a century earlier, but his reign had been brief and contested from the start. Krayt's claim was different. He had the military. He had the Moffs. He had an entire Sith Order standing behind him. And the only two forces that might have challenged him, the Jedi and the legitimate Emperor, were both on the run. Darth Krayt had the throne. He had the military. He had the Moff Council on its knees. But from the very first day he sat down as Emperor, the cracks were already forming, because three separate groups refused to accept what had happened, and all three of them started fighting back immediately. The first was Rowan Fell, the real Emperor, the man who had escaped the palace before Krayt's coup and disappeared into the galaxy with his life and his reputation intact. Fell did not go quietly. He gathered every loyal Moff, every military officer who still believed in the Fell dynasty, and every Imperial knight who had pledged their service to his family rather than to whoever happened to be sitting on the throne. Over time, this growing coalition captured the Outer Rim fortress world of Bastion and turned it into a staging center. Fell was building an empire in exile, and he had the military experience, the political connections, and the personal credibility to make it work. The second was Admiral Gar Stazi. When the Galactic Alliance surrendered, Stasi looked at the order to hand over the Alliance core fleet and decided he was not going to do it. At the Battle of Karmas, Stasi took his ships and ran. He kept the fleet intact, pulled it out of Imperial reach, and launched a guerrilla campaign against Krayt's navy that would last 7 years. His tactics were a direct echo of the original Rebel Alliance. Hit-and-run strikes against Imperial supply lines, quick raids on vulnerable targets, constant movement, never staying in one place long enough for the Sith to pin him down. Stasi could not match Krayt's forces in a straight fight, but he did not need to. He just needed to keep the resistance alive long enough for the political situation to change. The third group was the surviving new Jedi Order. Jedi like Wolf Sazin, Shadow Vow, and Kakruk had escaped the massacre at Ossus and gone underground. They operated from the shadows, moving carefully, connecting with other survivors and slowly rebuilding the network that Krayt had tried to destroy. They were not strong enough to challenge the Sith directly, not yet, but they were patient, and they were watching for the right moment. 3 enemies, 3 different strategies. 3 fronts that Krayt had to manage simultaneously while also running a galactic government and keeping his own Sith Order in line. The throne was his, but it was not comfortable. And then there was the problem that no amount of military power or political maneuvering could solve. Krayt was falling apart, physically. The Yuuzhan Vong implants that had been grafted onto his body decades earlier on that scout ship in the unknown regions were still growing. The bony coral exoskeleton continued spreading across his body, consuming more of him every year. He was using force stasis to slow the deterioration. He was using healing trances to manage the pain. He was pouring dark side energy into his own body just to keep functioning. But none of it was a cure. It was all just buying time. And time was running out. Then word reached Krayt about someone who changed every calculation. A young man living on the fringes of the galaxy, working as a bounty hunter and smuggler, running jobs with a small crew that included a human named Jariah Sin and a Zeltron named Delia Blue. This young man had no interest in the Jedi Order. He had no interest in the Force. He had walked away from all of it after watching his father get struck down at the Massacre of Ossus and had spent the years since doing everything he could to bury his past. His name was Cade Skywalker, son of Cole Skywalker, the latest in the bloodline that stretched all the way back to Anakin. And Cade had something that made Darth Krayt's pulse quicken the moment he heard about it. Cade possessed an extraordinary force healing ability, something instinctive, something that went beyond what normal Jedi healers could do. He could bring people back from the edge when no one else could reach them. He used a technique called dark transfer, and the raw power behind it was unlike anything the galaxy had seen from a healer before. Krayt's logic was straightforward. If this Skywalker could heal others who were beyond saving, maybe he could heal the Vong implants that were consuming the Sith Emperor from the inside out. Maybe Cade Skywalker was the answer to the one problem that had been following Krayt since his captivity. If Krayt could get his hands on Cade, he might not just survive. He might be restored. Cade was captured and brought to Coruscant. Standing in front of the Sith Emperor, the young Skywalker was subjected to a test that was as cruel as it was calculated. Darth Maladi, the same Sith who had engineered the sabotage of the Ossus project, infected several of Cade's friends with Vong coral seeds. The growths began forming on their bodies, the same parasitic process that was slowly overtaking Krayt himself. Cade was told to heal them. And he did. He reached into the Force and pulled his friends back from the brink, burning away the Vong infection through sheer willpower and raw ability. It worked. But the act of channeling that much power, of reaching that deep into the Force under those conditions, came at a cost that went beyond physical exhaustion. Every time Cade used dark transfer, it pulled him closer to the dark side. The technique worked, but it was taking pieces of him with it. After the test, Krayt did something that nobody in the room expected. He showed Cade his father's lightsaber, the weapon that had belonged to Cade Skywalker, the man who had fallen at Ossus. And then Krayt told Cade the truth about who he really was. Not just a Sith Lord, not just an Emperor. He was Asharad Het, a former Jedi Master, a veteran of the Clone Wars, a man who had known Anakin Skywalker personally, who had fought beside him on battlefields across the galaxy over 150 years earlier. Krayt was showing Cade that the line between Jedi and Sith was not as clean as anyone pretended it was. That the man sitting on this throne had once been exactly what Cade was running from. Cade was not interested. He looked at everything Krayt was offering, the power, the healing, the connection to a shared history, and he rejected all of it. He fought his way out of the Sith Temple, injuring both Darth Talon and Darth Nihil during his escape. Two of Krayt's most dangerous followers, taken down by a young man who had spent the past several years pretending he was not a Jedi. The raw power Cade displayed during that escape sent a message that echoed through the entire One Sith. The Skywalker bloodline was still a force that even the Sith Emperor could not control. While Krayt was dealing with the Cade situation, his reign took its darkest turn yet on a completely different front. Admiral Stasi pulled off a daring operation at the Mon Calamari shipyards, stealing a star destroyer called the Imperius right out from under the Empire's nose. It was a humiliating loss for Krayt. The most powerful warship in the fleet, taken by a resistance force that was not even supposed to still exist. Krayt's response was extreme beyond anything the galaxy had seen since Palpatine's era. He turned his anger on the Mon Calamari people themselves. He ordered that 10% of the Mon Calamari population be rounded up and eliminated as punishment for what had happened at their shipyards. He personally oversaw the destruction of the Mon Calamari Council. An entire species was being punished for the actions of a rebel admiral who had nothing to do with their civilian government. It was one of the most terrible acts of any ruler in the entire Star Wars timeline, and it showed the galaxy exactly what kind of emperor Darth Krayt truly was. This was not a leader who tolerated defiance. This was someone who would sacrifice an entire people to make a point. The resistance kept fighting. Fel kept building his forces on Bastion. Stasi kept raiding from the shadows. The Jedi kept waiting. And somewhere out in the fringe, Cade Skywalker was running from a destiny that the entire galaxy seemed determined to drag him back into. Darth Bane had warned him. The ghost of the ancient Sith Lord, speaking through a holocron on Korriban over a century earlier, had told Krayt exactly what would happen. Your order will turn on itself and on you. Krayt had dismissed it. He had built his entire system around loyalty, around obedience, around the idea that the One Sith were different from every Sith order that had come before. And then his most trusted advisor looked down at his broken body and decided that the cause was more important than the man who built it. But we need to back up, because the events that led to that moment were a cascade of desperation, deception, and a trap that Krayt walked straight into. By 137 ABY, the walls were closing in. Roan Fel's forces were growing stronger on Bastion. Gar Stazi's guerrilla fleet was still hitting Imperial targets across the galaxy. The Jedi were still out there, still hiding, still waiting, and Krayt's body was failing faster than ever. The Vong implants had continued their slow advance across his body, and no amount of force stasis or healing trances was going to reverse the damage. He needed a real solution, and he was running out of time to find one. That desperation is what made him vulnerable. A joint force of Jedi and Imperial Knights set a trap on the deep core planet of Had Abaddon. And the bait they used was perfect. An ancient Sith Lord named Karnes Moor, whose spirit had survived for thousands of years by inhabiting a relic called the Moor Talisman, was currently bound to a Jedi Master named Celeste Morn. Moor reached out to Krayt through the Force and offered him the one thing he wanted more than anything else in the galaxy: a way to heal his Vong affliction. Muir claimed he had the knowledge to free Krayt from the parasitic growths that were consuming him. All Krayt had to do was come to Had Abaddon. Krayt went. He walked into the trap because the promise of healing was something he could not resist, and the ambush that was waiting for him was coordinated and brutal. The fighting on Had Abaddon was savage from the first moment. In the chaos of the battle, an Imperial Knight named Aslin Ray drove a blade through Krayt's chest. Celeste Morn, channeling the power of Karnes Moor through the talisman, hit Krayt with a blast of Force lightning that sent him over the edge of a cliff. The Sith Emperor tumbled down the rock face and hit the ground at the base, his body shattered from the combination of the stab wound, the lightning, and the fall. Darth Warlock III found him, the third in the Warlock line, the latest in the succession of Chagrian Sith Lords who had served as Krayt's voice and regent for generations. Warlock had been Krayt's most trusted follower, the person closest to the throne, the one member of the One Sith who had been given more access, more responsibility, and more trust than any other. He climbed down to the base of that cliff and found Krayt's body. And against all logic, against everything the injuries should have guaranteed, Krayt was still alive. He had used the Force to cushion his fall at the last second. Broken, barely conscious, bleeding from the chest wound and the lightning burns, but alive, Krayt looked up at Warlock and told him something remarkable. He said he had learned what he needed from Karnes Moor during the fight, that the encounter with the ancient Sith spirit had given him the knowledge to finally heal himself. He asked Warlock to take him to a Bacta tank so he could begin the process. Warlock stood over his master's broken body and made a different choice. He told Krayt that sometimes for a cause to survive, the leader of that cause has to fall. Then he hit Krayt with Force lightning, his own master, the man he had served for his entire life, the Dark Lord who had built the One Sith from nothing and trusted Warlock's family line above all others. Warlock sent the charge through Krayt's already ravaged body and believed he had finished the job. He transported Krayt's body back to Korriban and placed it inside a stasis chamber within Zosan's temple. The same temple where Krayt had first discovered the holocron that started his journey into the dark side decades earlier. Then Warlock returned to Coruscant and declared himself regent of the One Sith. He told the Order that Krayt was recovering, that the Dark Lord was healing in seclusion and would return when he was ready. In reality, Warlock believed Krayt was gone for good. He intended to run the One Sith himself, continuing Krayt's policies while quietly consolidating his own power. He even expanded Krayt's plans, laying groundwork to bring the entire galaxy into the One Sith through forced induction on a scale that Krayt himself had never attempted. Bane's prophecy had come true. The Order had turned on its founder. The system built on loyalty had produced the very betrayal it was designed to prevent. Everything the ghosts of the ancient Sith had warned Krayt about had happened exactly as they said it would. But there was one thing that Bane, Warlock, and everyone else had gotten wrong. Darth Krayt was not finished. Inside that stasis chamber on Korriban, something was happening that should have been impossible. Krayt had learned more from his encounter with Cade Skywalker than anyone had realized. He had watched Cade use dark transfer. He had studied the technique. He had felt its signature in the Force. And now, suspended in a state between existence and oblivion, Krayt turned that knowledge inward. He used dark transfer on himself. He kept a spark of his own life force burning through sheer willpower and through a technique that he had stolen from the last Skywalker. Slowly, over weeks and months inside the chamber, Krayt healed. The damage from the stab wound closed. The lightning burns faded. And something else happened that changed everything. The process of coming back from the edge actually burned away the Yuuzhan Vong implants. The coral growths that had been consuming his body for over a century. The parasite that had defined his appearance and driven his desperation for decades were gone, destroyed, in the process of his own resurrection. The first person to sense what was happening was Darth Talon. She was Krayt's most devoted follower, a Sith Lord who had maintained a silent vigil on Korriban, while Warlock played regent on Coruscant. Talon felt the shift in the Force. She felt her master's presence returning. And when Krayt finally emerged from the stasis chamber, she was there, waiting. The man who walked out was not the same person who had gone in. Krayt was healed, whole. The bony exoskeleton was gone. His body was restored in a way that nobody in the galaxy thought was possible. And the power radiating from him was on a level that dwarfed anything he had shown before. Coming back from the edge had not just healed him, it had transformed him. He confronted Darth Nihil, who had expressed doubts about Krayt during his absence. Krayt dominated him through raw, overwhelming Force power. There was no argument, there was no negotiation. Nihil felt the weight of what was standing in front of him, and he submitted. Then Krayt revealed something that stunned even his own followers. For decades, operating in secret while the rest of the Order focused on the Galactic War, Krayt had been collecting the most powerful Force-sensitive newborns from across the galaxy. He had taken them to hidden facilities, enhanced them with cybernetic implants, and molded them into something called Sith Troopers. These were not ordinary soldiers. They were fanatically loyal warriors who were psychically linked to Krayt himself. They would follow any command he gave without hesitation. They would end their own lives at his word. An army inside his army, answering to no one but him. With his power restored and his secret weapon revealed, Krayt did something that sent a shockwave through the Force itself. He projected his will outward across the entire galaxy. Every single being who had ever touched the dark side of the Force felt him in that moment. Every dark sider, every fallen Jedi, every Sith in hiding, every person who had ever opened themselves to that current felt the presence of Darth Krayt, announcing that he had returned. The message reached Cade Skywalker too, wherever he was. The galaxy suddenly knew that the Sith Emperor they thought was recovering in seclusion was something far more dangerous than he had been before. Krayt returned to Coruscant and challenged Warlock directly. The regent who had betrayed his master, who had believed the Dark Lord was gone and that the throne was now his to manage, found himself standing face to face with the man he had tried to put down. The duel between them was decisive. Krayt struck Warlock down and reclaimed the throne of the One Sith without anyone in the Order daring to challenge his right to it. But Krayt had come back different in more ways than just his body. His vision had changed. Having experienced what it felt like to fall and come back, having gone through the process of destruction and renewal in his own flesh, Krayt now believed that the entire galaxy needed to go through the same thing. He called it a rebirth. The galaxy as it existed had to be torn down. What he had experienced personally was now his blueprint for the future of the galaxy itself. The Sith Emperor had returned, and this time conquest was not enough. He wanted to remake everything. Three factions that had spent 7 years fighting Darth Krayt separately finally did the one thing he never wanted them to do. They joined forces. Roan Fel's Empire in Exile, Admiral Garstazi's Galactic Alliance remnant, the surviving new Jedi Order. The assault began with Cade Skywalker leading a strike team against the Sith Orbital Defense Network. Cade and his team punched through the defenses and disabled enough of the network to create an opening for the Allied fleet. The moment that gap appeared, Stasi and Fel's combined forces jumped into the Coruscant system and caught the Sith Imperial Navy off guard. Warships from 3 different military traditions, Alliance cruisers and Imperial Star Destroyers and Jedi starfighters, poured into the space around the galactic capital and opened fire on the Sith fleet. On the surface below, Jedi and Imperial Knights launched coordinated ground assaults on key Sith positions across the planet. The Battle of Coruscant became the largest engagement since the Sith Imperial War itself. The skies above the city planet burned with turbo laser fire. Entire districts became combat zones. The fighting was happening on every level, in orbit, in the atmosphere, and on the ground, all at the same time. Krayt had expected this. A man who had spent over a century planning his rise to power was not going to be caught off guard by a frontal assault, no matter how bold it was. He deployed the Dragon ships, a secret fleet that the Resistance had never encountered before, along with his Sith troopers under the command of Darth Nihil. The troopers hit the Allied forces like a wall, but Krayt had one more weapon that made everything else look restrained by comparison. Omega Red, a biotoxin developed by Darth Maladi that was capable of wiping out every living thing on an entire planet. The Sith had been immunized against it. Nobody else had, and Krayt had been manipulating Emperor Roan Fel behind the scenes, feeding him intelligence, pushing him toward a decision that Fel thought was his own. Krayt wanted Fel to deploy Omega Red on Coruscant. If the toxin was released on the capital, every non-Sith being on the planet would be gone. Billions of people eliminated in a single stroke, and the only ones left standing would be Krayt's followers. The galactic capital, cleansed of everyone except the Sith. It would have been the single most devastating act in the history of the galaxy. Roan Fel did not survive the battle. The last emperor of the Fel dynasty fell during the fighting, ending a family line that had ruled the empire for generations. His passing closed a chapter that had begun when his ancestors first reformed the Imperial remnant into something that was supposed to be better than what Palpatine had built. Whether Fel had intended to go through with Omega Red, or whether he would have pulled back at the last moment, is something the galaxy would never know. While the battle raged across every level of Coruscant, Cade Skywalker walked into the Sith Temple. He was not there for the war. He was not there for the Resistance or the Alliance or any political cause. He was there for Krayt. This was personal in a way that went beyond ideology. Cade was the last Skywalker, and this was the moment where that name would either mean something or it would not. Krayt was waiting for him. And the Sith Emperor who met Cade inside that temple was nothing like the man Cade had fought before. The resurrection had changed Krayt on every level. He opened the fight with a display of power that was staggering. Telekinesis that threw Cade across the chamber. Force lightning that crackled through the walls. Dual lightsabers swinging with the speed and precision of a warrior who had been fighting since the Clone Wars and had only gotten stronger with each century. Krayt told Cade that his time beyond the edge of existence had taught him the secret of dark transfer. The same ability that made Cade unique, the healing power that Krayt had been so desperate to harness. Krayt had learned it by watching Cade use it. He had stolen the technique from the Skywalker bloodline itself, and then Krayt proved it. He used dark transfer on Cade, but not to heal him. He used it to take Cade's life. In a single, terrifying application of the power, Krayt stopped Cade Skywalker's heart. The last Skywalker dropped to the floor of the Sith Temple. Gone. Then Krayt brought him back. He reversed the process and pulled Cade out of the darkness, forcing life back into his body the same way Cade had once pulled others back from the edge. And in that space between, in the moment where Cade existed somewhere between gone and alive, Krayt showed him a vision. He showed Cade a future where Coruscant was burning, where everyone Cade had ever cared about was gone, where the galaxy had been torn apart and rebuilt under Sith dominion. And at the center of that vision, the Skywalker bloodline, Cade's own family line, serving the One Sith forever. Generation after generation, bound to the dark side, carrying out Krayt's will across the centuries the same way the Warlock line had served him on Korriban. Krayt was not just trying to defeat Cade. He was trying to break him, to show him that resistance was pointless, that the dark side was going to win regardless of what anyone did, that the smartest thing Cade could do was accept the inevitable and take his place beside the throne. Cade came back to consciousness on the floor of the Sith Temple with Krayt standing over him. He had seen the vision. He had felt what it was like to have his life taken and returned by the same hand. He had experienced the full weight of everything Darth Krayt could do, and he looked up at the most powerful Sith Lord the galaxy had seen in over a century, and he said no. He rejected the vision. He rejected the future Krayt had laid out for him. He reached back into the Jedi teachings that he had spent years running from, the heritage that he had tried to bury under bounty hunting jobs and smuggling runs and every distraction the galactic fringe could offer, and he held on to it. The dark side power that Krayt was pouring into him washed over Cade and found nothing to grab onto. Krayt faltered. For one moment, the Sith Emperor's focus shifted, and in that window, Cade struck. A single blow from a Skywalker's lightsaber. The blade found its mark. Darth Krayt went down, but it was not over. Krayt's Force ghost materialized almost immediately, standing over his own fallen body. He taunted Cade. He warned him that coming back from the grave was something he had already done once and could do again. He mentioned transfer essence, a technique he had picked up from the ancient Sith Lords Darth Andedu and Karnes Moor, a power that would allow him to seize control of another body entirely. Krayt's spirit looked at Cade, and made it clear that the Skywalker's own body was an option. Cade did not argue with a ghost. He did not stand there debating philosophy or trading threats. He picked up Krayt's body, loaded it onto a ship, flew that ship directly into Coruscant's sun, and let the stellar fire do what no lightsaber, no force power, and no Sith technique could undo. The body of Darth Krayt was incinerated in the heart of a star. There was nothing left to resurrect, nothing left to inhabit, nothing left at all. The man who had been born as Asharad Het in the sand dunes of Tatooine nearly 200 years earlier was finally, permanently gone. A boy who lost his father to a bounty hunter. A Padawan who carried darkness before he even understood what it was. A Jedi general who fought through the Clone Wars and kept a secret that helped doom the galaxy. A survivor of Order 66 who lost his identity twice on the same planet. A prisoner of the Yuuzhan Vong who was broken down and rebuilt into something the galaxy had never seen. A Sith Lord who spent 100 years in the dark, building an army one follower at a time, waiting for the perfect moment to step into the light and take everything. His story stretched across more eras of Star Wars history than almost any other character who has ever existed in this universe. From the final decades of the Old Republic to the far future of the Legacy era, from the sands of Tatooine to the tombs of Korriban, to the throne of Coruscant, to the inside of a star. And in the end, it took one more Skywalker to finish what the dark side had started all those years ago in the desert. Cade Skywalker walked out of the Sith Temple and back into a galaxy that was for the first time in nearly a decade free of Darth Krayt's shadow. The dragon of the Sith was gone, and the fire that consumed him would burn for billions of years, long after anyone remembered his name.